Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome into the 6th annual Hoopsville Marathon. We're here again. We welcome you in. If you got questions for us throughout the day, you can always tweet us, Facebook us, email us. There's lots of ways to get a hold of you, us, I should say, and we hope you will interact with us. Enjoy the show with us. I'm your host, Dave McHugh. Twitter is at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Facebook is facebook.com/Hoopsville. Email we're trying now is just my personal email address. Be nice. That is dave.mchugh@d3sports.com. And let's see, what else? There's chat rooms on YouTube. There's a chat room on Facebook. We'll try and maintain our presence there as well. And there's other ways to get a hold of us. But we hope you will enjoy it somehow, some way. Join us and enjoy the show with us. We've got a lot to talk about in Division III basketball throughout the day. And our guest list runneth aplenty. Lots of people we may even add as things move along. That is not unusual. And, of course, there's always a happy hour, as it were, at the end of the show. Now, the show is a little bit shorter than it normally is. We're going about 8 or so hours instead of 12 to 14, as we have in the past. Reasons for that include sanity. We'll lead sanity at the top of that. To be blunt, it's been a grind of a year. I wouldn't say my health is in its best shape that it's ever been. We need to work on that, but helping to work on that means let's not do 12 to 14 hours this year. We may return to that at some future date, especially if we can get some producers somehow for free or somehow fundraise and get more money. But for today, we'll do 8 or so hours. To be honest with you, that's still plenty. We have about 20 more guests today that will be appearing, and we will run the gamut. We have had a tradition that this show is always timed for right before the first set of regional rankings, and appropriately enough, it's also after the committees have done their first mock rankings. No, you will not see the mock rankings. Let's get that out of the way now. But they have at least gone through the process and understand where they are sitting with things. So we will actually kind of bookend the show this year with the committee chairs. We will start in just a few minutes with Montclair women's basketball coach and women's national committee chair Karen Harvey. She will join us here on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by BlueFrame Technology. Later in the show, near the end, Sam Atkinson, the Gallaudet Associate Athletics Director for Communication and Men's National Committee Chair, will join us. Interestingly enough, both chairs could serve multiple years, so they might as well just get used to what we're doing here, right? Of course, we talked to them at the beginning of the year. Talked to them at the beginning of the year about things and how they were settling in. We traditionally, as a result, then talk to them now with regional rankings set to come out next week. And I can't believe we've already gotten to regional rankings, believe it or not. We will, of course, talk to them unofficially between now and rankings appear, maybe getting them on the show, who knows. And then we always talk to them once the brackets have been released. And, of course, talk to them if we can in the Final Four locations as well. But this has become a tradition. We look forward to talking to them. The list is long. It'll include Mike McDevitt from St. Joseph's of Maine women's basketball, Daphne Thompson from Oneonta women's basketball. She's also our WBCA Center Court guest. We got to fix the schedule. Calvin's men's basketball coach, Kevin Vanderstreek, is unable to join us, but their AD and former men's basketball player, Dr. Jim Timmer, will join us. Greg Mitchell from Hope men's basketball joining us. The Hope-Calvin men's rivalry is at Game 200 this weekend. We will talk to those two about that, and we have a big announcement about the game. Steve Moore from Worcester men's basketball will join us. Kent Durbach from UW lacrosse men's basketball. Gordon Mann will make an appearance and chat primarily women's basketball, but the state of Division III as well. Candace Brown from Vassar women will join us. Stephanie Flamini from Guilford women will be with us. Charlie Brock, Springfield men's basketball coach, president of the NABC, will join us in the NABC Coaches Corner. Elliot Steinmetz, the Yeshiva men's coach, will join us. Matt Logie from Whitworth. They're on a 2-game slide. We'll talk to Matt later in the program. Tim Leyden from Sports Illustrated. He's a Williams grad, and he wanted to talk Division III basketball. So we put him on the show. We will talk to the senior writer from Sports Illustrated. says Charlie brought another fix. Bill Finny, former Marymount's athletics director and women's basketball coach, will join us to give his take on women's basketball. Believe it or not, the former coach still got a pulse on women's basketball. Danielle Donahue, WBCA executive director, will join us. Danielle has become a staple with this marathon show. We'll talk to her. Josh Erickson from Beyond Sports will join us, a unique organization that is sponsoring the first ever women's all-star game. We'll talk to Josh about all of that and his program. We mentioned Sam Atkinson will join us, then Trevor Woodruff from the Scranton women's team. We have a little bit of time. We may throw in another guest. And, of course, we have the happy hour. So that's all ahead, and we hope you will join us here today. Of course, a lot been going on. The new top 25s are out, and already we have had some upsets. If you read my blog, I hinted at the fact that Loris, who has knocked off both Nebraska Wesleyan and Augustana, had a loss to Dubuque earlier this season, and that they had a rematch with Dubuque. Well, guess what happened? They lost to Dubuque yesterday. Loris, what are you doing, Dewhawks? Dewhawks can't handle Dubuque. So what to make of that, to be honest? So they took a loss. Whitworth lost to Whitman in a game that at 110-98 wasn't that close. Whitworth made a nice run at the end, but Whitman has now swept this regular season series 3 years in a row. The last time, by the way, Whitworth lost back-to-back games was in the regular season was November of 2014. Lynchburg has lost now 3 in a row. They lost to Roanoke. Hint, we mentioned that would be a tough game. They've got Bridgewater ahead, and it doesn't get any easier. Randolph-Macon and others are ahead for Lynchburg. In the receiving votes category, Scranton lost to Susquehanna in overtime. That's just on the women's side. On the men's side. On the women's side, some interesting results. Not a lot of losses. Misericordia lost to DeSales in a nice game earlier this week, 68-59. That's Misericordia's second loss. I don't think a shocking loss to some degree. Babson lost to Emerson. That was a head-scratcher. Not really sure what to make of that. A number of games have been postponed. The WIAC, CCIW, MIAA, and other conferences all delayed games on Wednesday to tonight. The MIAA has moved has now moved those games tonight to Monday. Now, remember, a lot of the bitter cold is more towards that neck of the woods today and tonight. It looks like the WIAC and CCIW will continue with their schedules this evening. We'll keep an eye on that just in case. But that's also why we got a bunch of coaches in the middle of the day. A lot of our coaches later in the evening had to shift up because of all of that. So we'll keep an eye on schedules and whatnot as well. So lots going on. We'll certainly talk throughout. Nice little note. Let's see if I can find it real quick. Dan says, surprised at Whitman margin of victory the other night against Whitworth. No, I don't think I was, for a couple of reasons. It was at Whitman. Automatically, I thought Whitman would have an easier time of it than they did up at Whitworth. I'm a little surprised Whitworth didn't have a little more fire in them. Having come off a loss to Willamette, I would figure they'd be a little bit more gung-ho for that game. I think also that we find, and I could be wrong here, but I find the first game in the regular season between these two teams is more heavily contested than the second game. I think they have a ton of emotions that first time. I think the second time, while the emotions are there, they're not as fired up because they haven't been sitting as long. The grind of the season's more in play, but they've kind of dumped a lot of their emotions in the first game. Then they all get riled back up again, obviously, in the conference tournament because there's a lot more at stake. So, no, I'm not surprised by the margin of victory. I'm more surprised at Whitworth that margin of victory was as close as it was, that the game was actually further apart for most of the game, that Whitworth had nothing for Whitman earlier in the game. Surprised by 12 points at the end, no. But near 20-point game, 3, 4, 5 minutes earlier, that surprised me. Whitman did a good job of holding Kyle Roach in check, though I think Ben College is having a better season than Kyle Roach this year. But it was at Whitman, so I'm not overly surprised. I'm just surprised that Whitworth didn't come out apparently a little bit more vin and vinegar, if that makes any sense. 2 WIAC games today, 2 on Monday. Thank you. So already some changes in the WIAC. We'll see if the others continue on that pace. They could make some last-minute changes, but already some moving to Monday. So thank you for that update. Trying to see if we got some others. Keep the coffee brewed. Well, I do. There's my first cup. It's actually a little bit warm. It's cooled down a little bit. We're going to have to get that thing drank real quick, but I got my Chicago mug here. And then I got a whole nother carafe of coffee. I also have not one, but 2 things of water. So we're good there. I even have a small bottle of water in case I need it. So we're good on the refreshments. Expecting a great show. I got caught up after losing 3 class days and rearranging my schedule like basketball coaches. Jim from Madison. Jim, that's awesome. If you got caught up because of snow days on the show, that's outstanding. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Dave Del Palma says hi. Hi, Dave. Trinity women playing well. Yeah, Trinity women playing well. Getting some love from the top 25 voters. We'll talk to Gordon Mann about Trinity. I think he's perplexed with his alma mater. I don't think he sees them as a real top 25 team. That's not a knock on Trinity. I think he's more perplexed. And to be honest with you, if I was voting or looking at my alma mater, and granted my alma mater's not in the same boat right now, but if my alma mater got back to that boat, I would probably be in the same boat with Gordon. I think by default you downplay your alma mater, and I think Gordon's downplaying his alma mater just a wee bit. Trying to see if we got any tweets that we should keep an eye on. Don't see them as of yet, so we'll keep out. But thanks for all the comments, folks. We'll try and keep a track of all your comments throughout the day. We're not simulcasting on Periscope today. It just didn't seem any worth it to this beast. And Facebook, I'll warn you guys now, we max out at 4 hours. We will try and finagle. We're not sure how it's going to work, but we're going to try and finagle restarting streams every 4 hours or so on Facebook. We're using a Dune system this year, and we haven't tried it without stopping the other one. We don't want to stop the mainstream, so we'll see what happens on the simulcast on Facebook. With that, we got to take a break because Karen Harvey is ready to chat with us about women's basketball and more. That's all coming up. So don't forget, we got a lot to update. We hope you will keep track of the schedule if you can on our main page. We will make some small changes in there that apparently we can't. Last night when we finished it up or made some changes, we didn't catch. But check it out. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the show. This is going to be fun. Lots to talk about. We didn't even talk about the Triple C, the craziness in the Commonwealth Coast Conference last night. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the show as well. You're listening to Hoopsville, the marathon, the 6th annual marathon show. We're talking nothing but Division III basketball. You should be joining us. Tell your friends. Tell everybody. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. We will be back with plenty more. We're just getting started. Pace yourselves after this.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
The love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
Welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Got distracted trying to tweet out about our next guest. Already off and running here on the marathon, and we hope you are enjoying it. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville at D3Hoops.com. Join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. We are going to try and make sure to tweet out every single one of our guests throughout the night, or throughout the day. I'm so used to this being an evening show. So don't be afraid to join us and interact with us. We will get to your questions when we can. We're going to start the show with a bang, per se. The first guest out of the block, no pressure on her, is the head coach of the Montclair State women's basketball team, but she's also the committee chair for the Division III Women's Basketball Committee. In her, I've forgotten now, I think she's in her third year, and she could potentially serve 6, something crazy like that. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by BlueFrame Technology, it's Karen Harvey. And Coach, thanks so much for taking the time to join us here.
Hi, Dave. Thanks so much for having me. I don't know if I'm excited or nervous about being the very first guest on the show.
Yeah, you're setting the bar. You can either set it low and let everybody else achieve, or you can set it really high and have everybody try and fail. It's up to you.
I like that. Okay, good. So no pressure on me.
No pressure at all. And I said earlier in the show, we're kind of bookending the show this year with the committee chairs, so it'll be fascinating. And obviously, not that you would have same answers from everybody, but it'll be interesting how on top of things I am with Sam later in the show. First and foremost, Karen, we should point out, regional rankings for the first time come out next week. I cannot believe we're already at that point in the season. And as a result, you, as a national and as the RACs, have already gone through the initial steps of doing some mock rankings and kind of getting your feet wet, as it were. How did the first kind of quote unquote week go with rankings and whatnot?
You know what? I think it was great. We had all of our RAC calls were on Tuesday, and National Committee reported back that they felt really like everybody had pretty strong racks and people were working really hard. And there's a lot of veteran racks out there right now. My rack in the Atlantic is almost all new, all except for one member, and I thought they really crushed it. So I think I think the National Committee as a whole were pretty excited about our racks, which is really, really important because those people do all of the hard leg work. And, our job is to facilitate. So I think we're pretty excited with the racks, the way the rack calls went on Tuesday. And then yesterday we had our first national call. And we have a very veteran national committee. So it was, sometimes that first mock call, sometimes it's 3 hours, which is, it falls on a lot of people's game days. So you're a little nervous about that, but it went great. We were about 2.5 hours, and it went pretty smooth and a lot of feedback and a lot of people talking and good discussions. And so, I think I got off the phone feeling really great, and I talked with a few other members afterwards, and everybody feels like we're in a good place, and everybody's really excited.
Bunch of things to unpack there. I'll first say, of course, you think the Atlantic rack is stacked and awesome. I would expect nothing else from you. Second of all, I mean, obviously they're good.
Yeah, they're good.
You're running things. I'm not surprised. The other thing, let's quickly go through the National Committee because I'm looking at the pre-championship handbook, which came out, I would say it's definitely coming out earlier than we're used to, which is great, but we don't have all the answers. Obviously, you're on there from the Great Lakes. It's Kristen Huffman from DePaul. From the South, it's Polly Thomason from Texas, Dallas. Jim Scheibel from Rochester, Dan Fisher, who's the commissioner of the Landmark out of the Mid-Atlantic, Michelle Williams out of Simmons is the new one from the Northeast. We should mention Dan's the new one from Landmark. Oh, and Leslie Irvine from Pomona-Pitzer. But I don't see a name for the Central, and I forgot what you told me at the beginning of the year who was representing the Central.
Right, so we have Megan Wilson, the head coach from UW-Platt.
Right. Oh, darn,
then,
I wish I knew that when I saw her in Vegas. Oh, well. Or I had her on
she's
earlier.
Fantastic. Yeah, she's fantastic.
But she's also been tied up with personal issues. We had her on earlier in the show with the WBCA.
Yes.
But it's nice to hear that she's staying involved in that way.
Yeah, and this was a great thing for her. She really wanted to stay involved, and she's super smart, and this gives her an opportunity. And she flew through. She crushed it yesterday. She was absolutely fantastic. Everyone on the national committee was like, "Wow, she knows her stuff." So she definitely did her homework, and she did really well with the Central region. And then we did have one change in the Northeast.
Oh, okay.
So due to some work responsibilities, Michael Williams.
Oh, I said Michelle earlier, didn't I? Yes. Sorry.
Yeah, you did. That's fine. No. Michael Williams from Simmons was unable to continue, and so what we did is Kelly Thompson came back.
Oh, great. Okay. So some familiarity there.
Yeah, we have a veteran in the Northeast, and as you know, Dave, as you might imagine, that region is. It's tough. You have to be on your stuff. So I think for us, when you bring back, it happened so late, so I think it was a great decision by the NCAA to try to bring back a veteran and get them in place and get them up, really able to get them up to speed quickly to be able to handle the Northeast.
Well, and the other thing too is it lessens the amount of, for lack of a better word, rookiness on the committee, because you had Dan that was new, you had the Central region being new, you had the Northeast region already being new. That was 3 of your group. I can't even remember. I think Leslie Irvine was on the committee last year.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I thought so. So at least it lessens, it from 3 to 2 and gives a little more stability as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So we really have a huge returning group.
Yeah.
We only have 2 new members now. Danielle Fisher and Megan Wilson, and obviously Dan. He knows his stuff and does a great job. So we're pretty excited about the committee that's put together, and it went really well yesterday.
And we should point out too, we already know the Landmark Conference is looking for a new commissioner. He's going to be stepping down, so unfortunately it may be a one and done for Dan. But you're right. I do want to get a question in the Mid-Atlantic, if you don't mind, though. I know it's not your region, but it's got an interesting scenario, and I'm curious if you can give us a little bit of an inside understanding of how this would work out. Dan's obviously the chair, and chairs don't vote like yourself in the Atlantic until you get to the national side. You're not voting on the rack. But this is a who's who list in the Mid-Atlantic, and who's who because these teams are all in question. You have Bill Broderick from Christopher Newport representing the CAC, Nate Davis from Gettysburg representing the Centennial, Janice Luck from Albright representing the Commonwealth, and Trevor Woodruff from Scranton representing the Landmark. There's potentially 3 top 25 teams there, and maybe all talking about where they should be ranked at the top of the rankings or in the middle of the rankings. And it's not like Janice doesn't have a good team at Albright either, but it could end up just being Janice discussing things with Dan at one point if all 3 of the others have to back themselves out from the conversation. How would that work?
Well, I think there's a lot of checks and balances, and you know this, Dave. So, and everybody takes this responsibility really seriously. So even though you've got some top 25 coaches on there who might be in the mix, everybody's professional, and I think that you handle it that way. Not this year, but I've been in that situation. Right. During my time in the RAC and during my time as a on the national committee, and if anything, I think you tend to like you were saying, underrate your team.
Sure.
Because you want to make sure that you don't have that bias. And these guys are veteran coaches and great people, and they have a good moral compass. So I don't we don't see it as being an issue. And then there's always the checks and balances, and that's what's the great part of it is. So the RAC will do their job. And we have full confidence that they'll do that. And then when it gets to the national committee, if there's any question, that's the whole point of the system.
Right.
There's 7, 8 people on the national committee that look very, very carefully at every region. You know, when we say our calls take 2.5 to 3 hours, it's because while one, national committee member is presenting, the 7 other people are checking everything. And then, I think I kind of see one of my jobs as the chair is to make sure I'm checking what they're doing. So, and then we have, you have the NCAA rep on the call, and then Kelly Whitaker's fantastic for women's basketball. So, there's a lot of checks and balances. So I don't see it as any issue whatsoever.
Well, and I'm not saying issue. I'm just wondering, obviously one of the steps involved is to step back from the conversation, to be muted or to be off of a call, when obviously that's more of a real national conversation, and that's where we really talk about it. So that's why I was kind of making it a little light. It might be Dan and Janice just sitting there talking about CNU, Gettysburg, and Scranton.
I know. Who would you rather have, though? Janice is awesome.
Oh, absolutely,
so she's a straight shooter. She can handle it.
Yeah, no, it's just I feel bad to some degree. But then again, as you said, we should point out Regional Advisory Committee. That middle word's key here. And not that you would do it, but ultimately the national committee could say, "Hey, RAC, you're clueless. We're going to re-rank for you guys, and we're going to do it the way we want." They're supposed to just kind of advise, help, and get you maybe 6 of the steps out of the way. If it really goes south, though, you can always just say, "Forget it. We're going to do this ourselves." I'm not saying that happens. I'm just saying ultimately you can take over and make whatever changes you need to make.
Right, as a national committee, yes, and then, and then David, there's checks and balances involved in that too. I mean, there has to be a motion and a second to the motion, and there has to be a vote.
Right.
So, there's I think they've done a good job to make sure, and I don't think we've ever had any issues in women's basketball of that kind. But it is funny. No. It is funny.
It is. It's just it's literally a who's who list in the Mid-Atlantic.
I know, it's pretty great.
Yeah, it's. I love that coaches are involved. It's tremendous. I also think it changes their perception sometimes when not this group, but you get complaints from, why are they ranking like this, or what do they mean that this has to be happening? And all of a sudden, someone serves on a committee and they come back going, okay, so I get it now, I understand, and all of a sudden their schedule changes. Question, when you guys went through all of this, what do you see as maybe potential challenges as this progresses on with regions or rankings and such that you're going to really have to figure out, the SOS maybe isn't giving you the best answers, or, what do you see right now as challenges that the committees are going to have to face this year?
Well, I think that one of the challenges that I noticed yesterday is that region to region looks a little different right now. Maybe 5 or 6 or even 7 of the regions, probably 6. I would say 6 of the regions look kind of similar the way it went, and you could sort of see a trend. It would make sense. You know what I'm saying? If those were published, you would understand exactly what the national committee and the RACs were thinking, and where their head is at. And then there's a couple outliers in different regions. So I think, trying to make sure, I think that's always the challenge, is trying to make sure that we're looking at each region, individually, because there's always different circumstances, but that we're also, really making sure that region to region to region, there's some continuity.
Yeah.
So I think that's one of the challenges, and the other challenge is the same challenge that everyone has every year, is that, ranking teams is an art and a science. You have to use the criteria that's there, but there's a little bit of an art to it. So finding that balance and making sure that we're really looking at a team's full body of work and not getting too caught up, in the different categories, whether that be win-loss percentage or strength of schedule or whatever it is.
How hard is it to tell new people, hey, I know what they look like, I know what you've seen, but we can't use the eye test. We can't use but I know they're better than that argument.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard sometimes. I mean, I think they get it quick, though.
Sure.
I really think, just in my experience, I've had a lot of new RAC members in my time, and they may start in that direction, some, but as soon as they have a little bit of experience, they get it quickly and they understand, and that's why we have primary criteria and why we have secondary criteria. And, it's just sometimes, like on my RAC, it's just a gentle reminder. I get what you're saying. I hear you. Unfortunately, we can't take that into consideration.
Sure. Is there,
so that kind of thing.
Yeah. Is there, this is a little bit of a wide open question, but is there a piece of criteria or a piece of information or whatnot that you wish was allowed or was primary or something along those lines that maybe would help the information?
That is a very loaded question.
I didn't expect it to be that loaded, but yes, I guess it is. I love the response already.
Sometimes, yes. We struggle a little bit with sometimes you do need a little bit more information, or you wish, you wonder, I guess maybe the question you ask yourself is, would it be easier if we had like an RPI? Would it be easier if we had this or that? So sometimes, because you find yourself at times not being able to give a black and white answer. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what yesterday we spent a lot of time on that, and even like I was looking at my rack early on before I even had my call, and I actually called Bobby Morgan, the former chair, to ask her about the Atlantic region, because there was something in there that even I was a little, and she was laughing because she was like, I know I didn't answer your question. I talked out of both sides of my mouth, because sometimes that's what it is.
She's still in old chair mode.
Oh, she's fantastic. Yeah. So, I think that's the hard part is sometimes there is not a black and white answer.
Sure.
But what I've come to understand, and what we're reminded of, and Jim Scheibel said this on the call yesterday, is that it will work itself out. 99.9% of the time, it will work itself out, and we have to do the best we can with the information that we have in front of us by using the criteria, and it almost always works itself out. So sometimes, like, you won't feel good about something. You're like, that really is bothering me. Once you get more information, like right now, as you know, we won't have a category, we won't have wins versus ranked until the second week.
Right. Yeah, you can't.
So sometimes it's tough.
You can't use that. Some people even ask, can they use their mock information? No, it was a mock ballot for a reason. It's not a real one. And we won't get results versus regionally ranked opponents till week 2. Week 1, that is a blank slate, which sometimes shakes week 2 up completely.
Yes.
Kelly Whitaker is going to start throwing things if she's listening, or roll her eyes, one of the two, because we've had a long conversation about this, and I get the point, and you kind of know where this is headed. I can tell.
You're not going to be in trouble.
I'm not going to get you in trouble, but I am curious. Do you wish, and this is further down the road, when it comes to selections, I get that coaches who have a team involved shouldn't be involved. I get that, and I like that there's a backup plan that somebody from your rack would at least step in and help. But when it comes to bracketing, last year it got down to unofficially 2 people trying to put a bracket together after hours of selections. It feels like it's an unfair burden. Is there a way that we can find, similar to what they're doing on the men's side, and I don't want to quote what they're doing on the men's side because I think that's ebbed and flowed a little bit too, but is there a way to keep people like yourself, if you're in the NCAA tournament, involved in the bracketing without being involved with your team? And I'll preface this by knowing the fact that it's the heads up that who you're playing 24 hours or 12 hours in advance that is the concern. We don't need to dive down that rabbit hole. But do you wish that committee members could be more involved so there can be more people looking at a bracket to make sure you got it as best as you can?
Well, I will go back to something that you said earlier. I think sometimes when you have more eyes on it, it gets harder.
Sure.
All right? So that's one thing. I think the second thing is that it's the perception problem. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's I can't imagine a coach out there that's involved in, any of this that would ever, quote unquote, cheat, right?
Well, sure.
So I know.
Or have the stamina. Let's be honest. Are you really going to go home at midnight and go, hey, let me start scouting a team no one knows I'm playing?
Right. I can't imagine anyone ever doing that. But as you know, everyone has a different opinion about what that bracket should look like.
Oh, absolutely.
So if that bracket comes out and let's say Montclair State's in it, and Montclair State, somebody thinks Montclair State has this easy pod, which we have not ever, I don't think, in my opinion, of course.
Of course.
You know, and then they say, well, Karen Harvey's the chair of the national committee,
Oh,
so
sure.
of course they have an easy path. And she was involved in the bracketing.
Right.
You know, so I
Oh, I
think
get
that
that.
the NCAA on the women's side or Kelly Whitaker on the women's side wants to avoid that perception.
I get that.
And it's hard to argue with that because you just take one variable out, one thing out of it.
Can I throw something that you said earlier back, though?
Sure.
If everyone's being professional and it's
Right.
not about their team, then maybe
Right.
we can trust that they're going to be professional?
I don't disagree with you.
Okay. I'm just curious. I understand. Listen, I totally understand the point. And talking with Kelly was a great opportunity because I then finally understood the point. Unfortunately, it took me driving home from the conversation the next day before I realized what her point was because it had been a very long day for me. But I got it and understood the point. I just felt bad that last year we're down to 2 people trying to put a bracket together.
Yeah, I also think there's more people involved in that. I mean,
Okay.
yes,
Well,
people
yes,
on the
true.
national
True.
committee, but
You're
there's
right.
also
There's Kelly
more
and
people
her
involved.
staff. Yeah, that's true.
And her staff.
Right.
So it's not, and some of this is, I mean, the basic bracketing is, some of it is like computer, you know what I mean? Like when you're looking at, so, I think there is more than 2 people.
Sure.
Maybe but.
I get it. We'll talk more about
I hear
this.
what you're saying. We can keep arguing about it. Not arguing, because I
think it's
see both
debatable.
sides of it.
Yeah. I do too.
It is debatable.
And the men do it differently. And so we actually literally see it differently. And so I was just curious. And don't get me wrong, I've heard sides, the side of the men where it sometimes can be problematic. And I'm not saying anyone's cheating. Do not anybody misconstrue what I'm saying here. I'm just saying it can present some problematic issues that they have to work through.
It's the perception of it.
Right.
It's the perception.
Well, certainly
of it.
the perception too, but I also mean internally. Hey, before I let you go, you warned us when we talked to you at the beginning of the season, hey, that we may not see the normal Red Hawks team. I didn't think you were lying. You're still 13-8, but that's obviously not the normal Red Hawks team we're used to. How's the season gone though, from your perspective?
You know what? We've had some challenges for sure. But we're a young team, and I really love this team, and I think they're starting to figure it out very, very slowly. We really had a great game last night. So I'm coming off a great game where they really played great, and they came together as a team. And it
big win
like
over a resurgent team in New Jersey City.
Yes, and and for us, it was a great game of basketball for us, and I'm really super proud of them. They've been working; they have not stopped working. There's lots of times when we have all freshmen and sophomores on the court, and and that happened yesterday in the third quarter a little bit. So
sure,
so I'm proud of them. We're hanging tough in there, and there's a lot of parity in the NJAC.
Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. I did notice that you played Wisconsin Lutheran and Albright in St. Petersburg, so you played some really good non-conference foes there. But I also noticed you played Janice Luck. That's nice of you to try and get a committee member to used to playing other committee members. That was nice of you. I joke.
We play Albright every year, no matter what.
I know you do.
Yeah, I know. And Janice and I laugh about it because it's never planned. We don't schedule each other. It's just always NCAA tournament. And then when we found out we were playing each other in Florida, we were cracking up laughing. I was like, "Oh my God, of course we are." So.
You know what? That's great. If you two both show up at the D3Hoops.com Classic, I know what game I'm scheduling.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hey Pat, they play all the time. Exactly. Hey, conference, Rowan and TCNJ leading the way. You guys are in a 2-way tie with Newark, 2 games back. How good is Rowan and TCNJ, to be honest? And do you think there's an outside chance you can still be hosting this thing?
There's a lot of games to be played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's still 5 games. I think anything can happen. I think everyone's beating everyone right now.
Yeah.
I think TCNJ and Rowan are both really good basketball teams. We played a good game down there against Rowan, and they, and we were able to get that W. Well, we've played TCNJ twice, and, they've pounded us both times. Do I think we can beat them? Absolutely. I don't know what day that will be, but, so.
Fair. Okay.
Yeah. So, I think, but I think anyone can, look at, anyone can win on any night. If you're paying attention to the NJAC, you will see that everybody's beating everybody, different ways. And then you also got Newark, who's playing fantastic, and you have, William Patterson, who Aaron Monahan is a phenomenal basketball coach. And, she knows how to coach basketball.
Yeah, the conference has definitely gotten more competitive. That is fun to see. A little reminiscent of what the men's is. And nothing against you and how good Montclair has been for years, but it was just Montclair and then everybody else for a long time. It's nice to see the whole conference has kind of risen up a little bit too.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so it's going to be fun, and it's going to come right down to the wire, I have a feeling.
Yeah, I agree. Well, thanks for the time. I could talk to you forever. It's always a joy. I know we'll talk to you later in the season as well, but enjoy the rest of the way. Good luck on those first regional rankings, and I'll talk to you off air at some point too.
Sounds great, Dave. Thanks so much for having me.
Karen, before I let you go, we have a tradition. I can't ruin it on the first guest. All guests get the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I want to tell you to hang tough.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm really glad that you decided to shorten the marathon.
Yeah,
I think 8 hours is great.
I agree. We'll see how I feel after 8. I can tell you last year after 14 I was done. So this has been.
I think 8's a good idea.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be checking in off and on all day on you. So.
If you see me in a prone position, it's bad.
All right, sounds good, Dave. Thanks so much.
Karen, take care. Thanks for joining us. Karen Harvey joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. All interviews on the Hoopsville Hotline are courtesy of our partners at BlueFrame Technology and their industry-leading production truck software. Is your college ready to showcase its team through a reliable and innovative video streaming service that won't break your budget? BlueFrame's advanced digital broadcast tools will help take your broadcast to the next level. Learn more today by visiting www.blueframetech.com. That's www.blueframetech.com. Streaming, production truck software, they've got it all. You should check them out. We thank them for being part of our partnership. And speaking of which, we want to welcome back the city of Salem to Hoopsville as well. They will be hosting the Women's Basketball Championships this year at Roanoke College. City of Salem back on board here as a supporter, advertiser, etc. on Hoopsville, and we welcome Kerry and his team back to the fray, as it were. Take a break. When we come back, we'll jump up to somewhat cold Maine. St. Joseph's Maine's women's basketball team playing pretty well, and Mike McDevitt will join to talk about it. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville after this.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction and knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us. All of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, the marathon, as we roll along here on this Thursday, January the 31st. We're still in the first hour of an 8-hour, maybe a little longer show. We appreciate you tuning in, and thank you so much. Great chat with Karen Harvey. Don't forget, men's basketball committee chair Sam Atkinson will join us later in the program. A good friend of the show, Jeff, says cold weather equals no games, equals works from home, equals watch the Hoopsville Marathon. Love it. Absolutely love it. Don't forget, cold weather is delayed games already. We had the MIAA, CCIW, WIAC, and others reschedule games from Wednesday to Thursday. Now the MIAA has chosen to move those games to Monday, and at least half the WIAC has moved games to Monday as well. A 2-2 split. We'll see if any other games get moved. We'll try and keep an eye on it, though it could make for an interesting happy hour as we keep track of scores throughout the country, as already we've had upsets, especially in men's basketball. Come on, Loris. Let's keep things rolling. Let's head up to Maine, where the polar vortex isn't supposed to affect as much, which is good, because I've been up in Maine when some bitterly cold weather comes through. The difference is they wouldn't reschedule games. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by BlueFrame Technology, is the top 10 ranked St. Joseph squad in women's basketball and their head coach, Mike McDevitt. And, Coach, welcome to the program and welcome to the top 10.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Absolutely. You've got to be pretty proud of the fact that your program's a top 10 squad here at this point in the season. I think many have argued that you guys deserve this for a while. What's your reaction to all of that?
Yeah, we're really proud, certainly, of that accomplishment. And actually, when we kind of sat down at the beginning of the season and talked about some of the preseason things that had come out, we recognized that it was really a nice honor for our program. Certainly, this year's team is reaping the benefit, but I think the reputation, certainly the way that we ended last season, probably had a lot to do with how high we were ranked preseason.
Yeah, last year ending the second weekend in Amherst and gave them a game. If memory serves, you're the only one who gave them a game for the most part during the NCAA tournament. It was a 6-point game in that second round, and they went on to beat other teams by, let's see, just a quote. Well, they beat Becker 61-12. Beat Montclair 51-40. They handled Rochester. They beat Thomas More surprisingly easily, and then beat Bowdoin in the championship by 20. So, yeah, it sounds like a lot of this is saying, hey, St. Joseph's maybe can compete.
Well, we certainly hope so, but we're not naive enough to think that we got a lot of games left between now and a possible chance to make it to the NCAA. So one game at a time.
Sure.
We'll do that.
Not counting that game, which seems a little crazy, but not counting that, the last loss this program took was back on November 17th, 2017 to Babson. You guys have played very good basketball. Granted, the GNAC has been a little bit interesting. We'll talk about that in a minute. But how do you keep, and this is a question we even asked GP Gromacki at times, how do you keep a team motivated when winning seems to happen, and I don't want to say easily, but often?
Well, I'm glad you didn't say easily, because certainly it's not.
No.
I think any coach, and certainly what I've tried to stress here, is really don't look at the overall number. It really is all about that next practice, or in this case, tonight, our next game. We tend to focus a little bit more on the conference and how we're doing within that, because we recognize that if we're most likely going to get an NCAA bid, it's going to come through the conference and what we're able to do, against our conference opponents. So really just trying to take it one game at a time.
You guys are shockingly consistent. Of the 19 games you've played, 14 you've scored in the 70s. Just one, Occidental, you were just outside of that at 69. You don't tend to put a ton of points up on teams. You tend to really score the same, and that accounts for the last, I think, 7. Yeah, I've got 77, 77, 71, 75, 75, 72, 77. That's darn consistent, Coach.
Yeah, when we get to 75, we just go four corners and we stall. So I'm happy with that.
Is that why the turnover numbers are high?
Exactly. No, I think we are a pretty consistent group, and I think that's a product of having 4 senior starters. You tend to have a little less up and down, action, whereas maybe with a younger team, good game, good quarter, bad quarter, we're pretty consistent, certainly on the offensive end, and we stress, a lot the importance of playing defense. So we're constantly trying to, hold our opponent as low as we can. So maybe that's the reason or the rationale for the consistency of the numbers.
Well, you're holding your opponents to 55.5 points while scoring 75.5 points. That 20-point advantage is pretty key. And Kelsey McNamara's got most of that spread, scoring 21.5 points a game. But you also have Emily Benway at 13 points a game and Julia Champagne at 12 points plus, maybe almost 13. And we shouldn't forget Hannah Marks at 9. You've got a nice little group there of guards and forwards mix, putting up some solid points, also doing their fair share of grabbing rebounds, as Benway's just a hair under a double-double.
Yeah, that's all four of those are our seniors. Kelsey and Emily have been 4-year starters.
Mm-hmm.
Julia's been a 3-year starter, and Hannah, I guess, kind of the late bloomer. She's only been a 2-year starter. So we've been really fortunate to have a lot of experience, and that group collectively, even if they don't all play well, if 3 out of 4 play pretty good, we know that we're going to be, hopefully pretty successful.
Does that also add pressure, though? You've got 4 seniors who obviously have been the catalyst of this team and its success in the last 4 years. And they've helped get the program to where they are. Does it add pressure of breaking into the second weekend, if not further, has to happen this year because you now will lose all 4 of those players moving forward?
I don't really, certainly I'm not trying to put any added pressure on my players, and I don't think my players necessarily, feel that. If we're lucky enough to get to, an NCAA experience, we cherish it, to be honest with you. We're not, a team that has gotten there every year in, year out, and, made it, past the first round. We were able to experience some things last year that were kind of special to the program, and we really do. We don't take any of that for granted. So if we're lucky enough to get back to that point again this year, we'll have the same approach. We'll play loose, we'll play hard, and whatever happens is great. But no, we don't need to put those types of expectations on our team. We're just playing hard and hopefully having fun.
What's the message to underclassmen, though? Or is that a message you wait on? You enjoy this season, then tell the underclassmen, okay, you got to step up now.
Yeah, let's try to enjoy this year before we worry about next year. We'll deal with that when it comes. So certainly, again, when you have that one day at a time approach, to think about what's going to take place next year seems like a million miles away. So
sure. Let's talk quickly about the conference. You guys have a half-game lead over Emmanuel. They're undefeated as well. There's one less win at 6-0 in conference play, 15-4 overall. Suffolk, surprisingly, a game back at 7-1 in the conference, 15-5 on the season. Albertus Magnus not having a bad year. Colby Sawyer having a good year. It feels like the GNAC has taken a significant step forward in terms of not only competitiveness, but competitiveness at the top of the conference.
I think so. I think, of course, any of those schools that you just mentioned are capable of winning the conference, doing well outside of conference play. So they're enjoying, really nice overall records. I think the other thing with that conference, which is kind of unique, when you look at some of the years of service in coaching in our conference, you'll be blown away. I think it's at least 4 of us that have coached for at least 25 years or more.
Wow.
And, of course, the dean of that is Andy at Emmanuel. That's a lot of experience. And I think certainly that's, showing in the results that some of those teams are having this year.
You brought up Andy. Thank you for the segue for myself, trying to figure out how I was going to do that. Of course, he's now the all-time Division III wins leader, besting, I should say, his friend, Mike Strong, in that category. And, of course, keeps adding to it shamelessly, I should add. I am double-checking. You guys, you have a game with them coming up. You have not played them yet this season. I guess you got them once this season.
Right.
What's it like to coach against who I would say arguably is maybe one of the more underrated women's basketball coaches in Division III?
Well, certainly in the Northeast, we don't think he's underrated. I shake my head when I think about his longevity in this career. Over 40 years. Yeah. My God, that's
unheard of.
Unheard of, and to have that kind of success. You're talking averaging over 20 wins a season. I mean, I've known Andy for upwards to 30 years and competed against him most of that time, and I have nothing but the highest respect for him as a coach, as a person. I know how hard he works recruiting, promoting his program. So the fact that we're able to compete in our conference against a guy like that, brings me a lot of pride too.
Have you or anybody discussed putting a petition together to force him to retire?
Oh, I ask him every year. When are you going to retire? But you know what? He's the Energizer Bunny, man.
Yeah.
I just I'll probably retire before Andy will retire.
I was going to say he's hinted to me that he's nowhere close to done.
Yeah.
Which is darn impressive to say the least. You've got, including them, 5 more conference games ahead. You've got a game against Maine Fort Kent. Smart man, you have it at home. You don't want to travel up to the county. That's what they call Aroostook County for you outsiders of Maine. You don't want to drive up the county to play them. What's the message to the team here moving forward, as you will have 3 of those 6 games at home and 2 of your conference games at home the rest of the way?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a tough stretch. I would consider a tough stretch here in the next 2. We're on the road tonight at Riv, and then we turn around and head down to Providence and do an overnight to play Johnson & Wales early in the morning. We had a scheduling issue, I think, with a facility there, so we're actually playing them at 11 o'clock in the morning. So a little unusual to have 2 games in that shorter period of time, and both on the road. I mean, we'll get home this evening. It'll be after midnight, and of course, we'll go to class, and I'll get up and I'll get here bright and early too. But that's our focus right now. But again, as I said earlier, our eyes are just totally locked in on this conference and the standing there, because we recognize that if you get a high enough seed, you're able to host at least first or second round games. And I think in our conference, certainly any conference, that's a big advantage if you can be the home team.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. Look forward to talking to you in the near future. Good luck the rest of the way. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, I'm sure many of us that have been lucky enough to appear on your program. I just want to really thank you and all that you do to help promote Division III basketball. I think we're really lucky. No other sport in Division III gets the kind of coverage that we do, and that is really due in part to the efforts that you guys put forth at D3 Hoops. So thank you for all that you do to promote our game. We really do appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mike. I appreciate the kind words. Stay warm up there. It's only going to be a balmy 12 degrees today. I know for you guys that's nothing, but still, stay warm.
That's a nice spring day up here.
It is. You're right. You're not going to see spring, sir, until May. Let's just be honest.
Good point.
Thank you so much. Take care, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dave.
Mike McDevitt joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. He mentioned their games coming up. Of course, he shortened one of them. He said Rev. It's Riviera. They'll play them here tonight on the road at 7 o'clock. That's why we got Coach in early. Then at Johnson & Wales, as he mentioned, then home against Emmanuel. The rest of the schedule you can see on the aforementioned D3Hoops.com. We'll take another break. When we come back, we will have a WBCA Center Court segment. We'll talk to Daphne Thompson out of SUNY Oneonta. Talk to her about really what's driving her and what makes her click. It's a great story. It's why it's a WBCA segment. Tune in. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA and NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we return.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Yep, I'll call that right now.
Sure, the game is important.
Thanks,
but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics. And in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Hey,
help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
There for some reason.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be.
I get that.
The term gay doesn't mean stupid,
ready to
lame,
join us?
or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
Women and such, being a pole voter.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome to Hoopsville. I'm Karen Harvey, head basketball coach at Montclair State University and a member of the WBCA Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave at the WBCA Center Court.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Thank you, Karen Harvey, who we heard earlier in the show with that welcome back as we are getting ready for the WBCA Center Court segment here this afternoon. If you got questions for us or our guests, you can tweet them at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can email them to us, dave.mchugh@d3sports.com. I may have just in the habit mentioned the Hoopsville one. Seems to be acting up lately, so let's just skip over that. It's dave.mchugh@d3sports.com. And then on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. There's also chat rooms on Facebook on our live stream, simulcast there, and on our live stream on YouTube. Don't be upset if I can't get right to your questions. I'll try and get to them as soon as I spot them, as we do a lot here on the marathon. As we've gotten 1 hour down, just 7 more hours or so to go. So WBCA, a great partner here. And later in the program, we'll actually hear from the executive director of the WBCA. She will join us to chat about the WBCA. Danielle Donahue will join us. Well, that is later in the program. But first, the WBCA Center Court, which is a feature of the show. We talk to coaches about what they do sometimes outside of coaching or that has gotten involved because of coaching. For our next guest out of SUNY Oneonta, Daphne Thompson, she takes pride in leading women. That's not all that surprising, obviously, was your women's basketball coach, but how she does it and how she's used the U.S. Marines to do it, I found fascinating. She's also a poll voter. I can say that really easily for the WBCA, so we can talk a little bit about that as well. Daphne Thompson joins us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. And, Coach, thanks so much for taking the time.
You're welcome.
So first and foremost, we should point out, again, you're a voter on the WBCA, so obviously that gets you involved quite a bit with the WBCA. What's the importance of that work and any other work you do with the organization from your vantage point? Why is that so important?
Well, I think that it's really important for us to give back. I mean, the WBCA does so much for us that getting involved in any part, any group that they ask you to help out with. In June they asked me to be on the poll, and as a coach, sometimes you hem and haw because it takes some time away from the day-to-day routine things that you do. But it's important to give back and to help out whenever you can.
That certainly is a good way of doing it. Can you give us a sense of how that poll is set up? Because obviously at D3Hoops.com we do our own version. I don't vote on the women's side. I vote on the men's. Mm-hmm. But how do you guys do it on the women's side? Because there is no men's poll. There's only a women's coaches poll, we should point out.
Okay. This is my first year being involved with it, so obviously a learning curve is taking place. I think that really it's an opportunity for information to be sent to you, and I think the person that runs it, Jeff, does a great job getting information to us on a Sunday, kind of some clarity that you can also utilize anything on the web. Or even on D3 Hoops, there's plenty of information that that you can pull out to try to help yourself figure out what that looks like, and then you're just given that you do your homework and you pull out the teams that you think are the best in that week, and then you make your selection and send it to the WBCA.
We should point out there's basically 8 of you, correct?
Correct. There's 8.
So it's
each region has a representative.
Do you? And I've asked other pollsters this, so I'm not putting you necessarily on the spot. And I know you're new to this, so you may not have an opinion on it yet. But is that enough? Do you feel like is that enough? Should there be more? Should there be more opinions? I'm just curious.
I guess there certainly could be more opinions. I think that obviously it's a percentage as to who's being tweezed out anyway. So the more people you put in, I guess that would give you a different perspective. But it's still a percentage, so I don't know that it makes a huge difference. If they wanted to take 2 from each region, so there were 16 people, I don't think that it's going to cost. It's not like it's costly, so certainly it's a, you know what I mean? It's certainly a, if there was, also for me, it gives other people an opportunity to be a part of something, and I think but the challenge then becomes finding people that want to do that. And I think that's the piece why I said what I said before. People have to want to be a part of something, and I'm also on the Coach of the Year award as well. So I try to make sure that I'm at least in one of those spaces on a regular basis. So
that's a great honor as well, and I know you guys. That's sometimes not the easiest conversation to have.
It's a very challenging, exactly. And I think that there's 8 of us on that. As if you're the chair of that, there's 8 of you that are representing, and I think that one of the things that we added into that piece was to say that anybody who ended up in the Final Four would be part. If they weren't, the regional Coach of the Year would be included. So we usually end up with, more than 8. So that's good too.
I'll keep you on your toes. A lot of the reason that we had you on here for the WBCA Center Court was a recommendation of someone through the WBCA who mentioned takes pride in mentoring young women. She went and trained with the U.S. Marines to learn more about leadership. And I remember when I reached out about having you on the show, your sports information director replied to me, "Oh, she's really proud about that Marine side of things." It took me back because you forget that sometimes the military services will offer civilians, for lack of a better description, the opportunity to come on and learn some things that they teach. I'm fascinated to know how you got involved or interested or even heard about the opportunity with the U.S. Marines, and then we can follow up with how that all went.
Well, first of all, the WBCA brings the Marines to the D3, business meeting.
Awesome.
And they do a presentation. And there was a time where they said, we do programming. We can come out and work with your team. And, as a Division III, you can only have them during your season, right? You can only do work with your team at that point. So you have to try to be creative in trying to find in the middle of your season a time for the Marines to come in and work your team out. But I took advantage of it, and I reached out to them. And through that, I made a connection with the gentleman who was a recruiter in Albany. And from there, that summer, he encouraged me to take part in what's called the Leadership Educational Opportunity through the Marines. And they actually bring, they have a high school week and they have a collegiate week where they bring people who would be instrumental in encouraging students to join the Marines, basically, and try to teach them what they do and be open and encouraging of students to take part in that. So it was a 5-day program, and they bring you down, all expenses paid, and I was in Quantico, got to see how they train, how they build leaders, and actually go through it each day with something different that they do to become an officer. So it was a really exciting opportunity, and then now you can come back and speak to it.
So how did you get, what did you take from that experience, and how are you still, or have you now used that as a coach? I don't know the best way of asking that, but if you get, what are you doing with it every day?
Well, I think that as a coach, one of the things you're trying to do is help those students navigate the world, right? So you're trying to help them think of all the opportunities that potentially could be theirs, and then what's the horizon look like when they graduate. So when you're speaking with a student, you should be encouraging them to think about the big picture and all of those opportunities that come with whatever major they're in.
Sure.
And so when you start to talk about some of the things that I learned from the Marine, being in that experience, and about being a Marine, and I actually have a young lady who is now a Marine, and I actually have a young lady who just graduated that's now in the Army as well, and one of them is gone into a program that's just for dietetics in the Army, and she is an officer room, like she graduated 2 years ago, and now is an officer progressing that where she's going to be potentially in a hospital setting where she's like the chief, dietitian in a hospital. So, that experience allowed me to be able to say, hey, you really should take advantage of this opportunity. These are things that you're going to come out with, and I think as a coach, that's your job for your students, is to encourage them in a direction that you believe they can be successful. Obviously, you have to know your student, right? Not everyone's built to be able to be in a military setting, but there are more athletes that are capable of doing this than not because of the training that they get just being a part of a program.
By the way, the one who's going off to the Army, I assume you have said, forget it, we're never talking to you again. She clearly chose the wrong direction.
I don't know. My father was in the Coast Guard, so neither one of them are the direction that my father was in.
I was going to say, maybe you disappointed him in that. I kid.
Yeah.
All the armed services are wonderful. It's interesting that you get that opportunity with the Marine Corps and that you've been able to use it and that the team has gotten to experience it. Of course, when I heard about it, my first thought was, I hope they didn't go through boot camp.
We actually had a chance to go through all of that. Like I had to carry, the M14. We had to walk through. We had to eat
MREs.
We had to do all of it, and they had simulated gun, and you had a helmet on, and you had we did all of that. We did.
Did you also
some
shoot?
Of the simulation stuff? I did not shoot. No.
No, sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Right. I did some simulation where you're in a space and you have with a group of people and you have to problem solve and get yourself out.
Oh, those are fun.
You got to see all of the pieces that they have to go through. They actually show you what it looks like.
Wow.
So it was great.
That's pretty cool. Definitely a full experience, which is outstanding. When you look,
something that I encourage, like as they do it every summer, and there's those at least 1 to 2 weeks, so there's opportunities out there for people to take advantage of.
Maybe you've answered this, and it's a bit of an open-ended question, but how much has it changed you as a coach?
Changed me as a coach. I mean, I got to ride an HMX, you know what I mean? Like, I get to ride in the president's helicopter. I mean, that's pretty cool. I mean, not too many people can say that, right? And
yes.
I mean, I think, let's take, I had an opportunity this past week to speak at the NCAA convention, okay?
Oh, wonderful.
And in doing so, I didn't know if I could do it because I'm in the middle of season. What am I going to do? And so sitting down my leadership team, so my athletes, and saying to them, I would be gone for a day. Like I left on a Wednesday and flew out, spoke, and flew back. And I said, I'm going to miss a day. How does that look for you? And they said, Coach, if this is going to make you better, you tell us all the time. If there's an opportunity, you should take it. And they were basically telling me what I usually tell them.
Wow.
So I think that's when you know that you're doing the right thing when your athletes are saying the things and actually encouraging you to do something.
Yeah,
so
that's outstanding. It's great that they can appreciate the point of view that you've been giving them and turn it back and say, hey, you've taught us that. That tells you that they're definitely listening, that they're getting it, and that's a great point. I know an AD who goes to those meetings all the time, makes sure that the schedule allows him to not have a game on the weekend, trusts his assistant coaches, and obviously his players appreciate the fact that he's got responsibilities like that, and it's a good role for an example for everybody down the road as well. Quickly, your team, 14-4 this season, 8-3 in conference play. Unfortunately, the last couple have been a little tough. New Paltz, who's been a great team this year, tripped you up, and then Cortland, and it's not going to get any easier, Coach. You got Geneseo coming up.
Agreed. I think that our conference is just one of those, you got to play everybody twice.
Right.
And so in doing so, it's a challenge. I think that there's some other conferences where they're not doing that, and it's certainly time and place and who you play first and all of that comes into play. Who you're playing in order tends to be, we played New Paltz in December, single game, and you have had a lot of time to prep, and then you play them later in the season. You might be a little banged up or something different like that. So I think that it's just the conference is a grind, and we're all very different, and matchups make a difference. And I think trying to be sharp every day, you got to be sharp every day.
It's interesting. New Paltz is kind of your travel partner.
Yes.
I wouldn't really put you guys that close together, but then again, not much of the SUNYAC is that close.
Actually, we're pretty much the furthest apart.
Yeah.
Of the two. So when we talk about travel partners and everybody coming to us, they have a tough assignment to have to play both of us. So
where you grew up is a little bit closer or in the middle to where you two. You ought to just meet kind of in the middle near Cooperstown, have the game be played there. Coach, if you don't mind, part of the WBCA Center Court, we have a little fun talking to coaches. We ask them the same questions at the end just to get this different answers that we hear from all the coaches. If you don't mind, they're kind of off the top of your head, kind of lighthearted, and just curiosity's sake, if you don't mind wrapping up with this.
Okay.
First thing would be, what's your favorite thing about coaching, especially in Division III?
My favorite thing about coaching is the reward of watching a young woman go from being a 18-year-old to a 22-year-old.
That's awesome. Yeah, I can see the evolution there that's fun to watch. I'm watching my kids, and I'm not enjoying it yet, but that's a different conversation. Biggest pet peeve?
My biggest pet peeve, on the court or off the court.
It can be either, whatever you'd like.
I think that I guess I'm a disciplined kind of person. I like uniformity. I like, us to show up and be on time and represent the institution. So if you're not on time, if you're not ready to go when we're ready to go, I think that probably would set me off a little bit.
I wonder why the Marine Corps worked. What's your favorite rule or nuance in the game?
Favorite rule in the game? I guess I don't even know. Favorite rule.
It could also be a nuance to the game, something that happens that you love about the game.
Well, I certainly love when my team, is successful in an offense where they've actually executed something and have shared the ball, and we're very capable of moving the ball well. And when we do that, it's just an easy game when you do those things, and it's an enjoyment to watch them actually see the success in doing that.
That's cool. Is there a rule that you would like to see added, removed, or changed?
Well, this is one of the things, one of my mantras, I guess, that I say to them all the time is, change is hard, but change is good. So I try to live with whatever they come up with and try to make the best out of it. You could be good, it could be bad. It depends on your team, and so trying to make the best out of whatever the rule is, I guess, is how I look at it.
Okay. Do you have any pregame ritual or superstition?
I used to, but I took them all out.
Ooh, I'm interested.
Made me very crazy. Made me crazy.
What were they? Or one of them?
I used to think about, I wore this outfit for this. I can't wear, all of that kind of stuff. I've kind of gotten away from those kind of things. It doesn't matter. I just, and used to worry. It's pretty funny. I had a gentleman that worked with me for a while, and he used to tell my assistant and I that, listen, if they're looking at you, right, on the sidelines, then they're there to watch the right thing. So it doesn't really matter what you have on. Just get there and do your job. Don't worry about what you're wearing. So
fascinating point of view. Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Good point. This is probably a very interesting question to ask, considering you're in the SUNYAC. Craziest travel experience?
Great. Well, how about this? Just the other weekend, I've never done it in 27 years, is actually have to stay an extra day because of the snow.
Oh,
never
okay.
in my life have I had to do that. And, having a pool party on a Sunday, on a Saturday night with the men's and the women's team in a hotel, it's snowing outside. And we were very great. The people in Fredonia were very gracious to us. Applebee's gave us a huge discount.
Wonderful.
on our meal. And it was just it was unfortunate, but we made the best of it.
That's awesome. Yeah, sometimes those can be the cooler experiences. You kind of hinted at this one, but how would your assistants describe you as a coach?
How would they describe me as a coach? Passionate, I guess. Passionate.
Okay.
Sure. In everything I do, I try to do it to the best that I can, and they know when I'm off, because I tend to be a little fiery.
I love it. What do you tell a recruit that gets them either excited or gets them to commit to Oneonta?
This is a great place. This is a place where you're going to grow as a person, and it's not going to be. You're going to be successful on the court, but you're going to find your way in the future here.
Interesting. Very nice. Finally, when you retire, and all good coaches do, let's try that one again. What do you hope people will remember about you as a coach?
She loved her players, and she was passionate about the game and growing the game.
Wonderful. Coach, appreciate the time. We always give as a tradition the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Just to do your best, right? And to always try to be there for others.
Wonderful. Coach, thank you for the time. Good luck with the grind of the conference race, especially the trip to Geneseo and Brockport this week. And we'll talk to you, I hope, somewhere down the road about the Dragons.
All right, great. Thank you very much for asking me to be on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Coach. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Daphne Thompson joining us in the WBCA Center Court on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Of course, thanks to our partnership, easy for me to say, at the WBCA. We appreciate what they do for us in being able to have these guests on the air, and fascinating story from Daphne Thompson. Appreciate her time there. When we come back, we dive into one of the best rivalries in all of college basketball, maybe all of college sports. Hope Calvin. Can you believe that Hope Calvin started the same time UNC Duke did? Remember, it was voted a top 5 rivalry not that many years ago by ESPN voters. We will dive into what Game 200 will look like this weekend and a surprise announcement at the end. Well, first guest coming up, it'll be Calvin's athletics director and former men's basketball player, Dr. Jim Timmer, joining us. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville. Hope Calvin rivalry next.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else, and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Big shots. Teamwork. This trophy is not given. It must be earned. The 2019 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 15th and 16th at the Krager Center in Salem.
Bounces right back with a triple. Great job here. And that'll do it!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets and get your tickets today.
It's on us. It's on all of us. And it's time to act now.
Especially classes.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Yeah, I had you further. I had you closer towards. I think I had you on the other side of Utica for some reason. Yeah, whatever. Every time I think about Oneonta. Yeah. I keep closer towards.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Carol LaHaye, basketball coach at Randolph-Macon College and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association.
Absolutely, I'll talk to you soon.
We hope you enjoy the show. And now, back to Dave.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental
I'm well, sir. How about yourself?
UW Eau Claire and Mayo Clinic Health System are creating amazing opportunities for students from across the Midwest. Our collaborative research agreement allows students to work with world-renowned physicians and scientists. And with more than 80 majors, UW Eau Claire is the perfect fit for those who dream big and are ready to change the world.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the show on this Thursday. The marathon, as we get going. Running a little bit behind time, so we'll try and trim things up. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville. Hashtag Hoopsville. Email us dave.mchugh at d3sports.com. Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. It's all scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Hope Calvin will play their 200th men's basketball game coming up here on Saturday. It's a fascinating rivalry that we certainly have talked quite a bit about over the years, but the fact that it's game number 200 in a rivalry that dates back a number of years, we figured, well, we might as well talk about a little bit more here on the marathon. It's perfectly timed with a marathon. Hope to have Kevin Vandestreek, the head coach of men's basketball, join us from Calvin. Unfortunately, with all the schedule changes that have taken place, with the weather and games delayed, campuses closed, all of that stuff, it gets convoluted when you have a big show and you've only got certain spots available. Unfortunately, not available. But joining us to talk about the rivalry from Calvin's point of view is one who would certainly know it well, the athletics director from the school and a former men's basketball player. Joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline is Dr. Jim Timmer, and I appreciate the time, sir. Thank you.
Hey, no problem, Dave. Like I told you before, I'm a lifelong D3 hooper and followed D3 hoops and Hoopsville forever, and we are just excited that would have some time to talk about our rivalry.
Well, I appreciate the time. It's certain. I mean, if we can't have Kevin on the show, this isn't a bad way of doing it. To talk to an athletics director who knows all about it from a personal point of view and everything. And I'm going to start with the easy one. What does this rivalry really mean to Calvin and the schools involved? Because while it dates back to how these schools got formed, just like Williams, Amherst, and all the great rivalries, what does it really mean, though, all these years later?
David, it's a classic. It's a classic rivalry. It has all the things that you have in there, right? You have location. Both schools are located, within 31 miles of each other. Great history in basketball at both schools. And like anything else, it's bragging rights. It's 365 days a year. And it's one of those that are just so passionate, because I do think not only do the schools have a rivalry, but usually it was played and it has some conference championship on the line or tournament championship on the line or NCAA bid on the line. And so you mix all that into a pot and you have a really heated rivalry that we like to think is played with respect, but we think it's one of the best ones that's going on.
Yeah, and certainly with respect to a larger degree. But as you said, it's always had something else on the line along with it. It's either a conference title or a conference regular season, playoff implications, maybe an NCAA tournament berth. The days of randomly running into each other in a non-conference tournament are gone. So it almost removing that has made every game that you play every year more than just a rivalry. There's something at stake.
Yeah, and I think throughout the time that has made the passions of the fans and the players just ramp it up that much, and that you're never going to quit in a rivalry game. But then add on top of it, it's usually played for something. And certainly, I think I said it as a student athlete. If you put us in a 0-18 and 0-18, we're going to get after it, and it's going to mean a lot. And hey, we check the box score, or now we check the internet right after we play. We're always checking Hope first, and they're always checking us first. And when I spent 9 years at BW, I'd get done with our games. I'd check. My dad was coaching at Calvin. I'd check Calvin's score, and I'd check Hope's score, then I'd check the OAC scores. It's just something that is born into you, particularly when you've been in West Michigan as long as I have.
I was going to say, you played in it, and I guess that's a great way to start here is what did it mean? Did you have to learn about it as a player? Maybe you come from a unique point of view. You point out your dad being a coach, that you already maybe knew about it. But what did some of the younger players have to learn about it? Or does everybody come in with some real basic understanding of what's going on here?
I think you have a basic understanding if you kind of were in the Midwest and look at when we recruit. We recruit to that. We recruit to the chance to play in a game that's going to mean a lot, that's going to have a local TV audience. And so for D3, we recruit to it. You still don't know. I mean, my dad was coaching, assistant coach under Don Brown, assistant coach under Ed Dauma. I remember the Hope game was always different. I had to dress up. My mom wanted to make sure that we looked nice as assistant coaches' kids. So I knew that game was different. I also know I got teased at school when we lost a little bit by the Hope fans, and so really wanted to beat them. But when I became a student athlete, I thought, boy, I really knew about it. And I can tell you the first time that you run out for that game, you're like, oh, I didn't know it's a little bit more than I thought. So it's awesome. Yeah,
if you're still getting that, even though you knew about it, that speaks volumes to that rivalry. What's your fondest memory as a player of the rivalry?
Boy, there was a few of them. I think the first time you get into a Hope Calvin game, for every Hope Calvin player, you're like, okay. And that for me was a freshman year down at the Civic Center. I can remember getting into the game, last regular season game. We lost that game. And then I remember really the games that really stick out were my senior year. We were 20. We had one loss. We lost to Wittenberg in the Christmas tournament. They were ranked number one. Hope had lost to us and one other NAIA school. I think they were ranked third. We beat them at their place when a buzzer shot was waved off, and we came back to our place with the outright championship. Todd Henning hit a 28-footer. He's our off guard with 0 time on the clock to propel us to a win, and then we had to replay him again the next week in the NCAA tournament. So we didn't have a conference tournament at that time, but those games stick out because you can almost remember the sequence down at the end of the game. Wow. And I can remember even the appreciation. Eric Elliott, who was one of Hope's all-time players, was on those teams. Wade Gugino, who had a good career over in Europe, became good friends with Steve Hondard, who was probably player of the decade in the 90s. But there was appreciation we had on the court. So you look at each other and go, boy, this is crazy, and this is really cool, and I'm glad to be part of it.
Yeah, crazy is the right way of saying things. Interesting enough, as an assistant coach at Baldwin Wallace, you got a little bit of Calvin revenge in your first season against Hope. I know the story, but I'd love to hear your version of it.
Well, it was really weird. I after I was a student assistant, I went down to University of Mexico and got my graduate degrees, got a PhD, and lo and behold, I was hired at Baldwin Wallace College, who they had a good tradition and more of a football school. Sure. And we had a transfer from Western Michigan University, who was a local kid, Kevin Broughton, and we had a really good year. We were 17-4. That was a year that they were taking 8 teams in from the region. We had a few of those years. And we lost 4 in a row, and we were 17-8. And I didn't think we were going to get in, and sure enough, we got in. And we lost on the Wednesday of the conference tournament and to Muskingum College, and I went home for the weekend, home being Grand Rapids, and I watched the finals between Calvin and Hope.
Oh, wow.
My dad was coaching at Calvin at the time as assistant coach. Ed Dauma was still there, and Hope just laid the wood to him. And I thought Calvin was pretty good, and Chris Canuster on that team, and I said, wow. Sure enough, we find out we're in, and we're going to Hope. And
we should point out Hope's undefeated, by the way.
Hope's 26-0,
right.
And I think their margin of victory was 20. They had Dwayne Bosma, Brad Dystamars, They had a young Joel Holsteg who went on to have a great career, one of the best players in Hope and with the national finals a couple years down the line. But we actually didn't pack. We was a Thursday night game on the road. We didn't even pack for Friday. As a coaching staff, we kind of thought, well, we'll be up there and down. And I remember telling the kids were asking about Hope because the Ohio kids knew nothing about it. I said, oh, it'll be crazy. They couldn't play in the Civic Center. They had to play in their on-campus facility because the court wasn't long enough.
Oh, okay.
And so that was crazy. And then the only thing I can remember the last second shot that went in, but I remember telling our student athletes, I said, you're not going to really understand it. The gym will be shaking. And they're like, oh, coach, no way. We played at Otterbein. We played at Howe Northern. And we got up maybe 21-7. We were hitting everything, and they made a run. Maybe they cut it to 21-17, and you couldn't hear the place. And our kids would kind of look like, okay, coach, you're serious. And I said, yeah, this is what it's about. And we kind of hung on, and they felt the pressure as long as we kept it close. And we had a nice little recipe we played loose. And Ryan Soy, who went on to have a good career for us, hit a little runner in the lane. And they called timeout when they didn't have it and have one. And we shot 2 free throws and just had to get in bounds. So great win. Went down to beat Wittenberg that weekend. So
yeah,
it was a memorable weekend.
You beat undefeated Hope 72-69. Then 2 nights later, what's that all about? You defeated Wittenberg on the road, or I should say, obviously up there, to advance to the round of 16, and that's a heck of a way to do it, to say the least. Does it top itself all the time? I mean, is it capable of topping itself?
It's funny. I don't know, topping, like to try to say, well, this game, I know Jeff gave a list of 10 best games, and we're doing a lot of these in the 200th win or 200th game, where we're, who's the best 5 for each team, and a lot of comparisons. I think each game is unique, and I always say, I don't know if you can top a game, but no team is ever out of it, and you can always expect the unexpected. If you think about the Ryder Cup, they always say, expect the putt to go in, right? When you're playing that match play. And here I always expect Hope to give us their best game. And I expect a kid who hasn't hit a 3 all year for Hope to hit 4 against us, okay? That's just the way it goes. And I expect our kids to step into the situation with a great thing. But in terms of fans, we always have different things going on, and you think, well, you've seen it all, and then you have an incident, or you have, this crazy.
You guys are innocent there.
We are innocent, yeah. So, but it's just all crazy stuff that when you look back, you go, wow, I'm just glad to be part of it.
Well, when this unofficially began, Calvin's seniors ended up losing their commencement over their behavior in the Hope Calvin game.
Yeah.
Of course, they got destroyed 56-8 in that game as well. The other thing, too, is you guys always one up each other. Hope builds a beautiful facility, and you guys said, we can do better. 3,500 seats, that's nice. Here's 5,000.
Yeah. Well, I always think it's people always ask me, Tim Schoonveld, who's the director of athletics over there, along with Melinda, we're good friends. We talk. Our daughters play against each other in the Hope Calvin game, and we also are very appreciative of each other because as ADs go to get more resources for their team, a good line to our donors and to our community is like, well, Hope has it. Now, and in terms of the arenas, it just fit, and we kept a lot of. People can't picture, even our students can't picture the old Milka Field, but we kept some of the elements there, and it was big enough for graduation, and I think a lot of things went into it. But to say that we didn't think about making it bigger than Hope would actually probably be a lie.
Oh, I was going to say,
yes,
stop.
We did.
Yeah, I mean, Hope's mistake was they built it first. And both of you have hosted championships in the NCAA, including in volleyball, so it seems apropos. Interesting enough, both of you have kind of stepped back from that as well. curiosity, teams aren't having the best of seasons this year. Usually one or both is always having a top 25 type or leading the MIA type season. Does that take a luster off of it, or does it not matter?
It doesn't. I tell you what, it doesn't matter to the student athletes or the two schools. I think where the kind of that fringe person who's like, hey, I want to watch the basketball game. Right. They might tune in because hey, this team's 25-1, or this team's 20-2, and they're ranked this. I think you get a little bit more interest from there, a little bit more interest from regional media. Although the Detroit Free Press covered our 200th game, and local radio and that kind of stuff. But for the kids, it says Calvin across the chest or Hope across the chest. They know a little bit of their legacy will be, as a player, how'd you do against Hope? So if you talk to most players, how'd you do against Hope? For me, 5-2. Right? I think, all right, Jeff Phoebus probably correct me. I think I was 5-2. And you've got those guys like Joe Hostek at Hope, who's 10-0 against Calvin, or all the guys that played in the 70s. For us, they just look at us like, how do you ever lose? We didn't lose in the 70s against them. So those guys, when they come to our golf outing, they kind of tease us a little bit like, how do you ever lose? And they're trying to win too, I always tell them. Yeah, that's true. Your game, when you were a starting senior, I think ranks 8. Is that's correct on the top 10 that Jeff put together? But you had 2 games in there, 7 and 8, 1990 and 91. Yeah, they're just happen to be, and they're just a big guy in Division III is always kind of can separate you. Particularly back then, the 3-point line was relatively new, and we had Steve Hondard, son of the athletic director at the time, and they got Wade Gugino. The Gugino family had a long history of going there, and once you put those 2 people in, and then we had Bill Saul, who's now the head coach at Northern Michigan. He had hurt his wrist, so he got kind of kicked back a class because he had a medical hardship. And all of a sudden, we had this team that was really, really pretty good, and they're the same way. Yeah, they had a connection. I had a teammate on that team, the Klunder brothers, were Danny Klunder's on that. Played high school with him, and so it was all local kids and very, very intense. We knew each other. We played each other in high school, and it just was combustible and just great games. He mentioned your game, actually, that he mentioned to me was ranked 7th. He said that your quote on it is, when the final shot went in to win, you felt the whole field house jump. Yeah, it was a play designed where Todd Hennick and I were crossing underneath. We had brought in our backup point guard, who later had a great career, and Todd and I were crossing, and we were going to go look for a 3, and then if they, came out on us and maybe hit the guy, slip into the basket, and Todd caught it, and I just happened to have a great view. I saw it was going in the whole way. If you watch the video, my arms go up way early. I mean, I know kids can't believe that Steph Curry does that, but somebody else is shooting. I knew it was good right away by the arc, and the whole place jumped at once, and it kind of landed at once. Wow. It was so shocking. And then our fans stormed the court. That was before all the worry about that stuff. And sure. we had to shove them off, and I think they put 0.1 second back on. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Could talk for you forever. I look forward to maybe talking to you sometime in the future, but I appreciate the time you gave us. I'd be remiss if I didn't switch gears briefly here with you on. I would like to ask, interesting enough, following a Hope Calvin game, you guys made a decision midseason to release your women's basketball coach and Chuck Winkleman. I'm curious what goes into a decision like that, especially midseason, 3 years into what everyone thought was going to be a wonderful opportunity for both sides. What kind of led you to that decision, and interesting timing after Hope Calvin? Yeah, I would caution fans out there, our fans, and Coach Winkleman had a great following D3, and Coach. I don't look into the timing of it. That Hope game just happenstance. Just happenstance, right? And I think our statement that we released probably sums it up best. I think it was a fit issue, and the college and coach were talking for some time, and it came to the conclusion that in the best interest of Calvin and Coach Winkleman's chance to continue his career, everything kind of seemed like this was the time. And yes, it is disruptive to a season, but I think both parties felt like it was the best thing to do at the time.
I don't want to jump down what I like calling the rabbit hole, but just curiosity, not waiting 9 more games or just do it at the end of the regular season, it was that important to do then?
Yeah, I the college and coach, right, felt like, probably have reached the impasse, and this was the best way.
Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting. We don't get that a lot in Division III, though the MIAA is full of it this year in women's basketball. You followed Olivet by a week, and of course, Trine had done it at the beginning of the season. All very different. I don't want to make like everyone had the same reasons, and certainly very interesting in the MIAA this year.
Yeah, well, I think you have to understand that we take it very seriously. Yes. My daughter's on that team, and so we understood it was going to be a process, a rebuilding process, but I think that it ended up probably the best for Coach and Calvin.
Well, I appreciate you answering the questions. Thank you for your time. We always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Hey, no, I'm not really. I just want to thank you again for your. I've been following and been a fan of Division III. We hosted the Division III championships at Nocrest Fieldhouse in the 80s. I was a cowboy there. I just appreciate it because I appreciate the product so much. Division III athletics, and then basketball, and then, of course, even smaller, the rivalry. So to be able to talk about it with you and for your continued support, I just want to thank you on behalf of Calvin.
Well, thank you, Coach. I just call everybody Coach. Thank you.
That's all right.
Appreciate your time, and we'll talk sometime in the future.
All right. Can't wait. I look forward to it.
Absolutely. All right. Take care.
Bye.
Dr. Jim Timmer joining us, the athletics director at Calvin College. Again, the rivalry coming up. And as good journalists that we are, when you have rivals or you have differing points of view, you get both sides of the story. When we come back, we get Hope's version of all of this. Greg Mitchell, head coach of the men's basketball team, joins us to talk about the rivalry in Game 200. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. Back with more on the rivalry and more on the marathon when we come back.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
For the love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, here from the Hoopsville Studios, presented by D3Hoops.com and the WBCA NABC. Of course, thank our partners at BlueFrame Technology. And, of course, also City of Salem, who have jumped on board. We appreciate their time. We're going to continue our Hope-Calvin rivalry, talking about Game 200 in men's basketball. Listen, we understand that the women are involved in this rivalry as well. They haven't played as many games. We also know other sports are involved in this rivalry. But this is the Game 200 in men's basketball that started it all, essentially, though you could argue really what started this was the same reason that started Amherst and Williams. Somebody with a different opinion went and started a different school with similar ties just down the road. So while we appreciate they all exist, this is Game 200 on the men's side, and it comes up on Saturday. We're going to talk to Hope's men's basketball coach, Greg Mitchell, but a reminder, stick around. Big announcement coming on the other side of that conversation, and joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Again, we told you we're fair and balanced, as you should be in this rivalry, and joining us to talk about it all is Greg Mitchell, the head coach of the men's team at Hope, and thank you, sir, for balancing things. If people are curious, we went with the home team last.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said we went with the home team last.
Oh, hey, that's fine with me. I just appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for giving it the coverage.
Absolutely.
It's awesome. You betcha.
I appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah.
You've obviously, this means you guys could be 0-for, and this game's going to mean something, especially at home. We all know that. What does it really mean to the team to have this kind of game and be front and center in front of everybody's eyes now?
It's always challenging to come up with the poignant description when you ask a question like that. I mean, it means a ton to our guys, obviously, not just that it's the 200th. I mean, it's in part a lot of reason why these guys come to Hope College to be a part of it. And, for us, both teams right now, it's typically a game that's going to determine the league champion. And as of right now, it probably is doubtful. So we're kind of in a different situation where we're vying for a spot in the the conference tournament and trying to improve our seed. For us specifically, though, losing at their place earlier in the season, it just ramps it up even more right now. We got to get the job done Saturday.
Yeah, that was going to be my big question for you. You guys dropped this one at Calvin. That's got to automatically make this one even more important to some degree.
Oh, I think you're exactly right. I mean, it's everybody knows how even it is. Games are close, and you want to protect your home turf. We've actually had a lot of success at Van Noord in the last 4 years, and now we've got to do our job at home that we lost earlier. You certainly don't want to go 0-for-2 during the season, and again, it means a lot in the league standings. It means a lot from a momentum standpoint, and us trying to continue to climb and believe in our process and reach our collective potential for the season. So it's obviously a big one on many levels.
You talked, and we talked a little bit about with Jim Timmer earlier as well.
Mm-hmm.
Normally one or both teams are at the top of the MIA or in the top 25 conversation or some type of major implication. And it's not to say in every single game and every single year it's been that case, but it seems a little bit weird that both programs aren't, at least one of them, in that conversation. Does that take any luster away from this, or is this game going to be maybe just as, if not more, brutal's the only word I got, but to play because maybe there isn't that level of focus?
Right, I think that's a great question. I would go with the latter. I think we're both kind of in a situation where we want to stay within arm's reach of the top of the league, again, fighting for a seed, improving our position for the league tournament. And, I don't think there's anything worse than the day after losing the Hope Calvin game. And that just gets ramped up. It's the 200th.
Right.
For us. It's a home game. We've lost one. And honestly, as with the situation, we've got a handful of games left in the league season. We need momentum. And if you're going to establish some momentum, we got to win this game. And that it's Calvin, it's it's that much more significant.
Yeah, well, by the way, after that, you're on the road against Kalamazoo, at Adrian, at home against Alma, at home against Olivet, which is a huge game now, and on the road against Albion. Just some games after this. I mean, it's not the end of the regular season or anything.
Not at all. And then here they all, bunched in together. We've got Hope Calvin on Saturday, and then we won't be able to practice on Sunday because that's not permitted at Hope.
Right.
We've got a game Monday on the road, game Wednesday. It's it's a little bit of an NBA schedule.
Now, we should point out, again, the other quirk to all this is you were supposed to have played yesterday. Those games got moved to tonight and then got moved to Monday because of the weather, and so it's really adding some wrinkles. It gives you some more time to prepare for Calvin, but to some degree that may not be the best thing for you.
Yeah, I mean, we're spinning it positively, of course. That's the only thing you can do, right? It's great to have an extra day to prepare for Calvin, and you know what, our legs should be fresh, so there shouldn't be any excuses. We're at home, and we'll deal with the Kalamazoo road game when it presents itself on Monday.
What's really interesting about this rivalry, and obviously you haven't been there for all the games, that'd be crazy, but that Hope leads the all-time series 103-96, so it's only a difference of 7, and there's only about 120 points, I think I read, difference in the total score if you were to take all the games and add them up.
Yep.
It's crazy that not only have you played 200 times, but they're basically, you can split this series, very finely. That seems like not impossible, but apropos.
Well, it does, and I think everybody always asks me, how to describe it and why it means what it does. I think you hit the nail on the head right there. First of all, two great traditional programs, and it's just even. I mean, you can have great rivalries because teams don't like each other or whatever, but, when you have the high quality of play that has existed for so long, and you look at the great traditions that Coach Van Estreek has continued to build at Calvin and Coach Van Weeren that preceded me, and I'm just honored to be a part of it, and you want to continue it. You want to live up to it. But that it's so even, it's absolutely remarkable, in all honesty.
Does the game take on a distraction to some degree? Yes, it's 200, but you've got a TV coverage because that normally happens. So now you're probably playing with TV timeouts more. I don't know if you do during the regular season or not.
No, we don't. So it's unique to this game.
Yeah, so you've got those added. Now it is game 200. You've got a lot of pomp and circumstance, like some the best players ever to play the game type stuff added in. Yeah. You're already going to have your crowd. And Calvin's crowd and adding seats, but does it almost distract from it, or how do you keep everybody focused on understanding? Hey, yeah, it's the rivalry, but it's also it's still a game.
Yep. Well, and you're right, and I mean every year it's like this as far as it being that much more important. So we're kind of used to that groundswell of emotion, and now it just gets ramped up even more. I'm not sure the effect it has on us as coaches or players. We've almost tried to joke about it. Shoot, I just got a text from Coach Van Estreek about a half hour ago. He goes, "Hey, by the way, do you know it's the 200th rivalry game?" Between this kind of
wise guy.
Yeah, it was great, and so it's on everybody's mind. But again, you know what? When the dust settles, you just want to play well, and we know we're going to respect them. They're going to respect us when it's done, and it's just awesome that it's on our schedule. It's a part of our basketball lives, and you just want to play well.
You have a lot of players from Michigan, and I asked Jim Timmer this as well. Do you have to kind of tell everybody what this game is about, what this rivalry is about, or do a lot of them already know that coming in? And clearly, those from Michigan, for the most part, at least those close to your neck of the woods, would understand it. But you also have some from outside the area, Palos Park, Illinois, Lansing, Illinois, not Michigan, and elsewhere. Do you have to introduce them to the rivalry, or as he put it, they're already kind of understanding that through the recruiting and such?
Yeah, I would agree with that. They're all aware of it. I mean, our significant recruits, we certainly wanted them at the Hope Calvin game. I think the biggest difference is being on that stage and having to make plays and execute, which is different. I mean, nothing can really replicate that as much as we talk about it, and the emotion and the adrenaline, the intensity builds. There's nothing like being on the court. So we don't have to talk about it a whole lot. We almost have to adjust to it a little bit for our new guys. But it's something they all look forward to, that's for sure.
Is there a point where you talk too much about it?
Definitely, which in all honesty, with my team, we don't talk much about it. I mean, I don't. I'm sure they do, and they're all fired up and they're counting the days down, whatever. But it gets enough play and hype. I'm way more concerned with keeping Calvin off the glass and working on the fundamental side than I am talking about the rivalry, because it'll take care of itself. We got to do a better job at the little things, because that's going to be the big difference.
There's a ton of things to talk about with the game. There's so much about it, the history and the rivalry. Is there any game in particular, or any moment in particular that stands out to you as your favorite memory from this rivalry, whether you were involved directly or not?
Yeah, there are several. I mean, as a player, nothing really stuck out. I mean, I think we won 3 and lost 5, so that was not a real good era for a 4-year span. But and
you got the head coaching job, really?
How about that? I shouldn't have advertised that. Maybe I get fired Monday if it doesn't go well, because I'm the negative mojo. But going to the game at Evan Andel in Grand Rapids when I was a high school coach and an alum, obviously, and just buying a ticket and being a part of the 11,400 people that were there, and just seeing the vast size and importance and pageantry was pretty spectacular at the time. So that was really neat. And then, I mean, as a coach, I think they're all awesome because, as everybody says, the energy, the noise, the passion, the superior play, and then to know that you're a part of it is pretty awesome in itself. So no one moment I get caught up in just the whole tradition of, and there's so many great memories.
Before we let you go, I'd like at least talk about the season. You're 11-8 here, coming off of a 19-10 campaign. I get the feeling, and of course, as a top 25 voter, I had a feeling too, but we all know how that goes. But I get the feeling that this is not the season you guys expected.
No, but in all honesty, I knew the lay of the land, first of all, in our league. I think everybody in our conference got better, in my opinion. We graduated an all-league guard who has really made a difference for us, especially at the defensive end. And we've had some injuries, no excuses whatsoever. But we've had a lot of close games, and our margin of error is it's thin. And I like our team. I like our team a lot. And I think, in all honesty, I like to evaluate a season based on how guys practice and buy in. And we've had a great year of practice. Just within the last week, I feel like we've had our best practices, so our guys are still dialed in. But I also knew that with the schedule and our season, it could go either way. And we've got a lot of bounces last year, and some of them haven't gone our way this year. So, but you know what? Our guys are focused forward, and we still feel like our potential's in front of us. And I believe in our team, and I'm fortunate to be where I am, and I think our guys are going to be the type of team that seeks their potential as we end the season in the next month.
As a side note, someone in the conference, an administrator, says Vandestreek and Mitchell, two of the classiest coaches in the MIAA, always gracious, win or lose, especially Mitchell. And then references something that I don't want to give the person away, so I'll leave that alone. But what does it mean to you that you and in this day and age especially, that it might be a rivalry, but people respect the programs and respect the coaching staffs?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I appreciate that comment. I'm just humbled and appreciative to be in the position I'm in. Basketball has been so good to me. I learned from the best, my high school coach, Stan Stoltz, and then obviously the Hall of Fame coach, Glenn Van Weeren, who is a father figure to me. And, you don't want to mess it up. You want to continue to help raise young men. And Coach always told us the guys we become after graduation is really the mark that he wants to make in our lives. And we want to win games, but we want to raise great men who are going to be great husbands and fathers. And honestly, that's what it's all about. I love coaching. I love being in this league. Love the chance to coach against Calvin. And when the dust settles, this is not my record is not going on my headstone. I just want to be a good coach, good mentor, and hopefully we're doing a good job on that regard.
If your Hope Calvin record's pretty good, that should go on your headstone. Right?
There you go. Yeah, I can say that, but everybody else is keeping track of it. I got some guy etching it in my headstone right now. Hopefully, I get to coach a little bit longer.
If it's not, they'll etch it on the backside.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Coach, while you're here, we'll make our big announcement if you don't mind, because it's the game's being played at your place. And Pat Coleman and I are going to be on hand. We cannot wait. Hey. We're traveling to Hope to see this 200th game.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's absolutely awesome. We'll welcome you guys aboard. I think you're gonna love it. That's really cool.
We're hoping to maybe do a pregame show while we're there. We don't know. We're working with Alan. We'll see what we can pull off.
And let us know if you want anything to do with myself or whatever. We'll roll out the red carpet. Just appreciate all you guys do for D3 basketball, and it'll be great to have you in the house.
Isn't it an orange carpet out there? Last
we'll
I
make
checked.
it orange.
Yeah.
We'll make it. It won't be maroon. I can tell you that.
There you go.
Shades
See?
of orange, man.
I was a little worried about the red.
Blue. Let's be honest.
Yeah, we're looking forward to being out there for the game. I fly out tomorrow. I think Pat flies in Saturday morning. Looking forward to it. And as everyone says, it doesn't matter the records here. It's really about the rivalry. And we're looking forward. My first Hope Calvin game, and I'm looking. It won't be my first time at the arena, but neither of your teams were playing at the arena when I visited for the women's championship.
Gotcha.
So we're looking forward to being there. And any suggestions on the best spot to sit, maybe, or best place to take the game in?
I don't have any great suggestions there. I think the nice thing about DeVos is there's not a bad seat. I mean, we're selling all those standing room only tickets now as well. So just get here early so you can get a seat, number one. But soak it up. You're going to see great play, a lot of enthusiasm. The crowd will be energized, and I'm sure you'll be impressed with just the rivalry itself.
Maybe Pat and I, one of us will sit behind each bench and then switch at halftime.
There you go. And if we're struggling, just say, I'll give you the whiteboard and just dial one up for me.
You don't want that.
Take all
no,
we can get, man.
You don't want that. Coach, as always, we give you the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Hey, just the people who, back either side, kudos, because this rivalry is nothing without the support and the fanfare and the enthusiasm that bleeds into all 365 days of the year. So, again, we just thank everybody for their interest and go Hope.
Well said. At least you got the Go Hope in there.
There you go.
Good luck. We'll look forward to seeing you and the game this weekend. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
Absolutely.
See you Saturday. You betcha.
Greg Mitchell joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Yeah, we're coming. Pat and I decided month ago, officially, that we were going to travel to the game, and we're looking forward to it. It's the 200th. You can't turn down that opportunity. It worked out. I made some arrangements on my side that would have normally kept me from getting there, but we're going. I'm going to arrive on Friday evening. I don't know my exact arrival yet. We'll be there for the game. There's an outside chance. We're trying to do a Hoopsville courtside pregame show. We'll see what we can pull off. We'll be there. We'll bring back elements of the game for Hoopsville. It will not air on Sunday night. Some of you know we usually try and do a Sunday afternoon game. We were already, our show, because of Super Bowl Sunday, we were already trying to decide to move that off of Super Bowl Sunday altogether. It made no sense, and move it to Monday. So this is a perfect excuse to do that. But how about the fact that Game 200 for Hope Calvin is taking place on Super Bowl weekend, by the way? You get one Super Bowl followed by another. It's going to be outstanding. So, yeah, we'll be there. I can't wait. Looking forward to it. Say hi if you can. If you can't, don't worry about it. We're just looking to enjoy the game and soak it in with the rest of the fans. Though we may be one of the more neutral parties at that game. I will not be wearing any particular color. I will not be rooting for anybody in particular. And as one article put it, this was a quote from Dr. Calvin Van Werf, put it, an atheist is, quote, someone who goes to a Hope Calvin basketball game and doesn't care who wins. I guess you can call Pat and I an atheist, or atheists, I guess, right? We'll ask Pat maybe later in the show when he joins us. And there you go. There's our big news. We're running a little bit behind, but we got to get going. We're going to stay in the Great Lakes coming up. Worcester. Talk about great rivalries. They got one with Wittenberg. It's not why we have him on, but Steve Moore will join us to talk about his team. You'll listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we come back.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, on this marathon show. Hope you are enjoying the show. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com, or join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. We've already gotten some suggestions on great seats for the Hope Calvin game that Pat and I are attending, the 200th game. One person said in the Calvin section. Yeah, of course. That's the suggestion. We got some others, and we appreciate it. We're going to look forward to being there and being on hand. Lots to talk about. We'll talk about it more in the marathon as we continue to go along here. Another team in the Great Lakes region is certainly getting plenty of attention. Worcester jumping up into the polls to 13 now, thanks to a big win over Wabash. Of course, that one coming at Timken Gymnasium. Got out to a big 14-0 lead before holding off on Wabash, but then got a big win against Kenyon. They got some work ahead of them, though, in Ohio Wesleyan and, of course, a rival in Wittenberg, plus more. But speaking of more, we should talk to their head coach. He now has won over 750 games just in his time at Worcester. Joining us on the Skype BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline, it is the aforementioned head coach of Worcester. It is Steve Moore. And, Coach, thanks for taking the time.
Good to be with you, Dave.
I appreciate it. First and foremost, nice little note in the background there from your grandchildren, I'm told. Curious. How do you guys stay so darn consistent? It doesn't matter what I see on paper. Somehow, some way, you guys are always in the conversation nationally and always in the conversation at the top of the conference.
Well, I guess, as you know, it all starts with the players, and we've been fortunate to have pretty good players in each class. Even when we graduate some guys, we have good juniors that become seniors and have that good senior leadership, and that's, I think, have been a big key over the years.
Yeah, it's amazing. It seems like you really nurture players along through those 4 years that they become those key seniors for you. You don't seem to have, I don't want to say a dud, but there's so many programs that you see a player freshman, sophomore year and go, wow, by the time they're a senior, they're going to be terrific. You always have a senior who's going to be terrific. There's no senior that seems to be who doesn't achieve that goal. How do you get them to always seem to hit their max?
Well, you just try to get guys that work hard, Dave, and try to motivate them to work and let them know what they need to do to get better, and then hope that they do it. And in most cases, our guys do that.
This season, you had what you have only experienced once in your career. You had it happen your first year. You guys lost 3 games in a row. Some schools would love to see a 3-game winning streak. You never see a 3-game losing streak, but it happened. Wabash tripped you up on December 8th. 10 days later, of course, you played a top 5 team in Whitman. You knocked them off, or they knocked you off, of course, at your own event in Arizona. And then Sul Ross State surprised you the next day. What happened in that stretch of games that caused you guys to basically come off the rails a little bit?
Well, the first loss, I think we played pretty well against Wabash. We had a pretty nice lead and let it slip away. They're just a good basketball team, as everybody now realizes. And then we played maybe as talented a team as there is in the country in Whitman out there, and we didn't handle their pressure very well, and they beat us. Sul Ross State is better than people realize, I think, and we didn't play our very best, but we have to give them a lot of credit for playing well against us. Since then, though, I think we learned a lot from those games and have improved as a result, and that's what you always want to do whenever you lose a game.
First off, I assume Whitman and Sul Ross State will never be invited to another tournament of yours, right?
Well, it's always good to play good people,
Yeah.
and it makes you better. And by playing Whitman especially, you learn a lot. You learn your weaknesses. You learn what you have to do better, and they just do a great job with that program.
Some people don't understand the Whitman defense. I've seen it in person, and it's a unique defense. What's it like to go up against that kind of defense?
Well, we thought we were prepared for it. We scheduled to play them the first game out there, so we'd have some days to practice for them. And we worked hard. We really did. It sure didn't show it when we played the game, though. But they have such good athletes, and they work so hard. They never stop playing with intensity. You think you break a trap, you think you're in good shape, and then all of a sudden somebody's chasing you from behind. Somebody else picks you up, and then somebody rotates over, and they get a steal.
Yeah.
It's an outstanding system, and they do it really well.
As I always put it, you get the ball in the inbounds, you turn, you go, wait, oh, hi. Oh, you're going to be a little closer than I thought you were.
They always have a guy right there.
Yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about the event in Arizona. I'd love to talk more about that. But you then had 10 days to kind of get back on track. Of course, played a conference game on the 29th. Interesting enough. And then, well, is that a conference? Hold on a second.
Yes,
yeah, conference game on the 29th, followed by a game against New Jersey City. A little bit of a quirk there between Christmas and New Year's.
Yes, that was our most old Kiwanis Classic that we have every year between Christmas and New Year's. And what happened with Ohio Wesleyan is we were scheduled to play them during the days that we were going to be on our trip to Phoenix. And so we had to move that, and the best place to put it was into the most old Classic. So we set it up so that we would play them as a conference game the first night, and that predetermined play New Jersey City the second night. And it worked out well. Yeah,
interesting games there. New Jersey City also gave you guys a bit of a battle. You certainly have seemed to, one, challenge yourselves in non-conference play, but at the same time, learn from it, because it seemed like the team has really adapted and learned more about themselves as the season has moved on.
Well, that's right, Dave. And you want to schedule tough opponents in non-league for two reasons. One, to learn and get better as a result, and also for the strength of schedule, which is so important.
Well, let's fast forward. You got past your rival Wittenberg at their place, 73-65, and as we mentioned, you got the win at home against Wabash to split the season with them in what is an interesting race in the conference. You guys and Wabash basically are tied atop with one loss on the season in conference play, and Wittenberg is 3 games back. You still have Ohio Wesleyan to play coming up this weekend, and you still have Wittenberg, though, at your place, and DePaul, who's never one you can dismiss. They're sitting in 4th place in the conference. There's still a lot of work to do.
A lot of tough games left, Dave, that's for sure. And you didn't mention at Denison.
True.
Which another team that's very capable. And we play Oberlin also. And those are our 5 remaining games. So they're all going to be tough challenges. But Ohio Wesleyan is a team that they're very young. Of course, they lost outstanding guards in Axelrod and Clark to graduation. But they've reloaded. They have some outstanding freshmen. In fact, I think recently they've been starting 4 freshmen who are very talented, and they've gotten a lot better since we played them the first time. And we know it's going to be a big challenge in their gym on Saturday.
You guys, you talk about the senior leadership, but it's a junior and Daniel Hempy who's leading the way with 20 points a game. Duppler is a senior second, but then you have 2 sophomores in Williams and Scott, 10-plus, 9-plus points a game. You still do get a lot of underclassmen who are rising to the occasion as well.
Yes, you're right. Daniel and Reese are our leaders, but along with Eric Bullock, who doesn't score as much, but is a senior who does a great job on the defensive end and rebounding. But those young guys are coming along, and Dante Williams transferred in and had an immediate impact. But Keon Scott has really come on strong as of late, a sophomore guard, and he's been very important for us.
You've won more than 750 games at Worcester alone, over 840 games overall, and as a result, Ohio Basketball Hall of Fame has decided to induct you. You were officially recognized recently, but you'll go in May. What does an honor like that mean to you?
Well, certainly, it almost leaves you speechless to know you're going into something like that. But the reason for it, of course, is having outstanding players over the years who are not only very talented, that's obvious, you don't win the games without having talent, but great young men, great quality people who are team-oriented, and that's been the big key to our success, along with having outstanding coaches coach with me, most notably Doug Klein and Bruce Martin, who have been with us 20-plus years, and that continuity is unheard of in college basketball.
Yeah, I was going to say I think I'm just as used to seeing them on the sidelines as I'm used to seeing you. Back to the Mesa question. Interesting that you guys had an event you were hosting out in Mesa, Arizona. I'm curious what kind of brought that about and the antithesis behind it.
Well, we wanted to go out to Arizona to play Phoenix area specifically. We had a player who graduated last year, Ari Stern, from out there, and we wanted to get out there while Ari was still playing. It just didn't work out. But Coach Doug Klein, who we mentioned, our associate head coach, is the man responsible for setting this up. He pursued it, he got it done, and did a great job, and secured the facility, made some contacts, invited the teams, Whittier, Whitman, et cetera, and we got the thing organized. And other than the games on the court, losing the games, it was a great trip. Our players really enjoyed it. We had some alumni functions out there, and just being in that state at that time of the year, great weather, and it was a really good trip for our program.
Well, I said you won't be playing Whitman or Sul-Ross State. I suspect you won't go back to Arizona either. By the way, you're welcome to the D3Hoops.com Classic, just a little further north in Las Vegas if you want to come out.
Yeah, that would work out well if we didn't have our own tournament at that time.
I know. I totally said that tongue-in-cheek, knowing that you guys have your own event. Much like F&M, you guys have a lot of events yourself. Before we let you go, what's the message to the team here in the final 5 regular season games and then heading into the conference tournament?
Well, Dave, just keep getting better, which we want to do all year long, and just keep improving. Play the next game as the most important game of the season, and there are still things we can improve upon. We need to bring our defensive intensity every game at the beginning and play team basketball. Those are the key things for us in general, and we hope to keep doing that.
Well, I should also ask, how important is it to make sure the tournament comes through Timken?
Well, certainly that would be nice, but a lot of work to do to get that to make that happen. And that's next task is at Ohio Wesleyan on Saturday.
Sure. Well, Coach, appreciate you taking the time to join us and chat about the squad and certainly play well. I love the message again behind you. That's well done, sir. Well done. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, Dave, like I always say whenever I talk with you, thank you so much. We appreciate all that you do, what Hoopsville, D3Hoops.com does for Division III basketball. You're the best. We really appreciate you.
Well, thank you. And as I say to everybody, we couldn't do it without coaches like yourself willing to come on the show, so thank you as well. Good luck the rest of the way, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road.
Thank you, Dave.
Steve Moore joining us here on the Skype BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Of course, all interviews on Hoopsville Hotline are courtesy of our partners at BlueFrame Technology and their industry-leading production truck software. Is your college ready to showcase its teams through a reliable and innovative video streaming service that won't break your budget? BlueFrame's advanced digital broadcast tools will help take your broadcast to the next level. Learn more today at visiting BlueFrameTech.com. That's www.BlueFrameTech.com. We're going to take another break. When we come back, keep things rolling along on this 6th annual Hoopsville Marathon. Up next, Kent Durbach of the 25th ranked lacrosse team. Wisconsin lacrosse, surprising many. We'll talk to Kent about it. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we return.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
UW Eau Claire and Mayo Clinic Health System are creating amazing opportunities for students from across the Midwest. Our collaborative research agreement allows students to work with world-renowned physicians and scientists. And with more than 80 majors, UW Eau Claire is the perfect fit for those who dream big and are ready to change the world.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, here on the Marathon. It's 6th annual, crawling along here. We're a few hours in. Got quite a few hours left to go. If you've got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can email us, Dave McHugh at D3Sports.com. We're holding, the Hoopsville one seems to be acting up. We're still trying to figure it out. So Dave.McHugh at D3Sports.com. I haven't checked the email in a little bit, so if you've emailed me, I'll try and get to it in a moment. You can also join us on Facebook where we're live streaming, simulcasting the show, facebook.com/Hoopsville. If you talk about the Central Region and the WIAC, we knew the WIAC race was going to be a beast, and we knew every game was going to be tough. There's no way of saying it to not expect Oshkosh to have a good season. Stevens Point, we thought would have a good season. Platteville, we thought would have a good season. Thought we'd have a good one out of Whitewater. And then Eau Claire, River Falls, Stout, and La Crosse figured to play a role. But that's kind of how we saw it breaking down. Well, La Crosse is sitting a game out of first place behind Oshkosh. Stevens Point's tied with Platteville, 3 games out of first, 2 games behind La Crosse. And Whitewater's actually in the lower half at 3-5 in conference play. A little more topsy-turvy than we expected. And despite the fact La Crosse lost 4 games in the first month of the season, doesn't seem to be stopping the Eagles, who are absolutely trudging along right now. Their lone loss since November happened against Elmhurst in a game in Phoenix. Now, we should point out they also lost to Oshkosh most recently. But I meant to say the only loss that kind of stands out since November is the Elmhurst game. What's going on? Well, we figured we'd have a chat with their head coach, Kent Durbach, to figure out what's going on, because he also just defeated his old team, Stevens Point. Joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline, it's the head coach of the aforementioned lacrosse unit, Kent Durbach. And Coach, thanks for taking the time.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Dave.
Absolutely. First and foremost, did you guys get the memo? You weren't supposed to be in the top position here. You're supposed to play a role, but I don't think you're supposed to knock off your old foe, or your old team, I should say, and all this other stuff. You guys have been making some waves.
Well, as you know, when you have 5 seniors, right, that have been together, four of those guys have been together now for all 4 years, and we talked about Talbot McCray. This is his 5th year here. You can make some noise, but as you said, the conference, they returned everybody too, right?
Yeah.
3 of the top vote getters last year, returned, and we knew it was going to be a bear, but we have a special group, right? And obviously, I really enjoy our team, and I really appreciate and respect how well we're able to get after it on the defensive end. And when you're able to do that, that's not the easy way to play, right? And everybody knows you have to defend at a high level, and it's not the easy way to do it. But when you get a group of guys and you get a group of seniors together that certainly buy in to that side of the basketball, then you're going to be in a lot of close games. And we didn't have that figured out there right at the beginning, Dave, but, certainly we've been playing some pretty darn good basketball here the last few months.
Misspoke at the beginning. You actually went 3-3 to start in the first month. Your third loss coming in the sixth game against Central. You lost to Ripon. You lost to St. John's. Of course, St. John's, everyone expected a really good season from, but the Ripon and Central games you kind of shake your head at. Then fouled that up with a little bit of a hiccup against Elmhurst in non-conference play there in Arizona. But it's been what you've done in between. After those 6 games, you went on a 4-game winning streak. After the loss to Elmhurst on a 5-game winning streak, you've won 7 of 8. You really seem to have found your stride at just the right time.
Yeah, we came together. I mean, we played those games on the road, right? We were at Central, who I think, quite honestly, we caught them on a really, really good night. You know how talented they are offensively, and the job that Coach Craig does out there. And we traveled out there and just did not have a very good performance. And then prior to that, obviously playing St. John's to a 5-point game at their place, and then Ripon again at their place where we didn't shoot it real well. And credit to Coach Kane and his staff, and where we lost by 3 there, you think, and they held us under 60 points, but we held them to 61. And then Elmhurst, right? I mean, they just beat Marietta the night before. It was us, Marietta, Lake Forest, and Elmhurst, out in that tournament. And Elmhurst had a really good weekend, right? They beat Marietta, I think, handed them, I believe, their only loss so far of the year, if I'm not mistaken. And then we had a nice lead against them, and it was a possession-by-possession game, coming down the stretch, and they happened to get us there. So, all those games, we knew we had to test ourselves going into league play. And early on there, Dave, we had 8 new guys. So although we returned, 5 seniors to our roster this year, here in our staff's second year, we added 8 new guys to this, to our program. And, that takes some adjustment in how those guys fit in. And, certainly that's with any team. And now over the last few months, again, we found of why we had success last year, and it's kind of a broken record. But when we're so good on the ball and we can defend at a high level, then we're a tough out, Dave. And if not, then obviously chance doesn't favor us.
Well, it's interesting how you guys have put it together. There isn't anybody I'm talking about in the Central region or talking to who isn't going, geez, have you looked at lacrosse, or geez, have you seen what lacrosse is putting together? And again, I point out, you defeated Stevens Point at their place back on the 16th. Of course, followed that up with an Oshkosh loss, but it was tight. That's nothing to knock a stick at. They got to the championship game last year, and then got past River Falls and Whitewater. You've got Stevens Point coming back up, as obviously we turn back into things. Is there anything you can take from the first game and be able to use, or do you know Bob well enough to know this is going to be a little bit different when I see him this time around?
Well, we're going to get their best effort, but I thought we got a pretty darn solid effort, at their place when we played them the first time around. And you talked about it earlier, Dave. Our league, it's going to be possession by possession games, down the stretch, and I expect that again tonight. I would be really surprised if one team is able to get away or and extend a significant lead over the other team. It's going to be 2 teams that really pride themselves on the defensive end, and we're going to have to be able to really outlast them, down the stretch. We know how comfortable they are playing late in the shot clock, and we're going to have to win those mini games, down the stretch. And if we can do that, then we give ourselves a real nice chance on our home floor. And, we talk about those 5 losses, that we've had, and all of those are away from Mitchell Hall. Right now we're 7-0 on our home floor. If you include a win against our local rival Viterbo, 8-0 on our home floor, and we have to keep that going tonight. If we're going to be one of those teams that's going to be in the hunt, down the stretch here over the last few weeks, you have to protect home floor. And boy, we got a heck of a challenge for us, this week. 2 weeks ago we went to Stevens Point on a Wednesday, and then went to Oshkosh on a Saturday and played them to a 1-possession game with 40 seconds to go. And now this week, we have 2 home games. And first one here is tonight, and with a quick turnaround coming on Saturday against Platteville.
And we should point out you guys are part of the two in the WIAC who will continue to play tonight. The other two ironically including Platteville, will now move to Monday due to the weather. By the way, you talk about how important it is to play at Mitchell Hall. 4 of your next 6 are at Mitchell Hall. You have an interesting advantage should you be able to hold it here to wrap up the end of this season.
Yeah, that's what's been really exciting. Our start here in conference play is, 7 games obviously in the first round with an 8-team league, and 4 of those games were on the road, and then we started the second round right away at Whitewater. And again, if you're able to guard, then defense can travel, and we've been able to do that. And now we have to take advantage here, down the stretch, and we know we're going to get teams' best shot, and that doesn't matter if we're in first, second, or fifth place, right? You're going to get great challenges, in this league, and you have to come, or you will be embarrassed on your home floor or on the road. Yeah. And we got a heck of a test, tonight against the Pointers.
You're from the Stevens Point area. We should point out that's kind of where your family is from. Are you now persona non grata there after your win at Stevens Point earlier? I mean, did you not get a memo?
Yeah, no. You and Dave, that area, that's so special to myself and to my family. We were there for over 6 years, and they're great people there with really good players and people that surround that program. And to go in there and to get a win, people are like, hey, you haven't lacrosse hasn't done that for a long time in 2 decades, and that was our job, right? It wasn't about breaking the streak. It was our job. We needed to go in there and play good basketball and try to beat a really, really good basketball team that's coached by one of the best coaches in the country. And fortunately, we were able to do that. And we know that we're going to have to play. They're a better basketball team right now. When we played them 2 weeks ago, I have no doubt about that. Their players are playing better. They're better offensively. They're better defensively. But I think we're a better basketball team too, Dave. And we're going to see hopefully a great matchup tonight.
Well, we're looking forward to it tonight. Though we'll be on the air. We'll try and find a way to watch it at the same time. I appreciate you taking the time because I know your schedule was all over the place. So we want to let you go because you got to get ready. Thank you for the time. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, obviously I appreciate all that D3 Hoops does and how special Division III is, and just how special a place UW Lacrosse is, right? I mean, for the 19 of the last 20 years, we've been one of the top public institution in our state, and it's a heck of a university, and it's a heck of a town, and certainly just really happy that our alumni and our program is able to get some attention here that I really believe it deserves.
Well, you certainly have earned it. You guys have a tough stretch ahead, but you've done a lot so far, and you guys certainly are the talk of the town, as it were, in the WIAC. Appreciate the time. Good luck tonight and Saturday and the rest of the way, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road.
Yeah, thanks, Dave.
Absolutely. Kent Durbach joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Again, Eagles playing well here. Stevens Point coming to town tonight. Again, at home against Platteville. On the road against River Falls is their next one. Then home against Eau Claire. And home against Oshkosh on February 13th. Circle that date should Lacrosse still be playing as well as they are. That one's going to be a very important game. Then they wrap up the season on the road against Stout. Take another break. When we come back, Gordon Mann, the senior writer for D3Hoops.com, will join us. We'll get him as he sneaks in a little time in his busy day to talk about women's basketball. Still ahead after him, we'll talk to Candace Brown from Vassar, Stephanie Flamini at Guilford. Those two women's programs making some news. Charlie Brock will join us in the NABC Coaches Corner from Springfield. We still have to talk to Elliot Steinmetz at Yeshiva. Matt Logie from Whitworth will join us. Also, Tim Leyden from Sports Illustrated. Bill Finny from Marymount, the former AD and head coach. Danielle Donahue from WBCA. Josh Erickson from Beyond Sports. Sam Atkinson from Gallaudet, the men's basketball committee chair. And Trevor Woodruff from Scranton. We may sneak in some more, and then we chat it all up with our Hoopsville happy hour as well. That's still ahead on this show. We still got coffee. We still got water. We're still moving along. You should join us. Pace yourselves. Pace yourselves. It is a marathon. We'll be back with more Hoopsville. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. Back with more after this.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. competing at a Division III level. Created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
The love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, here from the WBCA NABC Studios. Appreciate their support. It's also the support of BlueFrame Technology, the City of Salem, and also Wisconsin Eau Claire and Randolph-Macon for their support and advertising and sponsorship here with Hoopsville. Certainly been helpful this year. We may even add a few more before the season ends, but looking forward to where this can take us in the future. Going to switch gears, talk women's basketball for the next few guests. As we mentioned, Candace Brown of Vassar coming up along with Stephanie Flamini as well. Not the only women's guest. We still have to talk to Bill Finny, the former Marymount head coach and athletics director, and Trevor Woodruff will join us. Of course, Danielle Donahue from the WBCA will talk women's basketball as well. But to really get the insight on women's basketball and what is going on in Division III, one person you always need to talk to is our senior writer at D3Hoops.com, senior editor, whatever you want to call him, Gordon Mann. He always, every time he makes a comment about women's basketball, I have my perception changed just a little bit. He has an incredible insight. And I always like it when we get him on the air because he's an incredibly busy man. Joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline, it's the aforementioned Gordon Mann. And, sir, thank you, as always, for helping us out.
My pleasure. Thanks for letting me join the fun during the marathon.
Absolutely. I think it's awesome that we get you here on the marathon. First and foremost, your thoughts on what we've seen so far in the season of that is women's basketball this year.
Well, I think we have two teams that have sort of separated themselves from the pack at least a little bit at the top of the poll, and then you've got a tier of somewhere between 8 and 12 teams right behind them, and you've had some good stories a little further down the poll, but. If you're watching this from a national perspective, we had a weird thing happen a couple weeks ago where we had basically a virtual tie for first place. Yeah. Bowdoin and Thomas More both received the same number of points in the ballot. Number one is worth 25, and number two is worth 24, and so on. So they both landed on the same point total. Bowdoin had one more number one vote than Thomas More did. We have 25 voters, so that can't be tied, and that was 13-12 Bowdoin, and Bowdoin we considered them the number one on the basis of having one more number one vote. And then last week after the win over Amherst, some of the voters switched from voting for Thomas More for number one to Bowdoin. And now we have still a really, really tight race at the top of the poll, if you want to think of it that way. But Bowdoin now is number one without the asterisk.
Yeah, it never happened in the history of the poll. And rightly so. You use the first place vote since you have an odd number of voters. It makes for a perfect remedy there to break that tie up. By the way, I do want to say I kind of predicted that Bowdoin might separate themselves from Thomas More in the show, and I think some people thought I have the power of influence in voters. You can probably tell anybody out there, no one's listening to me on my take on those kinds of things. But how hard has it been? I say this kind of tongue-in-cheek because on the men's side it's been difficult to vote in the last few years. Yeah. I feel like for the first time in a number of years on the women's side, it's gotten just a little bit more difficult to put your ballot together now.
It has. Last year we had a number of weeks where we had 1 week where nobody in the top 25 lost. And we had a number where, one or two teams would lose and, someone in the middle of the pack or someone down near the bottom of the ballot. And depending on whether you were voting for that team or not, you might adjust. What's become harder this year for voting is at the top of the ballot, you have to decide which version of undefeated is better. And it's two weird versions. The NESCAC teams are always going to be a little unusual because they only play each other once, so you're not going to get that. If Bowdoin and Amherst may meet again, but it'll be in the NESCAC tournament. It won't be. There's no second game between those two teams, so voters are automatically forced to kind of suss out in their head. Okay, Bowdoin beat Amherst by 10, but that was at Bowdoin, and that was the second game, 24 hours. How do I weigh all those things as opposed to saying, we'll see what they do the next time they play during the regular season. So the NESCAC teams always have an unusual schedule in that regard. And then Thomas More, as we've touched on before, has extremely weird schedule where they played, really all but one of the games that are going to matter before the NCAA tournament before January 10th. I had a couple of games against some NAIA teams. There are two schools from their old conference that have left them on, including St. Vincent, who they destroyed last night. And but basically, Thomas More played its whole regular season in the span of about 6 weeks. So as a voter, you're left you have one team who is pretty good, and they're 22-0, and one team who is pretty good, but has had the long semester break off, and they're 10-0. And so you're looking at those two teams and trying to figure out, all right, which one's better? And I think what's happened over the years, Thomas More's schedule has started to lose a little bit of luster because some of those teams who they beat, who I still think are very good, have taken losses of their own. So, Whitewater, which looked like a really good win early in the season, is now 12-7, and Marietta, which looked like a really good win, is now middle of the pack in the OAC, and Chicago, which looked like a really good win, is probably not catching WashU for the conference title. So, and there's nothing Thomas More can do about any of those things, but the combination of the weird compression of Thomas More's schedule and the quirks that you always get with the NESCAC teams has made it hard to sort of figure out, all right, which of these, you really do have to make a decision between an apple and an orange. You really don't have a choice.
I find the women's race this year fascinating. You're right. Those top two teams have separated themselves. Thomas More's schedule, of course, is the talk of the town because it's just how wacky it's being in their last year. And you hope that they can get back up to full speed in time for the tournament. I suspect they will. Jeff Hans is a good coach, but you just never know. But, you've got Mary Hardin Baylor at number 6. St. Joseph's of Maine is sitting at 10. You get to see East Texas Baptist at 15. You're seeing some new blood. Transylvania now jumping in at 22. Misericordia at 25. Granted, lost to DeSales, but still a good team. And you have a lot of teams, Gordon, being voted for. This is a time of the year in the women's poll. Normally, the receiving votes category is kind of small.
It is.
It's kind of fun.
Different this year. Yeah, it is different. I administering the poll. I appreciate the folks who 9 times out of 10, I'm always glad to see a new team that wasn't just not being voted, but wasn't even on the ballot. I mean, generally the way it works is you'll get a list of the teams that are in the top 25, the teams that receive votes, and then I'll add 2 or 3 or 4 more, from around the country with who have good records, or sometimes it's obvious it's a team that beat somebody who was in the top 25. And I'm always happy to see folks add teams from their region. And for the most part, they've been pretty valid additions. And the weird thing is that same kind of decision-making process that you have to make at the top of the ballot, you also have to make, in the middle of or at the next tier of the ballot. You basically have to decide, whose loss is least bad. Is it, St. Thomas, who got beaten soundly by Wartburg but has two great players? Is it Mary Hardin Baylor, who lost pretty soundly to Thomas More but has beaten everybody else? What do you think of Scranton's one loss? What do you do with Tufts' one loss? And some of these things will get sorted out, but probably not until we get to the conference tournament.
Sure.
And teams either won't see each other again. East Texas Baptist is another really hard one to gauge, because while that conference is really good, all the teams that are really good are concentrated on the other side of the conference. So they get one game against Mary Hardin Baylor, which they lost. They get one game against Texas Dallas, which they lost, and that's it. So if you're looking for their best win, it's probably Hardin Simmons, who's a little bit above 500. So that's a hard team to gauge. Geneseo is a hard team to gauge. They only have one loss, but they don't really have anybody of note that they beat. St. Joseph's of Maine is hard to gauge. They have no losses, but there's not a team that if you were, probably doing a top 75 that they have on their schedule. So
they also have a great senior core.
Yes, they do. What I've tried to do more of this year is watch more of these teams on video, and that gets a little dangerous because you watch a team. I'm going to tune in to watch two good teams play. I know how Thomas More Geneva is going to turn out, so I don't need to watch that game.
Sure.
But you watch two teams, and then one of them blows out the other one or beats the other one, and then you kind of get that lodged in your head. Wow, look at how good this team is.
Yeah.
And they sort of stick there. And I did have a chance. I did watch some of St. Joseph's of Maine, knowing that they weren't going to have a team that I could really go back and look at a box score later on and say, okay, how good are they? And I still do think they're pretty good. Their point guard, McNamara, is really good. They have some good low post players. But that's a team that's largely ranked on the strength of a loss at the end of last year. If they get beat by Amherst last year by 25 points, they might be ranked, but they're not number 10 in the country.
Yeah, exact conversation we had with Mike McDevitt earlier in the program, talking about how he even said that, we're maybe riding a little bit of the wave off of last year's loss, and there was the closest loss anybody had to Amherst in that tournament. So, yeah, I agree with you there. I thought you were going to say there it gets a little dangerous because you get the stink eye from the family. I've been trying to lessen the amount of games I'm watching on a general night, and it hasn't necessarily benefited me, and it certainly surprised my wife.
I'm limited. I do limit it a little bit. I appreciate the schools like like
on the West Coast,
some of the other schools. The West Coast schools. By that point, by the time an NWC game's on, my kids are in bed.
Right.
Hope has their games archived, so I can go back and watch one of their games. And some of the other schools that are on that have their games on Roku or whatever, you can do that. But I too generally I'm not a. I would not. The person who would give me the stink eye would be the two smallest people in the house. If I came in and turned Paw Patrol to Mary Hardin Baylor Howard Payne on a Wednesday night.
My son now wouldn't mind, but my daughter would still give me the stink eye. I'm with you. No, I'm with you. You don't ruin Paw Patrol, sir. I'm with you.
What I'm told.
The women's tournament also starting to get the feel that big time now. I mean, we knew this was going to happen heading to Salem, that Salem would give them the experience, and we haven't even gotten there, but we're seeing hints already. Now we're seeing, there's coaches clinic that's going to take place. They're going to have a social hour now with coaches, all things that have been part of the men's side that we've helped facilitate too, and the All-Star game now. I feel like the women are finally getting their just due to some degree.
Yeah, I think, there's nobody who's more experienced in the country at hosting Division III national championship events than Kerry and his team in Salem. So there'll be no learning curve here. This is not an organization that, is going to be surprised at the level of effort or, it's been a while since we had one school do it in back-to-back years, but usually the story was the first year you do it, you kind of get your bearings, and the second year you build off of that. And there's not going to be any of that. The All-Star game, I think, will be a lot of fun for the players. You know, if it's handled the same way the NABC does, they really treat the players who come down very special. They get basically the same cool experience that you would get if you were in the on one of the championship teams. So I think that'll be positive, and I think, you know, we'll see how the brackets are built out this year.
Yeah.
But the last couple of years, at least 3 of the 4 teams, and some year 4 of the 4 teams. I think last year it was really all 4, but most years 3 of the 4 teams, you look at them and you go, yeah, that team could win 2 games this weekend and could win a national championship. And that, you know, that just makes the weekend even more exciting if the games on the court have some drama to them too.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And the Kreger Center is a beautiful place. Looking forward to seeing the games take place there and whatnot. I know I got to let you go. Thank you for your time. I know you're a busy man. We will get you on later shows. Always love your take on things, as I've said before. As always, final word goes to the guest. Final thoughts for those who may be tuning in.
Stay hydrated, Dave. Long day.
Thank you, sir. I got plenty of water and coffee in front of me.
All right.
Hey, Gordon, take care of yourself. We'll talk to you soon.
My pleasure. Yep.
Gordon Mann joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by BlueFrame Technology. I got some Buffalo Wild Wings last night. That's where my Buffalo came from. Anyway, thank Gordon for joining us. Appreciate it, as always. Always has a good take. If you ever get a chance, he sometimes chimes in on the boards. Most recently, I saw him in the Mid-Atlantic on the Landmark board explaining his ballot and his voting ideas. Really good. And I even take stuff from him. He made a comment on there, and I went and messaged him privately and went, hey, I always have a different take on that. Can you kind of give me a reasoning why you go that way, or in this case went that way, and I'm doing this? You know, maybe I got to rethink things. And he gives me his take. He's very analytical. He's very thoughtful. He's very well. He writes incredibly well. And always love his take. Gordon is a gem. We got to get him on the All-Star game. I got to make an email, make sure that he is on the broadcast for the All-Star game, because Division III and the All-Star game deserves his take on things for sure. By the way, just saw this note. We're talking about the Game 200 for Hope Calvin. Bob Quillman just pointed out Illinois Wesleyan and Milliken have played 231 times in men's basketball, dating back to 1909 and 1910. That's a lot of games. That is incredible. Talk about rivalry, right? And nobody talks about the Illinois Wesleyan-Milliken rivalry. To be honest with you, no one really does. And I'm not saying no one. That's not a fair way of saying it. But it's just not a common conversational starter when you talk about rivalries. But maybe it should be. We'll take another break. When we come back, where are we going? All right, women's basketball. Candace Brown, Vassar, joining us on the show. Her head coach, Bill Finny, will join us later in the show. I know he's proud of what she's done, Ashley Rogers has done, and others of the ilk of Marymount have done. I'm really impressed with what she's done, especially this year. She will join us next to talk about her squad, what she's been up to, and can they win the Liberty League? They've only lost 2 games this season. We'll talk to her about all of that. You are listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. We are 3 hours into the marathon. We've got at least 5 hours to go. Join us. Tell your friends about it. We're having fun. It's all about D3 basketball. More after this.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
It's odd. Seems like one of our ads didn't run properly there. I will have to look into what's going on there, as went to a blank screen with a countdown clock still for us. If you got questions for us, this marathon continues. Hoopsville at d3hoops.com. Well, no, don't use that. Dave McHugh, dave.mchugh at d3sports.com. It's scrolling on the bottom of your screen. Get our email address there. Our Twitter account's there as well. And of course, Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. So update on the Facebook. Normally you can live stream about 4 hours. We're into hour number, hour number 4 here. We'll wrap up in an hour. But we just got an email, I kid you not, today saying we can now keep our streams going. They don't get stopped at 4 hours, or at least our streaming service will keep them going. We hope we edited it to allow it to continue, but we will monitor what happens in an hour, and if things break up, we will start another stream as best we can. Not sure how it's going to work out. We'll see how it goes. We're trying not to abbreviate the original stream. That's kind of where the challenge is here. It's all going to be a learning experience as we try and continue things here, all to make the viewing experience for you all better. Going to keep with the women's basketball theme here for our next couple of guests. And if you have been not paying attention to women's basketball, Gordon Mann just got you up to speed. If you're not paying attention to women's basketball in the East region, one team that may surprise you when regional rankings come out next week, Vassar. 17-2 this season, 11-1 in conference play. They've already met the win total from last season when they were 17-10, 11-7, and 2 years ago they were 12-13. 3 years ago they were 10-15. They're not unfamiliar with 20-win seasons. We saw that a few years ago, but they have rebuilt and come back under a really good coach who was a really good player during her days at Marymount back in the heyday of Marymount. Not that Marymount's not good now either. Joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline presented by BlueFrame Technology, it's Candace Brown, who joins us from Vassar. Coach, thanks so much for taking the time.
Oh, no problem, Dave. Thanks for having me.
We will get this out of the way now. I think we mentioned this earlier. I am familiar with Candace as I called games with Pat Coleman where Candace was involved. It feels both cool that you are coaching and so good, but I'm also starting to realize my age a little bit here. First, congratulations, because, listen, you got this Vassar job, geez, how many years ago?
This is actually my 10th season.
Yeah, your 10th season, and you immediately had an impact, a slow impact, but an impact. Listen, this program was 4-21 in 08-09, and that seemed to be the direction this program was going. But you already got onto our radar with a couple of 20-win seasons, and then it faded off. And I'll admit, Candace, I thought to myself, okay, she's done well. She's probably going to move on at some point, but she can't keep the train of talent going to Vassar, which is a difficult college to get into. She can't keep that train going. Oh, you're right back to where, 17-2 here, Candace. What is working for you?
Well, I mean, I think it's a lot of different moving parts that are definitely working for us. I mean, this is the first off season that we come back that, I think every single one of our players got better. And I mean, I know that's a hard, ask at the Division III level. As in the summer, a lot of our kids are in internships. They're studying abroad. They're doing a lot of different things. And so, for them to have all increase their level of play definitely is a key benefit to, the success that we're experiencing this year. I've also had the opportunity to, consult with a, performance and leadership strategist and Sarah Darrenbacker, and so that has been really helpful. I'm really good at the, technical and tactical part of the game, but, that mental piece, you can always use some extra help. And so having her on board and a part of what we do has definitely stretched our mental game, and I think that that's also a key benefit and has helped us in that success.
One of the two losses was the first loss out of the gate, and now it's starting to look so much better. It was a 92-81 loss to New Paltz, and there wasn't anything to make of it originally, but they're now 14-4 on a tear right now through the SUNYAC. So that game now has a whole different meaning to it. And your second loss was to Ithaca. Well, Ithaca's a good team too. They're 15-3. Yep. You've also beaten good teams. You've beaten Marymount, facing off against an alum. By the way, did you and Ashley play together?
Yeah, we played together for 3 years. 3
years. Okay, it was bigger crossover than I thought. So you beat an old teammate at Marymount in a tight game at their place. You didn't get the memo, by the way, did you? You were not supposed to win that game. I don't know.
I think I kind of got that memo, but, I also know that we have played Marymount, not necessarily at Marymount, just before, and that was the first win that we picked up. So I was happy to, take it at my old stopping ground.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll get back to that in a minute. You also beat Williams. You've beaten Springfield this year. The conference race is what it is. You can only do what you can. Ithaca's, again, the only one who's tripped you up, and you've got that matchup coming up, of course, to finish up the season. Nothing going to be on the line at that game.
No, of course, right. It's just the last game of the season.
Are you? Is this what you expected this season? Did you expect to be at the top of the conference with 17 wins at this point, or did you think this was going to be a little bit of a rougher season? And thus, are you happy with where you are?
Well, let's start there. I'm definitely happy where we are. I think, our kids have definitely worked extremely hard, and I enjoy seeing it pay off for them. And so at the beginning of the season, I don't know if I thought that we would be 17-2. I thought we would be a very good team, but I'm not sure about 17-2. But I'm ecstatic about it, and I think that, you know how sometimes you can tell that this is going to be a special year. And I said to them early, and buy-in is one of those things that, is priceless. And I think they really believed that they could be special, and they just started to really put into the work and understand what it was going to take. And I think playing in the semifinal game last year just gave them a taste of the opportunity to, be back in the conference playoffs and compete for a championship.
It's what you guys have done caught my attention, certainly. And again, you won at Marymount, you won at Springfield, you won at home against Williams. And again, Ithaca tripped you up, but that game's back on November 30th. And I know you're not looking 6 games ahead necessarily, but that last one is at home. And basically, not that you're two different teams, but how much can you really put into a November 30th game when preparing for a February 16th game?
You can. I mean, I think that both of our teams, both Ithaca and us, have, improved over the course of the season. And so, looking at the team that we were on November 30th is very different than the team that we are now. And I say the same thing for an Ithaca, as they have definitely continued to grow over the course of the season. But I think it's going to be a tough game. They always are a tough matchup for us. Dan Raymond does a really good job there. And we're going to have to play a game. We're not going to be able to play a B- game against them. And so hopefully we come out firing on all cylinders. Hopefully the excitement of it's our senior game. It's our home last, game at home. all of that goes into us, being able to bring it that day.
By the way, I'm on your website. Can I just say I need to talk to you about some fashion tips? I mean, the suspenders with bow tie look is outstanding. I love it. Looking out, this is tremendous. What are you telling the team now as you guys make the turn here? What do you tell the unit about what you need to do, what you need to pull off, what you need to focus on, what you don't need to focus on?
We talk a lot about the outside distractions. We right now are on a 16-game winning streak. I've lost count because, again, that's not my focus.
Sure.
My focus really is one game at a time. And so, I keep talking to them about having a laser-like focus. Put on blinders and focus on the game in front of us. Because I think that if we can really focus on the game in front of us, it's within our grasp to pick up another win. But if we're focusing 6 games out, if we're focusing on, Union versus Bard, which is our Saturday game versus our Friday game, we are bound to drop one. So really having laser-like focus is important. And this is the final push. So, really continuously doing what we've been doing, but really being sharper. And in our execution and more disciplined on the defensive end is kind of, what we're constantly talking about.
I'm talking to Coach Candace Brown here of, I was about to say Marymount, of Vassar. Team is 17-2 overall, 11-1 in Liberty play. By the way, it's 14 straight games if you're counting at home that this team has been clicking along with. The last loss again coming to Ithaca way back in November, and now it is way back in November 2 months ago. You have 2 seniors on this. Or sorry, 3 seniors on this. No, I was right. 2 seniors on the.
No.
No, I am right. We'll do it. Hey, it's only 8 hours of a show. It's okay.
Right.
3. You got 3 seniors on this team. I'm trying to double check. Sorry, I'm flipping around here.
No, May Sussman actually is out on injury.
Okay, so it is 2.
He's not playing. So
okay.
2 playing and 1 that's injured.
But it's underclassmen who are kind of helping this team. It's a junior in, is it Senan?
Senan, yep. Jackie Senan, yep.
And Sophia Nick, who are your 2 leading scorers at 15-plus points a game each. Nick, just a shade under a double-double at 9.5 rebounds. You also have Isa. How do you say Isa?
Isa.
Oh, it's Isa. Jeez, I even blew that too. How do you say the last name?
No, sir.
But how do you say her last name?
Peasy.
Really?
Yeah.
That doesn't
I know,
look like it at all.
Yeah.
Peczua is Peasy?
Peasy.
That's insane. This is why, as a public address announcer,
you should hear how many other people butcher it as we, travel. So don't be alarmed.
As a PA announcer, I would want to get my name right, but I would look at that pronunciation and think they were giving me the wrong name. That's insane. She's also a junior, by the way. That was kind of my point. And then you have a sophomore. Your top 4 scorers are not seniors.
Right.
So that, by the way, is a warning to everybody else that this team's going to be good for a while. But at the same time, what do the seniors do then? If they're not needing to be the stat leaders, what do they do to keep this team humming along?
I think, Maddie Leong is in our starting lineup, and she is a great role player for us. She's our defensive specialist. She really, really, works hard. I mean, she is also a captain. So her leadership that she brings to the table is definitely something that continues to help push us and propel us forward. And then Julia, who actually studied abroad in the fall and is just coming back. But she definitely is a key component to what we've built here and the culture that we've built. I mean, she was on the 3 years when we weren't as good as we are now, but she definitely brings energy to the floor. She pushes our players in a practice setting and really helps us be the best prepared. So when we face the opponent, we're really firing on all cylinders.
What can you kind of prepare with this team? Because you mentioned just now a senior who was on the not so great teams. There's nobody who's been on these teams that were back in the 21 seasons, that can understand what comes with that. How do you prepare them now that we're on another level? We have expectations. We're at the top of the conference. We have a target on our back. How do you prepare them for what will be a very difficult finale here and then conference tournament?
I mean, I think our captains did a really good job in the fall because we talked about, being at this place at this time. And one of the things that they did is they reached out to the players that played on those 21 and 23, seasons. And was like, what was it about those seasons that made it so special? And I think that they also watched the game film of our championships at that time. And so they were really priming themselves for this. So I think it's just really continuously talking to them about having that laser-like focus and understand that we're good, but we have to be even that much better as we have that target on our back. So we at no point can go in a game and in 4 quarters feel like we can relax. We have to, continue to push the gas pedal and, keep it floored if we can. And I think defense really has been a key component for us.
You're going to have to rely on it because the next 4 games are all on the road. At Bard and Union this weekend, the next weekend at Rochester Tech and RPI, before finishing the season, luckily at home, William Smith and Ithaca. It's not going to be easy here these next 4. Granted, you just had the biggest advantage anyone could be given in conference, played 7 straight at home. So there's a yin and a yang to this. The yang is now. And how do you keep everyone focused on A, weather is already going to be a distraction, and B, the fact, it's you got to be on the bus a lot now.
Yep, that is true, but I think that we started this journey on the road.
Sure.
Literally, when we played Williams, that was only the second game at home,
True.
And everything else was on the road. And so we spent a lot of time on the road. I think that I was a little nervous when we started to play at home, what that was going to feel like. I got really used to being on the road. I think that our players, are used to being on the road.
Sure.
And so I think it is actually a good mix of like, hey, we get to take these 4 games on the road, but then we get to come home and finish the season at home. I mean, I would not want to necessarily go and finish the season on the road as we have, last year we were, had to do that. So I really think that although it is one of those things where, you're on the road, I think our kids are prepared. We spent a lot of time this season on the road, but I, always talk to them about being noble-minded. You're not going to always get the calls, and so focusing on the things that you can control, the controllables. And I think if we could do that, we'll be fine.
Well, I would be remiss not to flash back. Again, you went to Marymount and played your former teammate, Ashley Rogers, who's coaching that team. You were not there for the new gym, right? You played in the old tight.
No. I was there.
Were you?
My first year there, we opened the Rose Lee Burnett Center. Yeah. So
it's that
as
old?
You are,
Jeez.
yeah, as you are like, oh, I'm getting old. So am I.
Oh my Lord! I didn't think the building was that old. It still feels like a newer building. Granted, they've redone it a little bit. By the way, were you thrown off by the court? The court, for anybody who doesn't know, is gray.
Yes, it is gray. It is really
great.
Weird. It's strange, but I liked it as well because they also have the pops of black, and with the lighting, it does make it a little a little unique, and it definitely has that, when you play on it every single day, you have home court advantage, It sets it up where it is truly a home court advantage.
I'm trying to find a picture of it online, but unfortunately I only see the old floor in my searches, so we'll have to abandon that for now. But what's it like to go back to the old stomping grounds and play and be on the opposite bench to some degree, to take on a foe who is your teammate, your classmate, essentially? What's that experience like?
It was great to be there. I think just having being in that environment, seeing so many people that were definitely followers of Marymount women's basketball, and just being in that arena. I came in for our shoot around and I came in early because that's what I used to do as a player, and just take it all in, and really take some deep breaths and realized that, I'm actually going to bring my team here and play later. And so I think it was just a great experience. I was happy to, have us be down there in the tournament. That was the first time that I was able to play in the tip-off tournament since I left Marymount. So I'm always ecstatic to bring my team back to the D.C. area.
Bill Finny's going to be on the show later.
Of course he is.
Of course, for a lot of good reasons. So you get the first chance here to tell us a Bill Finny story and/or take a shot at the coach when you don't have to fear anything in return. Any thoughts on Bill and the coach he was for you?
Well, I actually have no shot to take at him. I think there's so many stories, but a lot of them are in a positive, fashion. And I just remember, one of the things that he always said to me before I got into this business and like very early in my career is, take care of the people who play for you and they'll take care of you. And I always remember that because, sometimes you get so caught up in the X's and the O's and the wins and the losses that you forget that these players are people. And the more that you can care for them, the more you will get in return. And so, when I came back to work for him in 2004, I was like, well, whatever, he makes ordinary teams do extraordinary things. And so I said that to him, and I'm like, hey, what is it? I'm trying to learn. And that was the, message that he gave me. And I felt that as a player as well. I mean, no matter how many sprints we had to run in practice, and sometimes there were a lot, it was like he definitely cared for us and wanted to make sure that our best interest and that we had everything that we can. I think I spoil my teams now because of how he spoiled us, which is not a good thing. But I think it really, in my overall experience, was a positive, and it created that sisterhood where Ashley and I can, really be competitive with one another, but still at the end of the day, we love one another and have each other's back.
I always wondered, watching you guys play, what practices were like.
Hell.
Yeah, I can imagine. Hey, Coach, appreciate you coming on, as always.
No worries.
And we always have a tradition where we leave the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
I really appreciate, Dave, what you and your crew do at D3 Hoops. I mean, the coverage is definitely huge. I just went back to the website and was able to find, 2002 archives. And so really just having that history there is huge. And I really appreciate what you guys do for us and our game.
Hint, we'd love to hear more about Vassar on the site, too. Just a thought. We can talk off air.
Yes, absolutely. I definitely will.
Candace, thank you. Take care of yourself. Safe travels. We'll talk to you soon.
No worries. Thank you. Have a great day.
Candace Brown joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Again, keep an eye on them. They will be probably at very high, if not at the top of the regional rankings when they come out in the East region. 17-2 overall, 11-1. Ithaca is the only caveat there. The win that Ithaca has there may trump Vassar, so they may not be the number one team. But congratulations to that program. And as we said, Bill Finny will coming up later. We're going to head south. We're going to head down into North Carolina, talk to Guilford women's basketball coming up. We'll talk to their head coach, Stephanie Flamini, about the Quakers and just how good they are in maybe at the top of the conference that others thought would be other teams. And listen to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. We'll be back with more Hoopsville when we get back.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
big shots. Teamwork. This trophy is not given. It must be earned. The 2019 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 15th and 16th at the Krager Center in Salem.
Bounces right back with a triple. Great job here. And that'll do it!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets and get your tickets today.
It's on us. It's on all of us. And it's time to act now.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Carol LaHaye, basketball coach at Randolph-Macon College and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. And now, back to Dave.
You want to talk about irony. Didn't even think about it when I ran that commercial break. Carol LaHaye doing the welcome back for us from Randolph-Macon. We're now talking about ODAC basketball, but from a different point of view, from Guilford. Guilford currently leads the conference by a game and a half. They're 2 up in the win column over Emory and Henry, 1 up in the loss column. They got W&L behind them at 10-4. Randolph-Macon is further down the totem pole, as it were. I think when we started this season, Emory and Henry, Randolph-Macon were kind of the two teams everyone was keeping an eye on this season. I don't know if anybody was paying attention to Guilford. 17-7 last season, 11-5 in conference play. But they're leading the way. Stephanie Flamini's got a pretty good squad. They're 12-2 in conference play, 15-5 overall. They're on a 4-game tear right now and having won 8 of their last 9. Their lone loss in that group to Lynchburg. And have gotten some big wins in conference action over the Emory and Henrys, the Randolph-Macons, the Eastern Mennonites. Now they got a good test coming up, Washington and Lee this weekend. And, of course, Randolph-Macon to wrap things up, and then conference tournament action. So joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, is the head coach of Guilford, Stephanie Flamini. And, Coach, thanks for coming on the show here.
Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Appreciate it myself. I've asked this of a lot of coaches this season. It's the easiest way for us to get an understanding of things, considering you lost 3 of your first 5 games to Greensboro, Emory, and Virginia Wesleyan. Did you expect to be where you are now, having only lost 2 games since? And did you think this season would be this successful?
You always want to think that, but I apparently no. I mean, we started off, we had a lot of work to do. We have a lot of young kids. We didn't come out of the gate very strong. You could really see a lot of our weaknesses, and we didn't really know where we were going. We were really hoping just to have a 500 season, to be honest. We were hoping for a 500 season, but they actually really came a long way in a short amount of time.
They have come a long way. I mean, that 2-3 start, that's kind of start that tears a hair out of coaches' heads. What did you say to the unit or the team? Because they got back on the horse, as it were, against Roanoke on the road, and then Eastern Mennonite was next, and got some wins there and started rolling. What was said to the team? What clicked for the team? What changed?
Well, I think the first thing is we talk about, we don't want to come out and not play good basketball. We need kids who want to come out and improve each day, and that was the first thing. We weren't really improving much, and we were working them pretty hard, and we just needed to get their mindset to change a little bit. That even though we were young, what we really just needed to focus on was coming in to practice each day and just getting better each day, and it will show as the season progresses. And so we didn't really talk about winning very much. It was really, honestly, I was trying to get my mind wrapped around the fact that, this might be a tough season. It's been the first one in a while, but that I need to start building for next year and start, trying to get them to learn the defense as quick as I can, just to start getting everybody in, all these young kids in, to try to learn and get some experience and just kind of go from there. But so it wasn't really anything said. I think they have a lot of pride, and they didn't want to come into this and after the first few games and not be successful and not have somewhat of a successful season. I think it's really goes on them because they put the work and the effort in, and they didn't want to be how we started. They didn't like that feeling.
Interesting scenario with what's happened here again, because I think a lot of people thought of Eastern Mennonite, not Eastern Mennonite. I saw them at the beginning of the season, but Emory and Henry and Randolph-Macon would maybe be the two leaders in the clubhouse, as it were, by the time we got to the conference tournament. Now it's you guys. Is that, I don't even remember what the coach's vote at the beginning of the season was, but I feel like it was along those lines as well. Is that motivation too? Or is that just, does that not even get focused on by the squad?
No, we don't focus on that. I mean, honestly, I don't talk about the preseason rankings. I don't talk about where we are right now. We're lucky enough to be in first in a conference that's now really balanced, although Randolph-Macon and Emory and Henry have the most experience. It seems at this point that anyone can win on any given night. You can't really take anything for granted, and we just happen to be in that first slot right now, and anything can happen with the last 4 games. So we know we control our own destiny. We know we have to continue to get better. We know we don't have the experience that some other teams like the Emory and Henry and the Randolph-Macons have, but we're still taking it one day at a time, and we're not getting too high or too low on anything. We just kind of try to keep it even keel.
A young team. There's no seniors on this squad. You've got 3 juniors. The rest is sophomores and freshmen. This is kind of a steep learning curve to some degree.
Yeah, well, we started 3 freshmen at one point, and so now, but there's a lot to be said about these players and how they've reacted to being kind of thrown into the fire here in a short amount of time, and how they've responded. So I really give them all the credit. They've done a great job. We still aren't as good as I would like us to be, but we're not a bad team, and we can pretty much play with anyone.
I've gotten to know coaches who are undefeated, win a national championship, who will tell me they're not exactly where they want them to be. You're led by a junior in Miracle Walters with 15 points a game. You've got a double-double from a freshman in Lindsey Galden at 13.5 and 10.5, 13.5 points, 10.5 rebounds, plus blocking, or 2.5 steals, I should say, a game, and hands out nearly 3 assists. And another freshman in Kaylin Davis at 10 points a game herself. Those are the 3 leaders, and it just shows how, you've been leaning on freshmen, and at the same time, they seem very much up to it. Coach, did we lose you?
I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're leaning on freshmen, as you said, but they seem up to it. That's what I think is most fascinating. Is it, at this point in time, I wouldn't expect to see freshmen with those kinds of numbers necessarily when there's pressure put on them.
That's true, and that's why we never talk about it. We don't put the pressure on them.
Hey, sorry. I may have just ruined that plan. But you're also playing deep. I should point out, while you 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players are playing in 13 or more games this season. So, and that comes obviously with a young team. You're searching for options, but that's also a benefit at this time of the year. If those many players have had experience, they're not uncomfortable getting into a game.
Right, and we're counting on them to be ready here as the season ends and we go into the ODAC tournament. We're really going to need our bench to step up. We're really going to need people to come in and be confident and just give us minutes so people, can get some time to rest. And we need depth going into the ODAC tournament for sure. So, we're going to rely on them, and they're going to need to be ready.
I'm curious about something. The ODAC tournament is unique in the sense that it's played at the Salem Civic Center, the now former home to the men's basketball championships of 23 years, to the point that you could argue being number one in the conference doesn't really get you much. Yeah, the top teams get buys in the tournament. You don't have to play as many games. You play one less. Does it matter to be the number one team in the tournament? Does the bracket really mean that much in the long run, or does it not? Is that not a pressure necessarily as the regular season comes to a close?
Yeah, I've never looked at it as a pressure. I've never looked at it as we have to be the first seed, we have to win the conference. I've always looked at the regular season as you learn from the regular season, and then you get to the conference tournament, and now you take everything you've learned, and it's anybody's championship. You just have to win 3 games. So it's never been something I focused on is we have to be the first place team. I've never really focused on that. Maybe it shows because, we haven't always been in first. We'll be tied for first, or we'll be second, we'll be third. I don't remember what we were when we won the championships, but it's never been something I key on. I key on getting all the experience you can out of the regular season, and then once that tournament starts, you take everything you learn and you put it into 3 games, and then you go for it.
Unique tournament, obviously. JJ's going to put his head through a wall when I ask you this question. I know it changed on the men's side. Has it changed on the women's side? How that not everybody's getting in, or was that always the? I can't remember.
No, it is. This is the first year for both.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So obviously you're at the top. It doesn't really matter. But does it feel a little odd that not everybody's going to be in, and that it's going to have a different feel to it to some degree?
Yes, it's definitely different because now you have to look at. You have 3 teams that aren't going to make it, and so you don't really know. I actually didn't even look at the brackets yet, but I know that it's just going to be it's going to be a little weird that the first round is going to be. I think less teams are playing now, maybe, or something. In terms of the first round at the higher seed. It's just different. I haven't really focused. Honestly, I'm not even thinking about it. But I think it's tough for the teams that like this year we have a little bit of a disparity from the last 3 to everyone else. So, but I think as we keep moving forward, those last 3 teams are going to build. They're getting better and better, and there's going to be a time where it's going to be really unfortunate with the tiebreakers when people don't get in.
Yeah. Well, at the same token, at some point. That's a beast of a tournament. It's interesting. Hey, Washington Lee's coming up on Saturday. It's obviously a big game with a team that's right in the middle of the conference. Then Randolph Bridgewater non-conference game against William Peace, interestingly enough, and then you'll wrap it up against Randolph-Macon. I know it's one game at a time, so we'll stick with W&L. What are you hoping to get out of that game? And I know W&L is listening, so why don't you just give us your coaching plan now?
Well. We haven't played them at all this year, so This is the first time we're seeing them. So, it's a little scary. They're a good team. They're hard to match up with. They're young as well, but they have more experienced players than we do. And you can see it when they're playing, watching film. And, we're going to have to really defend well on the outside and the inside. They'll either drive or shoot the 3. It's really going to be hard to defend them for us, and we're going to have to really play some team defense. They actually score more points than they did last year, which I thought they were a pretty good offensive team last year. So we have our work cut out for us. They're a good team. I expect it to be a good game, but we're certainly going to have to bring our defense for sure.
Well, at least the game's at your place. You don't have to play at their temporary facilities on the tennis courts.
Well, we'll be playing there next year, so we'll see what happens.
Oh, that's true. They're going to be there for a couple of years. Yeah, never mind. It's going to come back to bite you. Hey, Stephanie, I appreciate you coming on and chatting with us. I really do. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Dittoing everybody else, thanks for all you do to promote Division III basketball, and obviously thank you for giving Guilford some airtime.
Absolutely. It was a coin flip, to be honest. I'm glad we went with you. No, I'm kidding.
Good answer.
Yeah. Take care of yourself. Safe travels. Good luck the rest of the way. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, you too.
Absolutely. Stephanie Flamini joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Again, 15-5 overall, 12-2 in conference play. Big game against W&L coming up. On the road against Randolph, then home against Bridgewater, and home against William Peace again in non-conference play on February 11th. They had a week gap there. I can totally see why they did that. And then they'll finish up on the road at Randolph-Macon. That game is going to be probably very important for everybody involved. for seating positions. We mentioned W&L. If you didn't know, something we should have mentioned long ago on the show, but it kept escaping my mind. W&L facility where they've been playing games for years has been basically torn down. They're redoing it, getting a brand new facility essentially. So they've been at a temporary site, basically the tennis facility, for lack of a better description. I'm not doing it justice. Interesting article, I think, in the Roanoke Times about it. Check it out. W&L playing on a temporary location for the next couple of years. Hasn't seemed to affect the teams. They're doing pretty well. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have the NABC Coaches Corner. Joining us to chat about things, the president of the NABC. Happens to be a Division III coach and a friend of the program. Charlie Brock will join us to talk about what it means to run the Coaches Association for men's basketball, Division III's role in the NABC, and so much more. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we get back.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go into personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
UW-Eau Claire and Mayo Clinic Health System are creating amazing opportunities for students from across the Midwest. Our collaborative research agreement allows students to work with world-renowned physicians and scientists. And with more than 80 majors, UW-Eau Claire is the perfect fit for those who dream big and are ready to change the world.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built. College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built. College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor's Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. The marathon continues. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville and hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, Hoopsville at D3Hoops. No, Dave.McHugh at D3Sports.com. The Hoopsville one's been working weird. It's scrolling at the bottom of your screen. You can also join us on Facebook at Facebook.com/Hoopsville. We're going to hopefully have that simulcast still rolling here in about 13 minutes when we close in on 4 hours finished on this marathon. We'll make sure it works for you. If you're listening to the podcast, God bless you. We appreciate it. It's been broken up into several parts, and we appreciate your time listening. So we had the WBCA segment on earlier. The WBCA, and most especially the NABC, have been integral with Hoopsville's existence, to be blunt. And the NABC really helping build much of what you see here on this show in this home. If we move, I don't know what I'm going to do getting another studio set up. One of those who has always been a fan of ours and certainly pushed us to be better, but at the same time helped us get better, is Charlie Brock, the head coach of Springfield. He's now the president of the NABC. He joins us via Skype on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline and in the NABC Coaches Corner. Sir, it is good to see you. Thank you for taking the time.
My pleasure, Dave. Nice to see you. Your digs look good, and I guess you're going to have to get our permission to move.
You might.
The NBC's permission, I mean. Yes.
Well, the wife and you might have to have some negotiations.
We'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk.
Don't worry. It's not happening anytime soon. She might be listening. First and foremost, again, you are the president of the NABC. You're now, I don't want to even keep count of how many D3s have become president, but it's certainly Paige Moyer most recently, now yourself. It's happening with a little bit more frequency. As an outsider, to me, that comes across as the NABC has a lot of respect for the D3 coaches in their midst.
No question, David, and you really sense it immediately by when you're in the room with all the guys. There's typically really healthy discussions that take place, and quite frankly, there's a lot of disagreement sometimes about certain things that take place, all of which is done with the everybody agreeing to disagree, and it's just a great group of guys that are involved. It is a sacrifice of time. There's no personal gain in it, really, for anybody that's involved in it. It's just a labor of love.
Obviously, at the NCAA level, D1 brings in all the money, most of the money. And D1, while not being the biggest division, certainly has the biggest say. In the WBCA, we've seen where D3 felt maybe a little bit ignored. That has changed. The NABC, what's the dynamic like? You talk, obviously, about agreeing to disagree, but what's the dynamic like for the coaches to understand D3 is the biggest division for starters, and while you may not get all the spotlight, you guys are just as important?
It's really evolved, Dave, and a lot of it has to do with the leadership and Jim Haney and Reggie Minton, but also the leadership of the board members who have been presidents, not Division III people. There was a time when the NCAA kind of ignored the opinions of the coaches and even to some degree look down on them. I think the NABC was a great conduit, and again, due to the leadership of it, to bringing out a relationship between the coaching world and the people who are a part of that and the NCAA as it pertains to changes, legislation, going back to the APR and all those things. I remember sitting in that room and listening to the struggles that everybody had when that all took place. It's been an amazing evolution, but the relationship between the NCAA and the coaching world family has changed dramatically for the better. And a lot of that has to do with the leadership of the NABC.
Yeah, it's certainly impressive. And again, we talked about Paige Moyer being president most recently as a Division III member. Obviously, there's a president every year. Now you get that turn. There's other board members who are high up. Obviously, Gary Stewart is on that high board. But there's also other representatives. Can you give us a sense of the D3 representation on it besides yourself?
Actually, the only other one is Pat Cunningham from Trinity University. And in the board of directors bylaws, there would always be 2 Division IIIs and 2 Division IIs, and I don't know that there's a set number of Division I's. They seem to that seems to change more often than the Division III guys for reasons you can imagine.
Yes.
So that has changed some, but the number of people hasn't. Paige rotated off when he was the president, then rotated off. I'll be doing the same after this year. I took over as president last April at the Final Four, and the busiest time I've really had with this and all the things that's gone on with the recruiting and the NCAA legislation as a result of the Basketball Commission and Condoleezza Rice is the movement of that group. All that stuff really took place last summer, and there were an extensive amount of meetings and phone calls, and I don't have any part to play as such, but I was involved in all of them all the way through and was included, and when appropriate, it was asked my opinion. It doesn't, we don't have a dog in the hunt, but the people in the room cared about what everybody thought about different things, so it was interesting.
You segued well there, because my next question was, interesting year to be president of the NABC. I'll get to what that role basically on a normal year would entail, but D1 had a lot of going on for the last year and a half, and a lot of things in D1 trickled to D3. I don't know if this would necessarily, it's a different world when it comes to scholarships and money and shoe contracts and the NBA and the like. So as you said, maybe D3 doesn't have a dog in the race, but an interesting year for you to be involved, because as president, that is kind of your responsibility to represent the NABC. What was this whole last year like?
Well, the saying there's no dog in the hunt is maybe not the proper term. We all recruit just like they do,
Sure.
Not the same way, but whatever they do filters down to how we're going to do it, and so the calendar that they use affects the calendar that we aren't forced into a calendar, but what they do definitely filters down to what we do and how we do it.
Well, we should point out that events going on are really catered around what the D1 calendar is, so that's going to affect when events are happening for you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And some of the events that aren't D1 events that we still want to be involved with and be in a position to observe, we want those to continue to take place. And as it is right now, that is the case. I think what you're going to find is that the NCAA camps, and I'll use the term loosely, I'm sure there's a more proper name, but those are going to be scheduled in July, and they're going to be the top upper echelon of talent that probably have we as a Division III coach and recruiting probably don't have any interest in. What those kids that don't get to go to those are the kids that we're going to be interested in trying to find. So there is an impact on what they do as it pertains to what we're going to try to do.
Certainly. Makes sense. A little crazy for you then? I mean, maybe pulled into meetings you weren't expected to be involved in over the summer?
Yeah, and you know, everybody converged on New York. At one point there was a gala, and we had a bunch of meetings, and at the same time the commission was involved in it. The NCAA was involved in it, and I don't know if we've bandied around the name Dan Gavitt is such a great advocate for basketball, period, but he's actually a great advocate for Division III basketball. So, a lot of that relationship that takes place and the thought process of what's it mean to Division III is not being ignored. I'm certain that it's not the first thing they wake up in the morning and worry about, but I don't think it's ever something that's off the table either when they're putting together all the things they're going to do and scheduling and so on.
It's a no-no in my world to tease something you're not sure you're going to have, but we are working to hopefully talk to Dan Gavitt in the future sometime on this show because of what have you said. So what in a before I get to a normal year, obviously one of the things that came out of the basketball thing was adding 5 Board of Governor members who didn't necessarily have a tie to schools. In other words, kind of outside points of view added to the NCAA Board of Governors. I assume you were part of that. What was your opinion on that, and did you want to make sure it had a D3 seat or not?
Actually, I was not a part of that.
Okay.
That's an NCAA thing and a function that
I just didn't know if it trickled down from the NABC, because of the commission and all that.
I'm going to guess that Jim Haney, as the executive director of the NABC, was involved.
Sure. It
didn't filter down to the board level that we would have any say in it as to whether it happened or with whom.
What your opinion though of those added seats and maybe no guarantees it had to be D3 representation?
Well, I don't. I think the main thing that they're trying to do is to make sure that all membership is represented as best they can without having too many people in the room and getting nothing done.
Right.
And I believe that extra 5 seats did spread out to a more diverse group to include them in the decision making that takes place.
Yeah, it's fascinating. We'll see how it all turns out from there. Okay, so in a normal year, what would you normally do as president of the NABC?
Basically the same thing we do any year, but certainly the meetings and as a part of the executive committee we are involved with budgeting and a lot of it, especially when it pertains to the convention. And membership is a big deal. I've felt very strongly that it's something that we need to address. I think if we sit back and don't be aggressive in attracting people to be members of the NABC, we won't move forward. And quite frankly, as we all know, if you're not doing something, you're going to move backward.
Right.
So I think that's always an issue. And we've got a lot of guys that are involved in so many different facets of the Division III endeavors we have with, the All-Star Game and the Congress and the nominating committee that's with the All-Star Game and just a whole bunch of the All-American Committee. We try to get as many people involved in that as we can, so there are people that continually are interested in the NABC and the reasons for being a member at our level.
You mentioned the All-Star Game. One thing, obviously, NABC has become very involved with the championship weekend, but you do have a lot of things. You've got, obviously, an All-America committee. You've got the All-Star group. You've got other things, the service committee and stuff, that Division III. How important is it also to you to get new members? They may already be members, but new people involved in those committees too.
We work really hard at that, Dave, and one way we've done it is we've taken the nominating committee that works with the All-Star game and the nominations and selections, and that rotation on that committee is the same as the national committee. So the 2 regions that rotate off on the national committee in Division III basketball also rotate off in that nominating committee.
Gotcha.
There's been, without necessarily trying to, there's been some changes in the Division III Congress because of conference alignment, and
Sure.
We have a member of every conference on the NABC Congress. There are some people that have been involved in it a long time, and thank goodness they are, because they're outspoken and they're interested and they contribute. That having said that, there's a lot of new guys in that, and I think it's kind of fun for young guys to get involved in that group as well.
Fort Wayne, kind of segues very nicely. Obviously, heading to a new place this year. I've already heard members of the NABC very involved in how that's all coming together. Your thoughts on the new stomping grounds, as it were, for Division III basketball?
Challenging, but very exciting, Dave. We've been involved in a couple of 3 or 4 different areas there, and had nothing but welcoming from them, we're not set and done yet, but most of the nuts and bolts of what we do as an operation are good to go. Pat Cunningham and Mike McGrath have their kind of niche, and Dan Priest does his thing with publicity, and they're very aggressive in advertising and generating interest in that area. Looks like it's going to be a blast, and a lot of people are going to go. We hope that they'll go to the All-Star game as well if we do a good job with advertising. Jody May's done a great job with every year doing the nominating committee and the selection, and that process actually has begun just as of now with an NABC memorandum that just went out this past week. And then, last but not least, my friend at Clarkson, Jeff, he's new and doing all the travel arrangements for all the kids, which is a tremendous challenge, and in some cases, last minute, because we have to wait for the last couple of All-Stars until they are, if they are, and when they are eliminated in the NCAA tournament.
Sure. Lots we'll certainly talk about down the road, and appreciate the insight on everything you have going on. By the way, you're also a basketball coach. I don't know if you got that memo. Your team, Springfield, not having the season I think anybody expected. 7-13, kind of started coming unglued with your friend Mike DeWitt. I'd give him a call if I were you. 6-game losing streak after facing off against Ohio Wesleyan. Is this just chalk it up? One person said to me, hey, they won a lot of close games last year. They're still a good team. They're just not getting the right bounces. Or did something else go haywire? And obviously I know Ross was injured, which probably didn't help.
We actually had that, and we've had a few other injuries. We just got a kid back that broke his hand over Christmas. We just had another broken thumb, and that ended the backup point guard's season. We've had a rash of them, and it seems like when it rains, it pours. That's been an issue. We I think, did not come back from last year with the approach we needed to after having tremendous success and maybe took some things for granted. And, it's we like that we play the schedule we do, but it's extremely taxing, and the concentration level has to be there for 40 minutes, and we've had a hard time finding those full 40 minutes of good basketball. So we're still striving. We got 5 games left.
Yep.
We've got a playoff at the end of that, and we're going to see what we can do with it.
I was going to say, your team still might be 7-13. It feels like a team, though, that could all of a sudden figure it out and make a run. I don't know if that's fair or not to say that, but
it's fair, and I'll try to do it tonight. Actually. Yeah. I'm working on it tonight. As soon as we get off, I'll figure it out.
There we go. Yeah. But obviously, we should point out, too, Ross comes back next year. A lot of this team comes back next year. It might be a tough season, but it might be a great learning opportunity.
Well, I'd just as soon not go through the learning of it, please. I've already done that.
Well, that's my point.
Yes.
Learn from it this year.
Things happen for a reason, Dave, and great kids, and there's times where we played great basketball, and unfortunately we've got times in games and sometimes at the crucial times in games where we haven't played great basketball. With the injuries, we were thin and still are a little bit thin. That changes things, and quite frankly, anybody will tell you that, when a kid goes out and when he comes back, it kind of mucks things up when it comes down to the rotation and changes and trying to get the legs going and all that. So it's an interesting process, and we're gonna keep fighting.
Sure, you adjust to the change, then you have to adjust to the change again. It makes total sense. Charlie, thanks for the time. Really appreciate it. Always love chatting with you. Great to see you. As you know, we always give the final word to our guests. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
No, I just think I think many of us, when you talk to them, will tell you that one of the great things about basketball itself and Division III basketball specifically are the relationships that are created. And I think D3 Hoops, Dave, does wonders in that regard in enhancing those relationships, and just more of the same, but another direction of enhancing those relationships. So we really appreciate you, and Division III basketball really appreciates you.
Well, thank you, and I've told you in private, I've said it in public, I appreciate the relationship I have with the NABC, because, again, I don't know if we could still be doing this nowadays without your support, so thank you so much. Good luck the rest of the season. I know I'll get to see you in Fort Wayne eventually. We wish you luck, and we'll talk soon.
Sounds good, Dave. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. Charlie Brock joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline via Skype. We appreciate Charlie coming on the show and talking about things. He's a busy man, and clearly you can see it there. Again, all interviews on the Hoopsville Hotline, courtesy of our partners at BlueFrame Technology and their industry-leading production truck software. Is your college ready to showcase its teams through a reliable and innovative video streaming service that won't break your budget? BlueFrame's advanced digital broadcast tools will take your broadcast to the next level. Learn more today and visit www.blueframetech.com and tell them we sent you. More to come on the marathon as we are halfway through, and good news, we're still streaming live on Facebook Live. How about that, folks? We're still rolling. Elliot Steinmetz of Yeshiva joins us next. There's another team you shouldn't be sleeping on. You're watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we come back.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something. It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, here from on the marathon. We are halfway through the show. We are running along. I just realized we have one more guest we're supposed to have slotted into the show and somehow screwed up. We'll see if we can get a response from them. Oh, we just did. There we go. Well, I totally forgot. We're going to hear from Jim Haney, not the one Charlie Brock just talked about as being part of the or leading the NABC as president. Or I'm sorry, as chief executive, but the Jim Haney who's been running things for the officiating in Division III. Jim will be joining us a little bit later in the show. We're going to slot him in around 7:20, 7:30 this evening, and then we'll open up the happy hour after that. Well, we're halfway through the show, and as I just said in the tweet, we're going strong here. Hope not to get derailed, especially by our next guest. And that's not a knock on our next guest. The Maccabees have been derailing teams for a while now. They're on a run here after losing 5 of their first 6, which admittedly to them, if you ask them, and we'll get the answer here, is not exactly how Yeshiva thought they would get out of the gate. But they've been running strong since, and as a result, they are on top of their conference by 2 games in the loss column at 10-2 over Farmingdale State. At 12-5 overall, Yeshiva playing well, but they still got a lot of games ahead of them thanks to a break that the school takes. We'll talk all about it because joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, presented by presented by BlueFrame Technology, it is the head coach of the Maccabees. It is Elliot Steinmetz. And hey, Coach, thanks for taking the time and joining us.
Hey, Dave. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, so there's a bunch of things we can unpack with you guys. Let's start with the start of the season. I know you had high expectations coming in. I know after last year's NCAA tournament appearance, they got the world a-buzzing, and I do mean the world. You guys start off with 4 straight and 5 of 6 games being losses. First off, how tough was that to go through after what clearly were high expectations coming in?
It was tough. It was frustrating. I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that we have a lot of young guys. I think we had an injury, obviously, at the beginning of the year also. Our leading scorer from last year, set out the first 3 or 4 games. We were starting 2 freshmen. I think 4 of our top 5 subs are freshmen right now throughout the season. So, I think it took us a little bit of time just to kind of gain that maturity. And we played some pretty good teams in the beginning as well. Thankfully, we have good leadership, and we have good captains, and we have guys who are kind of able to keep it together in the locker room and help us turn it around.
Was there also maybe some confidence understanding, listen, ultimately this is the conference game. Our out-of-conference schedule is one thing, but ultimately we just need to win the conference. Is that something you can fall back on and kind of pull as a parachute to say, whoa, we're not in that much trouble here if we just get the job done later?
So when you start the season, you're looking to win every game, obviously, and we were trying to get ourselves out there a little more. I think earlier on the national level, but yeah, once you're 1-5 and you're grasping, then it's easy to turn to that and say, it's all right. We're 1-5, but we're 1-1 in conference. Let's kind of take it from there.
Your second loss of the game was at Ramapo, or of the season, I should say, and I watched that one. And to be honest, you guys had a good lead, not a great lead, but you had a good couple of point lead. And then could not get the ball in bounds. And I thought to myself, geez, that's the kind of game that can derail a team. And then, of course, you guys kept losing. I thought to myself, oh, no, here we go. How tough are those kinds of games, and how do you get teams to forget those games?
So those are games that are great for us, actually. In retrospect, the learning experience is tremendous. We were starting 2 freshmen in the backcourt at the time. Both of them have gotten significantly better since. As a team, it gives us something to kind of look at and say, hey, we were in control of that game. There's some little things here and there that we can fix, and then we're right there playing with a team that was in the Final Four last year. They're an excellent team. They're certainly at the time, better and more mature and more disciplined, so they were able to pull it out. But I think the lessons we learned from it were tremendous, and I think our guys really kind of, took great value in the lessons from those games.
Unfortunately, the conference play started 1-1 with St. Joseph's of Brooklyn a win, lost to Mount St. Mary. Then you faced off against Mount St. Vincent, and that has started what is now this stretch of wins. Granted, you had to jam a bunch of games in. You played a vast majority of your season before December 19th, played one more on December 27th, but then as Yeshiva being the school that it is, you needed to take a lengthy break. You did not get back into play until January 22nd. There's a lot of programs that kind of take that month off, whether it's mandated or not, and I always see them struggle coming back. You and I have talked in the past about whether you'll struggle or whether you won't, and you seem to do okay. You seem to be doing okay. We're 3 games in now. All 3 are wins. All 3 of them seem to be in-hand wins.
Yeah, you and I have talked about it over the years, and it's something that as a coach, it's just, it scares you every single year when you're sitting out there for about 4 weeks and, not seeing the guys, not having regular practices, not playing any competition. I think our guys are just used to it, honestly, at this point, and thankfully they come back ready. We bring them back a little early to start practicing before a break ends when we start our games, and then they jump right in. What's happened is I think, winning breeds a certain confidence and it breeds a certain work ethic. And I think our guys really spent a lot of the, off time working and getting better.
This is a team, obviously, that has some experience from last year. Let's talk about what you guys have been putting on the floor. Hold on. I think I have it by points. Yeah, 21 points a game here from Ryan Terrell. I want to talk about him in a moment. But the rest of the squad, Halpert at 17 points a game. Leffler or Leifer? Leifer. Oh, okay. Yep. 15 and a half points a game. 11 and a half out of TZ. How do you say Daniel's line?
Sion. He's actually out for the year.
You're right.
He hasn't played since early December.
I'm sorry. I just saw that he's only played in 10 games. So, but at least 3 guys there, though, who are certainly giving you points, giving you minutes. Leifer gives you a ton of blocks as well. He's averaging a double-double with 11.5 rebounds on top of that. And all 3 of them, by the way, shoot over 50% from the floor, are dangerous from beyond the arc, decent from the free throw line. I'm sure Leifer could get better. But that's a good core group you got there.
Yeah, it's a solid group. It's a group we've been looking at since we started recruiting them a few years back, hoping that at some point we'd have them all together. And that's finally happened this year, and hopefully everybody stays healthy. We'll have that same core back next year as well.
Well, Ryan Terrell is a freshman. A guy, I love how you lifts him as a guard forward at 6'7". Let's be honest there. He's a forward out of Los Angeles. He had a lot of expectations coming in. I've already gotten a question from our friend Ryan. Says, how's he been playing? Is he meeting or exceeding expectations?
First of all, he is a guard. He played point guard in high school,
okay.
actually, and he's been bringing the ball up for us as well. Go watch our game against Meridian, and he's the one who had to handle all the pressure. But he's fantastic. He's more than a talented player. He's a great kid. He's always looking to learn. He's always looking to get better. His work ethic is just really over and beyond anything we would have expected. We knew he'd be good coming in. There's a reason that he had offers in other places, but we knew what we were getting coming in. But he's far exceeded that, just both in attitude and maturity and leadership.
I hate the new terminology, but let's call him a point center. How's that work for you?
Fair enough.
I hate those terms, but we'll do it anyway. Obviously, he had a lot of expectations coming in, but we'd be remiss here if we didn't mention that you had other expectations coming in. Bar Aloof was expected to be on this team. Last year, unfortunately, the season ended with a little bit of controversy because there were accusations and claims that he shouldn't be playing due to his amateur status or lack thereof or whatever. It is so in the weeds, it's not even funny. He's not on the team this year. What does that mean? What should people understand about his situation?
Yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. We had a great season last year, obviously, and we're obviously in the midst of hopefully having another very good season here. And it's unfortunate what happened at the end of last season. And then Yeshiva, being the high-class institution that it is, constantly being transparent and above board, really went above and beyond in terms of their cooperation with the conference and the NCAA in terms of figuring it out. And the NCAA ultimately did agree with our finding. But again, Yeshiva made the decision to have him sit this year, and then we'll obviously revisit it over the course of this year for next year.
So that was a school decision, even though the NCAA felt you were in the right.
I believe that's the case. Yeah.
Interesting. And you said maybe coming back next year to add to this group. That's I know it's about this year right now, but just as a wow, that's something to consider.
Yeah, it would be nice. We have a pretty good freshman class coming next year as well. Besides that, so we're looking forward. We think we have a pretty bright future here.
Last thing on Aloof, thoughts on how it was handled?
I think ultimately our conference did a great job, and obviously the NCAA was cooperative. And listen, I tried to stay out of most of that stuff, and you leave it to the people who make a lot more money than us Division III coaches. But I thought overall they handled it very professionally. So last year you make the NCAA tournament. Unfortunately, Aloof ends up not playing in that game. It's played at noon, right, I believe, if memory served, or thereabouts, maybe 1 o'clock, at York College. They were willing to move the game up. Couple of things. One, it got you guys a ton of attention. You were the only Division III game happening at that moment. The game was sent around the world to those of the Jewish faith who were very interested in seeing basically the only division or the only school in the United States of its kind to be in this situation. It clearly is helping you with recruiting, and you're already having some success there. This feels like the tide is turned to some degree, because otherwise, do you get Terrell? Do you get some of these other players you're hinting at for next year if you don't have what was a tremendous season last year? There's no doubt it helps. I mean, I've felt since I've started here that winning is the best recruiting tool there is. Listen, there's we're limited obviously in terms of our recruitment, so the key is to try to keep those guys at home, the ones that we can really go after. A guy like Terrell, who certainly could have been playing at a probably a mid-major or possibly even some higher level programs. The fact that he was interested in coming and trying to be part of something special absolutely has to do with the winning and has to do with what we've kind of built here in terms of a culture. And, again, same thing for the guys coming in next year. We have some pretty high-level guys we think coming in that, we're hoping will buy into what we're kind of selling here and continue this thing going.
And if you should make the NCAA tournament again this year, obviously the same circumstances are going to have to be in place, that you guys are able to play, showered, get something to eat, be in your hotel before sundown. You're now more comfortable with that, too, to some degree, that maybe is no longer a challenge. And I don't know if it was a challenge necessarily, but it's now kind of, oh, yeah, we've been down this road before.
So, yeah, there's no doubt there's the experience factor. I wouldn't call it a challenge last year. The NCAA was terrific about it. And I have to say, I never had a chance to say this publicly, but the pod that we were put in, the coaches that we were dealing with were awesome. The fact that we had to play on a Friday afternoon, had we won that game, we turn around and we play Saturday night, right after the Sabbath ends. There's no film work. There's no scouting games. We would have had no opportunity to even, scout our opponent or prepare for the game on the Sabbath. So we kind of had to do all our preparation before, and all the coaches on the call beforehand were agreeable in exchanging film, and just it was very supportive, and it was it was very encouraging.
No, I liked it because I got to go see those games, then hightail it down to Johns Hopkins to see a couple more. And we're already hearing from the committee off air that they kind of like that too, that they wouldn't mind kind of pacing out all the games so people can enjoy the games throughout. You guys might have helped kind of spur on a new idea in Division III.
There you go. Trailblazing.
There you go. Hey, I got a question from you from a listener. He may be a little bit biased, but he does ask, what influence did your father have on you as a coach? It may or may not be coming from said father.
It may or may not. My father's had influence on me, thankfully, in a lot of ways, more than being a coach.
Well, he's just asking about the coach. It's fascinating, same last name. That's all I'll say.
Fascinating. My father was a high school basketball coach. I've been around the game, thankfully, from him for a long time.
Well, it's amazing what you guys have done. Fun to watch. Obviously, you're doing really well. Obviously, not done yet. You got 2 games on the road, Mount St. Vincent and St. Lawrence coming up. You do have the advantage of playing the last 3 at home and playing the majority of the last set of games here at home. How important would it be to have the conference tournament, though, at your place if possible?
Come watch, and you'll understand. There's no place like Yeshiva during the playoffs. We show some of our recruits video of what the games look like at home in the playoffs. It's out of control.
The first gymnasium, I am sure, will be interesting. How great would it be to host that tournament? It would be fun to see if it can be pulled off. Elliot, I appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know you and I talk a lot off air. It's fun to chat with you to get an insight on Yeshiva. As always, though, we get to give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
I appreciate it. So in the past, I've been on with you, and I generally just use it to say thank you, but I do have a final thought, actually, this time.
Great.
First of all, yes,
perfect.
Thank you as always. I appreciate you getting it out there. I put out an Instagram post earlier in the year with the response to the shooting that happened in the synagogue in Pittsburgh. Mm-hmm. And I shared some of the experiences that my players and I have had over the years with regard to anti-Semitism on and off the court in various arenas and places that we've been. To me, it's a shame that there's still ignorant people out there, but I do want to publicly commend the coaches and our conference, our commissioner in the Skyline Conference, that have really responded with tremendous support and action that are working to combat these issues. I'm hopeful that as time goes on, that people in this country are able to further educate themselves on humanity and coexistence and tolerance. One thing my father has always said to me since you mentioned him, you never know where change is going to come from. Athletes are natural leaders, so to me it's who better to lead the charge against hate than the coaches, ADs, and athletes in Division III basketball.
It is sad that it needs to be said, but it was well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Good luck the rest of the way. We look forward to talking to you down the road.
All right, thanks, Dave. Appreciate the time.
Absolutely. Elliot Steinmetz with probably the best final word we've ever had on this show. It is really disappointing that it has to be said. It's disappointing there has to be anti-Semitism, and I don't even say it right, at games that they are faced with. That's ridiculous. If you are one of those people, I'm just going to jump on Elliot's point here because now I'm a little ticked off. If you are one of those people who act like that at a game that they're at or at anybody's game, go home. We don't need you in Division III. We don't need you in the NCAA. We don't need you at games, period. Go home. We don't need you. I don't want – it's too bad Elliot has to say it, and it's really too bad that it happens, but I'm glad he said it. Go home. We don't need you. Going to take a break. When we come back, we jump out to the West Coast. We'll talk to Matt Logie from Whitworth. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we come back.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something. It's on us. All of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
I gotten some dumb luck here on our ads running, and we seem to get a good one there with the It's On Us campaign in Division III sports and all of the NCAA for that matter, about the fact that it takes everybody and to end all kinds of stupidity, whether it be hatred or discrimination or whatnot. Elliot's point, again, on our last guest about anti-Semitism against his program and others when they're in the gym is going to reside with me for a little while. Daryl Duncan, who is listening to the show while roofing today. Daryl, you are insane, sir. I am glad you're harnessed in. Also says he agrees, doesn't belong in Division III basketball. I will say it again. I will now say it for the rest of time. If you have any thoughts of being like that to anybody, I don't care race, religion, or gender, go home. We don't need you in our sporting world. We don't need you. No, I'm not going to go further, but just go home. Now joining us on the Hoopsville Hotline, we're joining all the way out to the West Coast to talk to a program that has been in the top 10 almost the entire season, Whitworth men's basketball. They have had a battle, to say the least, with Whitman this season, though it didn't go their way on Tuesday night when they had the rematch in the series, as they lost maybe in not as spectacular fashion as everybody expected that game to be down in Walla Walla. Now been swept 3 years in a row in the regular season, and now on a 2-game slide for the first time since November of 2014 in the regular season. But that doesn't mean the season's over, folks. Whitworth is still a pretty darn good basketball team, and Matt Logie joins us on the Hoopsville Hotline presented by BlueFrame Technology. And Matt, thanks for taking the time to join us.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
I appreciate it, too, because sometimes when a team is quote-unquote struggling, and I don't want to use that term necessarily, but on a 2-game slide, coaches start maybe finding reasons not to talk to us, and I can't blame them. But well, let's go back a couple. Willamette tripped you guys up last weekend, 95-93, that game on the road at Willamette, a team that you dispatched 86-69. I know the Northwest Conference has gotten better, But what happened in that one, and what did you think caused you guys to maybe lose focus, for lack of a better description? I don't know what happened, so up on you.
Yeah, I don't think our guys lost focus. When you look at the landscape of college basketball, obviously upsets happen all the time. That's what makes SportsCenter such a great show. And we've been very fortunate to really avoid a lot of those over the years. I can probably count on one hand how many times we've really dropped one that we shouldn't have over that time, and we take a lot of pride in the process that we go through. And to Willamette's credit, they played a great game. They shot the ball extremely well. We had some tough breaks on our end, and a few guys banged up and under the weather. Kyle Roach was really sick, and not that that's an excuse. We all deal with that, but it was just one of those perfect storms. It definitely was Willamette's night and not ours, and they did a great job of earning that game.
One of the interesting things that we've talked about is with you guys in Whitman is how fierce that rivalry is, and how close you two teams are. Even if the outcome's been going in Whitman's favor of late, the games have always been outstanding. And as a result of that, I think everyone forgets about the rest of the Northwest Conference. George Fox, you guys had a battle with early in the season. Linfield has not been the easiest out this year. Is a game like Willamette remind everybody, hey, the rest of the Northwest Conference isn't that bad?
Well, I think this year in particular, the conference is as strong as it's ever been, at least in my time here, and that goes all the way all the way through our conference. As you can see, Lewis and Clark won 2 games this past weekend as they're trying to put things together with the new staff, and so it's definitely a conference that has improved. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th place teams have gotten better, and like I said, we've worked extremely hard and been fortunate to win a lot of those close games over the years. And at some point in time, the luck goes the other way every once in a while, and I think the harder you work, the luckier you get, and programs like George Fox and Linfield and Willamette are playing good basketball right now.
In the game against Willamette, one of the things that I've said this season, that if every team's got a concern, every team's got a flaw, or you at least try and find them to talk about teams, because it's hard to talk about teams when they're always doing things well. My concern is a little bit of a short bench. You get down to about player number 9, and you guys have what seems to be perceived to be a drop-off, and I realize that's perception. In the Whitman game, you guys got in foul trouble early, and that bench really rose to the occasion. Did really nicely for you guys. You didn't really get into foul trouble in the game against Willamette, but you mentioned Kyle not feeling well. He still played 34 darn minutes. But one of your main reserves in Krosno got into foul trouble with 4, and maybe you went one player further than you normally would have. How do you, though, develop that bench and develop those players, because you're probably going to need them in some crunch moments in the future?
Well, to start out with, I don't know that any really good team, when it comes down to it, goes much deeper than 9, maybe 10 guys with a third post player. And so we feel very comfortable with the rotation that we have and the confidence in our guys. Obviously, kind of an undervalued loss this year for us is Garrett Hull's season-ending injury, because he did so many things for us last year when Jordan Lester went down on the defensive end of the floor, loose balls, ball handling. He kind of carried the torch for us in the backcourt as Isaiah Hernandez came along and got healthy and gained confidence, and now obviously he's playing really well. But I think that loss has hurt our depth. But other than that, we feel very comfortable with the depth that we have. And one thing that is unique about those Whitworth-Whitman games is, for the most part, we are always playing them as the 3rd game in 5 days. And so if you're only tuning in for those games to watch Whitworth play, fatigue may be more of a factor in some of those, and you don't have any control necessarily over that. They're built very well, very deep, and they play a style of play where, if you're calling a spade, that probably does favor them in a third game in 5 days scenario, which we face.
Yeah, and that's absolutely the case. It's not easy, to say the least, in those scenarios. Are you concerned? The committee last year, I know, wanted to split you guys up, Whitworth and Whitman. It didn't work out very much to their chagrin. We can all blame Texas. We can drive that one through the hole again if we need to. I know they'd like to split you guys up this year. I think everybody would like to see you split up. But are you concerned that you take a loss to Willamette, maybe one more, because unless you're the AQ, and that's possible. You won the AQ last year. Do you worry that you're going to pigeonhole yourself back into that spot because it's not going to give the committee the argument? Or are you hoping you still have that argument even despite the Willamette loss?
Well, we can't worry too much about what the committee does or what their parameters are. They have to do the job that they're given. But that being said, this team in particular has basically played together now for 2 years and has one bad loss. Four of our eight losses are to Whitman.
Yeah.
3 of the last 5 games against them have come down to one possession or one call here or there. If for anyone that doesn't think, we're a blue chip caliber team, we have no control over that. We just let the results speak for themselves and go about the process the right way. I've got a lot of confidence in our guys to bounce back from these past few days, and I know they're excited to get prepared to make a run wherever that may be.
You had a dandy of a schedule this year. You played St. Olaf earlier in the season. You played Trinity, Texas, but especially Texas Dallas, though they tripped you guys up. You then headed to our event, as we've always loved having you over the years, at the D3Hoops.com Classic in Las Vegas, and you had a heck of a game against Johns Hopkins. And then Emory and Henry made you guys earn it in the end as well. I would not say you're not battle-tested this season outside of just games against Whitman.
No question. This has been a really great schedule for us. It's really prepared us well and made us better. I think, I can never project what the SOS numbers will look like, but I've been a part of all the games. I know the eye test, and this is as strong a schedule as we've ever played or been able to play. We feel like, we've got a really strong body of work. I think the history of this team, speaks for itself when you look at, all of the success that we've had. We get ready for one game at a time, and wherever they send us, and we're happy to be in the tournament and get prepared, hopefully to make a run if we're fortunate enough to get back in this year.
I made a claim that I think this is the strongest Whitworth team I've seen. That includes the team that was number one for a long time, the team in 2010, 2011 that only lost 2 games. I don't think you were there, if my math's correct for that. But is this the strongest team you've had under your belt, or is this up there with maybe? Where does it compare for your tenure with the Pirates?
Well, it's way up there. I mean, I think it certainly could be. As I told our guys after Tuesday's game, we're always writing the next chapter in our story, and we've got a few chapters left in this one. I thought our 2015-2016 team with George Valley and Matt Stoddicker as seniors was as good of a team as we've had here. We lost at the buzzer in the second round to Whitman in the tournament that year, but I thought that team was very capable of making a deep run, as honestly as I have with all the teams that we've had. But that one was really special. My first year here with Felix Freet and Idris Lassisi, I thought that team was maybe the most talented team that we've had, but we were all new together. This group has a lot of continuity. They really know how we want to play and what it takes to be successful, and so we're hopeful that at the end of this book that we can look back and say, that team ranks right up there with the best that Whitworth's ever had.
Can you give us a little insight on the Whitworth rivalry? For most of us, we have to watch it from our couches at home. We don't get out there, though. I'll tell you now, I'm thinking about getting out there sometime soon. But can you give us an insight on what that rivalry is like, what it's like for you guys as coaching staffs, what it's like for the players, what it's like for the fans?
Well, I mean, I think it's what makes college basketball special. You know, we're at a different level than Division I, but when you think about Kentucky and Louisville and Duke and North Carolina and you know, rivalries like that, you know, that for our level, I think Whitworth and Whitman is right up there. And you know, you've got two programs that, you know, over the last 3 to 8 years have been, you know, right in the top 5, top 10 of the country, competing for conference championships, and also kind of knowing that one of you usually has to go through the other to make a deep run in the NCAA tournament, which is obviously unique to our conference. But I think that adds to the intensity of it because you know, we all know the rules of the game we're playing out here on the West Coast, and it just ups the ante a little bit more.
You're on a 2-game losing streak, which is rare for this program, as we mentioned earlier, but you got the next 3 at home against Lewis and Clark, Linfield, and George Fox. How do you somehow put those 2 losses behind you? Granted, it sounds like some of it illness-related, and focus and use the home floor to get back, you know, in the right direction. And not that you're in the wrong one, but that's the turn of phrase.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I wouldn't say the losses were illness related. Obviously, we'd all like to be healthy. You know, Willamette played extremely well,
sure.
and you know, they beat us. But you know, we when you play 3 games in 5 days against competition like that, and this time of year, everyone's banged up, and so you know, the first thing we hope to do is get a little healthier. It'll be nice to be at home for a couple weeks, and hopefully start to build some momentum heading into the conference tournament. You know, I didn't think we particularly executed very well on Tuesday. We didn't really, you know, execute what we set out to do, and Whitman is so good that when you make mistakes, they really make you pay. And so, you know, I don't think that we're in a state of being where there's confusion about who we are or missing pieces. It's just a matter of, you know, doing what it takes to be successful and leaning back into each other and you know, having the opportunity to step back up to the plate.
It's certainly going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. Obviously, the Northwest Conference tournament's still ahead as well. Plenty of other things to figure out. I appreciate the time and the insight on what's going on. Great to see you out in Vegas. Fun to see you, by the way, against Hopkins, against your old bud, Josh Leffler, who I saw last night at McDaniel. Man, that changed the point of view of that game quite a bit as well. As always, we give the coach the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, just you know, really looking forward to the home stretch run here. Coverage that you give to D3 Hoops is just phenomenal, and we certainly appreciate it out here on the West Coast and in the Northwest. I think our conference has really improved, and I'm looking forward to having the opportunity to you know, represent Whitworth down the home stretch here.
Well, I thank you for your time. I appreciate it tremendously. Good luck the rest of the way. We'll look forward to chatting with you about it all down the road. Take care of yourself and, well, enjoy it at least.
We will. We absolutely will.
Awesome. Matt Logie joining us here on the Hoopsville Hotline presented by BlueFrame Technology. Appreciate him taking the time. Again, next 3 at home, Lewis and Clark, Linfield, George Fox. They'll finish on the road against Pacific Lutheran and Puget Sound. And then it's the Northwest Conference tournament. Right now looking like it's going to be down in Walla Walla, but there's still games to be played. We'll see where it all progresses, and we appreciate Matt coming on the show. Always a joy to have him on. Going to take a break. When we come back, special guest Tim Leyden, senior writer for Sports Illustrated, will join us. He is a Williams grad, and he messaged me, I want to talk D3 sports. I want to talk D3 hoops. Well, Tim, I'd love talking D3 sports with you. He joins us next to talk D3 Sports. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we come back.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football.
I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
UW Eau Claire and Mayo Clinic Health System are creating amazing opportunities for students from across the Midwest. Our collaborative research agreement allows students to work with world-renowned physicians and scientists. And with more than 80 majors, UW Eau Claire is the perfect fit for those who dream big and are ready to change the world.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Hope you're enjoying this marathon show. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, Hoopsville at D3. No, email us, Dave.McHugh at D3Sports.com. It's what happens when you've been saying that for countless years. The Hoopsville one's acting up, so just use my personal. I haven't had a lot of you use it, but go ahead. Of course, we're still streaming, simulcasting on Facebook Live. Thank goodness Facebook Live has changed its dynamic, so we can keep that going without ruining the file. We appreciate you taking the time to join us here on the marathon as we're getting ready to close out yet another hour. We got some great guests ahead of us. Don't forget, we will hear from Bill Finny here shortly from Marymount, the former AD and women's basketball coach. Danielle Donahue, the WBCA executive director, will join us in a pre-taped interview. Josh Erickson from Beyond Sports, who they're sponsoring the All-Star game in women's basketball, he'll join us. Sam Atkinson, the Gallaudet associate athletics director for communications, but more importantly, the men's basketball committee chair, will join us. Trevor Woodruff from Scranton and Jim Haney, the head of Division III officials, will join us as well. That's all still ahead, if you can believe it, on this show. But more importantly, let's get to our next guest. He's a special guest because, as I said in the tease, and I've said a little bit, I got this random direct message from Tim, and it said, I want to talk Division III. I'm like, oh, well, yeah, let's talk. He goes, no, with you on the show. Oh, okay. I got the perfect show for it. Why don't you join me? Sure. Really? That simple? Well, we might remember, if you know the history of this show, I think the first marathon, I think we had Tim on the show, and he was about to head off to the Winter Olympics, which made me incredibly jealous. Well, he's back. We get to talk to the senior writer, I believe is the appropriate title for him. Hold on as I click on 6 things at the same time. Joining us on the Skype BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline, it's Tim Leyden. Sir, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it, especially via Skype.
Dave, this is big. This is the biggest thing that's going to happen to me today. Anything to do with Division III basketball is the highlight of my day and probably my week.
I will take that it's the biggest thing today because I know darn well it's not any bigger than that. We should point out you are a Williams grad. You are proud of your EAFs. Yep. You are more than proud of your EAFs. You give me a sense, though, that it gave you the itch to want to talk Division III sports, sir.
Oh, I would do it any day, anytime, anywhere. I'm constantly talking with friends from Williams and with my brother who's out at Claremont McKenna where his wife is a dean. And if you look at my direct messages and texts, they're about Division III basketball as much as anything else at this time of year. So there's no bad time of year for me to talk about this. And I think I just think it's a fascinating year for the sport. I think that there's so much more talent deeper into Division III than there's ever been. And parity's an overused word, but so many good teams and so many good players and by a geometric level, more teams with a chance to really make a Final Four or win a national championship, I think, than at the D1 level, I mean.
Yeah, no, true. And listen, you know how I feel about it. I agree with you. Parity, it maybe is an overused word, but it is huge on the men's side in Division III basketball. We're seeing a little bit more of it on the women's side now as well. And so it's hard to not use that word, to be blunt. When you cover D1, which you certainly do your fair share of, is there anything you wish about their game that was more like D3's game? Well,
Yeah, I wish there were seniors. I guess if I had to pick one thing, but I don't think that the industrial complex of basketball will ever make that happen again. But I guess that's the thing that I miss about D1 basketball is watching guys. One of the formative experiences I had covering Division I basketball a long time ago was covering Krzyzewski's two-time national champions at Duke in the early 90s with Hurley and Leitner and Grant Hill and those guys. And they all stayed 4 years because that's mostly what you did back then. And obviously the best players now aren't going to stay that long. It's a different ecosystem now, and that's not going to happen, but it's something I miss for sure. And I love seeing D3 teams that, when you see a team that's good with sophomores, better 2 years later because those guys are still going to be there and they're going to be seniors. And I think that's a great thing about Division III basketball.
One of the things I notice, you do a lot of Olympic coverage. You and I have talked about that, and you know my jealousy of that because I would love to go to an Olympics myself and cover it. And one of the things I've thought about is why do I love the Olympics so much? One, it's a variety of sports. I love the Winter Olympics especially, but I'm a winter guy. But the other thing I get from it is it's Division III to a larger extent. It's just on a world stage. There's a lot of these people who have other jobs. There's a lot of these people who have other lives who are also doing athletics. Is that a fair representation of the Olympics, and is it fair to make that comparison to Division III?
Well, I think where that comparison is fair is that the vast majority of Olympic athletes, whether it's winter or summer, whether it's if you're not Usain Bolt and you're not Michael Phelps and you're not Chloe Kim or Lindsey Vonn or Michaela Schifrin, as you said, you're probably barely making a living at that sport. And that means that what you're doing is a labor of love to some degree. You're not playing because you signed. Some of those people may have deals with various companies, but they're not getting rich doing what they're doing unless you're at the very top of the sport. And I think what that shares with Division III basketball and all Division III sports is that, the men and women that play Division III basketball, by the time they're a junior, senior in college, they're looking ahead to what they're going to do with the rest of their life. And they're basically basketball is fitting something into a very busy life that's academically busy and socially busy. And they have to find the time for it. And they have to have a special love for what they're doing to excel at it. And I think that's the beauty of everything about Division III. But, obviously basketball and football are the sports that we're most that we watch the most. So I think that it's more resonant there than anywhere else.
In one way, all of your worlds have somewhat collided. Williams, Division III, Division I, in the Duncan Robinson story.
Yeah.
He's now got a two-way contract with the NBA's Miami Heat. What was that like from your point of view? And I'll be honest, I don't know how many articles you did or didn't write about it, but you may have helped with as well behind the scenes. But what was it like to have those kind of worlds come all colliding together, and all because one coach happened to leave? Otherwise, Duncan probably stays at Williams the rest of his career.
Yeah, no help behind the scenes, Dave. I actually, I try not to write about Williams too much. There's been a few great stories that have come to me, including one that was, selected as one of the best stories in the first 60 years of SI, which was a Williams, a historical football story. And a couple times things have happened. An old coach passed away. Another one retired, where I take the opportunity to maybe write something on SI.com. But I didn't write about Duncan until right before the Final Four last year at Michigan. So we're talking 4 years after he was at Williams. And that was the first time I talked to Duncan and the first time I met him and talked to some of the guys that played with him at Williams and that were either still there or not there. And sure, it was I don't want to abuse the fact that I have a platform and I went to Williams, because there's so many great stories in Division III sports that, I don't want to overdo the fact that I'm closer to Williams than those other places. But in this case, once Duncan got to the national championship game, or I'm sorry, the Final Four, he did get to the national championship game, but I wrote it before the Final Four, and I just felt like this is such an amazing story. And I did see a lot of their games in 2014 during his 1 year at Williams. I probably saw 6 or 8 games live that year and a lot of others on the stream. And it's just an amazing story. And the answer to the $64,000 question is, I thought he was a great player, but there's no way that I thought he would be, at this point in his life, right on the cusp of maybe being in the NBA.
Yeah. And I think he's gotten a little bit of NBA time so far. I've honestly lost track.
Early in the year, he made 2 3-point baskets, including one against the Nets when the game was still in doubt. And he was up and down for a while. Now he's mostly been in the G League, but that's the way it was intended this year.
Right. I mean, he signed a two-way contract for that purpose, specifically. You mentioned you don't write a lot about D3. I know I got into a habit, even though there's more D3 schools in my neck of the woods in Baltimore than there are D1s. There's also more better D3 teams than there are D1s. That I got in my habit at work of just being quiet about it. Trying not to push the D3 angle too much, because I didn't want to be oh yeah, Dave, I know it's a D3 school, blah, blah, blah. Though it was fun for me. One of the great moments at the station was I'm getting ready for a show as a news guy. My former sports boss is there still working, and I've got Johns Hopkins stream at the World Series up, because Johns Hopkins could pull off one of the best upsets in D3 baseball. And I come back from the bathroom at one point, and there's 8 or 9 people huddled around my computer watching the game. And I thought to myself, stop telling me you don't care about Division III too. There are good stories. Do you have the same battle, though, with SI? You hinted at it. You want to tell more of those stories, but they're like, does it get us clicks?
Well, a good story is a good story.
True.
And I think in 2019, more than ever, a story doesn't have to be an NFL story. It doesn't have to be a Major League Baseball story. It doesn't have to be Division I college sports either. Any SID that's listening right now, if you have a really great Division III story, I'm easy to find. I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. My email is easy to find. I would love to do those kind of stories. The one thing I'll say is it's got to be really good. It can't just be, this kid is going to score 2,000 points, and that's never been done at our college, and he's a really good kid. That's a wonderful story. It's not good enough for the really big media outlets to do. It's barely good enough at the Division I level anymore. There really has to be something. As everybody knows, the media landscape in America is very noisy right now. And it's noisy on many different levels, but sports has been sucked up into that. But a good story is a good story. And I use the example, I referenced it earlier. 7 years ago, Dick Quinn from Williams called me with a story about this guy that played football at Williams in the 60s, and he got Hodgkin's disease and died right after his senior year. But he played with great passion and honor, and then the college accidentally retired his jersey for 50 years without anybody knowing why. And there were all these tributaries, and it was just an epic story, and it did tremendously well on the internet, and people loved it. And it didn't matter that was Division III. It didn't matter that it was Williams. It could have been Oregon State, and it would have been a great story. So I think a great story is a great story, and if there's an SID out there or a coach and you've got a great story, writers at the highest level of the business will want to write it and tell it, and people will read it. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I agree with you. I expect, by the way, we're going to have a front page story about this, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm smart enough to know. To be honest with you, it's the same token on D3 Sports' point of view. And I'm not trying to knock anything, but, you know, 1,000th point scorer who's the 20th to do it in program history, congratulations. We have the debate, too. Where's our line of demarcation to essentially that we jump on that direction? Granted, we have a little bit more leeway to doing everything D3 related, but it's a common refrain, and it is about making sure that you stand out somewhat from the crowd. Ironically used of those terms with Sports Illustrated writer. I didn't mean to make a faces in the crowd reference.
And Dave, D3 Hoops and all the D3 sites are tremendous for the sports that they cover and tremendous for the entire Division III community. But sure, that bar you're talking about for D3 Hoops to do a story, it's that much higher for the New York Times or for SI or for the Washington Post. But those stories are out there. They're absolutely out there.
I agree with you. Absolutely. It's one of the reasons we love doing the YD3 show for the 1 year we did it, though it ended up being more work than we expected. We might have to revisit that in the future in a different way. Mm-hmm. Tim, I could talk forever with you. I really appreciate you coming on. I know you keep track of what's going on. Your Eafs are playing darn good basketball right now on the men's side, and you've got a women's coach who's knocking on 500 wins herself. You got to be pretty proud.
Sure, I love the way Williams treats sports, and I love to see the program successful. And I've never met a Williams athlete that it wasn't a pleasure to meet. And again, I'm sure there are a lot of D3 schools that can say that. That just happens to be my college, and I'm thrilled that the Hoops team is doing well. They got a lot of seniors, and obviously Kevin App built that team to do something special this year. But there's a lot of good teams, so who knows?
Kevin App, who's a classmate in high school with my brother-in-law. How crazy is that?
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, my brother-in-law walked up to me and goes, "Oh, I heard you were talking to my classmate on your show." I'm like, "What? Who are you talking about?" It's been downhill since. By the way, you and I have one great thing in common, though. I don't have mine hanging. Maybe I need to do it. You hang all your credentials behind you. That is awesome. I love it. I hold on to I've held on to about 95% of my credentials in the years. I got to hang them up like you do. That's awesome.
That's only since 1994. I threw them away for about 15 years before that, so I'm not sure if I could even have room in here. I think hoarders would be after me to be on their show.
I would argue mine are only since 1994 as well, but for different reasons. Tim, I appreciate you coming on. As always, we give the guests the final word. Final thoughts you'd like to share with those who may be tuning in.
Just excited for the tournament. I read the message boards, and everybody has a stake in this, and I fully expect to, just like last year, to have two teams in the Final Four that nobody's talking about right now, and maybe one of them win it all.
Yeah, it's possible. If you're on the message boards, you ought to chime in your thoughts too.
No thanks.
I knew it. Hey, thanks for so much. Don't be a stranger. We'd love to have you on as many times as we possibly could. I love the input. I love the insight. I love the point of view from outside, to be honest, even though you're inside. Anything you want to tease about SI?
No, just please keep reading. It's harder to be successful now than ever. So we're as good as we've ever been, and read the magazine, read the website, and give us your support.
There's a stack of SIs right over there that I haven't read that I need to read. I need to get better at that myself. I've always enjoyed reading it over the years. Tim, thanks so much. Take care. We'll talk to you soon, and I love chatting you behind the scenes as well.
Okay, thanks, Dave.
Tim Leyden joining us from Sports Illustrated. Appreciate his time. Fun to talk to him. Great insight, great point of view as well. Don't be a stranger. If you get on with Sports Illustrated, you know now there's a good D3 voice at places like that as well. Going to take a break. When we come back, Bill Finny will join us, the athletics director, former athletics director, former head coach at Marymount. He'll join us to talk about lots of things in Division III. What has he seen? He's still got his pulse on the women's game. I'd love to get his take. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More Hoopsville after this.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. Coming up, we've got a pre-taped interview with Danielle Donahue, the executive director of the WBCA, which will give us a chance to get a break. We've been on the air nonstop since noon with no pre-taped segments. We only have one pre-taped segment this entire show this year. It is Danielle Donahue's two-part segment we will have coming up. But first and foremost, speaking women's basketball, we should definitely talk about one of the basketball greats, I would say. I got to know Bill because, well, my alma mater, it was an arch rival of theirs because, well, that's just how it works out. Marymount was a very good program back in the day in the CAC. They are still a good program now in the AEC in their first season. One of the guys that I enjoy I have a lot of conversations with people behind the scenes, whether it's via Twitter, text message, email, phone call, any combination of thereof. Tim Leyden, who we just had on, was one of those individuals I have those conversations with. Another is Bill Finny, the former Marymount AD and women's basketball coach. He won over 550 games, took his team to deep in the NCAA tournament, often once to the Final Four. And we already talked to one of his former players who's a head coach now. And Bill joins us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. And, sir, I thank you for taking the time. I love our chats. I'm glad we can do this on the show.
Well, I got to tell you about one of the chats we had. I think
my
wife and I were headed north to Maine.
Yes.
And I got on the phone with you entering the Baltimore Tunnel, and I said, Dave, I'm on the New Jersey Turnpike now. We have to stop talking.
Yes, that's true. We talked for a while.
A long while.
We can talk about the fact that last night, just to say hi and touch base on some things.
Yeah, that was 45 minutes.
You think? I looked at the time. It was longer than that.
Oh, it was.
We have fun exchanging stories and having a good time. I'm sure your wife would rather us not. My wife doesn't know about them maybe until now. I'm up later also. But, yeah, no, we always have fun chatting. And
right.
We'll talk about the Maine connection in a minute. But first and foremost, what I'm impressed with, Bill, is that you've kept your pulse of women's basketball, whether it's me sending an email saying, hey, what are your thoughts on, or it's an email I get from you going, hey, so I was watching this the last few weeks, and by the time I'm done reading, I'm going, that's all you were watching? How do you enjoy women's basketball right now in Division III? And B, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, people will come to me and say, don't you miss it? And I say, no, I don't. I really don't miss coaching. And I was a person that was going probably easily 14, 16 hours a day sometimes.
Sure.
I mean, when I was in the coaching business, and I loved it. And I'm sure I would love it if I got back in, but I don't miss it. I really don't. But I do like keeping up with it. And I'll come home after golf on Saturday and get on the internet, and it's amazing what D3 programs now can offer for the fan. That I can watch any game in the country and see people who I've coached against And I really enjoy just sitting there and watching. And my wife will say, "What are you watching now?" "Oh, I'm watching Newman play Cabrini." "Well, why?" I said, "Because
Would you there? Hey, Bill. I think we lost Bill. That's crazy. Put him on hold. See if we can bring him back. No, we will. We'll do what we call a cold dial in the business, because I don't have a producer to be able to do this. Make sure we don't get a busy signal. Here we aren't. So, hey, we're going to put him right back on air. Sir, you there? We
Yes,
somehow
I
dropped
am.
you there.
Oh, you dropped me.
You were
Okay.
about to say how your wife was wondering why in the world you're watching a game.
Yeah, she'll. I'll be watching like a Cabrini Newman game or some. Like, what are you doing watching that when Duke is on? I said, no, that's the way it is. I like, and the other thing I do too is I'll watch games, and if I'm watching a former colleague, I might call him up and say, "Hey, I saw this, and really thought you did a great job," and or I'll call up and say, "Hey, if you want a suggestion, here's something I saw that you might want to take a look at." So that happens too.
You can't lose the coaching bug, can you?
No, not really.
I don't blame you. We hinted at it at the beginning. We mentioned it in the Candace interview. You also have a number of players who are still coaches. One of them took over at Marymount, Ashley Rogers, and Candace obviously at Vassar. There are others. You got to be pretty proud.
DK Calhoun at St. Mary's.
Exactly.
And I had another one, Stephanie Whitko, who was working.
Oh, that's right.
She was the full-time assistant at Scranton, and I think I was watching this game, but the game in which either Mike was to win his 800th or broke the record for Kaler's record. I don't know which one it was.
Okay.
He was thrown out of that game.
Really?
And she ended up taking it the rest of the way.
That's outstanding.
There's a little trivia question for you,
but
I don't know if it was the game he broke Kaler's record or if it was the 800th.
Okay.
It was one of those two. I'm sure of that.
Well, you got to be proud of them and what they're achieving, because they obviously learned a lot under you.
Well, I'll tell you, as far as going to Candace first, the first time we recruited her, but she ended up going to Catawba.
Yes.
And the summer of her freshman year, home, she comes over to my office and knocks on the door and says, "I'd like to talk to you." And I said, "Okay." She said, "I'd like to transfer here." And I said, and I just, that's not a good enough reason you like to transfer. What is your reason? I want to hear the reason why. It's not just to come and play basketball, whatever. And she said, "I want to come here because I want to get closer to my church where I can work with the youth." And at that point, I just that melted me. As far as you can, whatever we have to do,
right.
And this is the type of kid I want.
Sure.
And so, I told her she needed to do a letter, to request a waiver and all that. And she said, "Can I use your computer?" And I said, "Sure." She sat down and banged out the letter, and it was done like that. I mean, she was so mature, so responsible, and I knew she was going to be successful. She told me at that time she wanted to go into coaching, and she wanted to go into get a major like phys ed major. And I said, "Candace, that's not necessary. What we will do is you go and get a degree here." And I can't remember if it was health education. It wasn't a phys ed degree, but it was something like that. And she ends up, and I said, "When we get done, I'll send a letter out to all the people I know in basketball saying we're looking for a graduate position for you."
You know everybody in basketball.
Well, we had a lot of responses, believe me.
Yeah.
And so she ended up with a job in New England at Southern New Hampshire, I think it was, and ended up going into coaching. And she got her job. I think her first job was Manhattanville, and turned that program around. There was another program, I think, maybe before that, but I think it was in Manhattanville. And then she ends up calling me up, and she says, I got a chance to go to Vassar. And I said, Candace, I don't know if I'd touch that. That's not a real good program, never has been.
Absolutely.
And then all of a sudden, she's called me back up saying, I took it, and she made that a very successful program. It was, just turned it around, I thought. So she did a great job.
Her first season in Manhattanville, she was 7-19. She left the final season. She was 18-11.
Yeah.
First year at Vassar, she was 9-15. The next year, she was 16-12.
Right.
And we having just talked to her, we know the rest of the story at this point.
Yeah.
And you got to be. I mean, Ashley Rogers is now leading your old program.
Well, the story about her, the very first time I went to recruit her was at Mercy High School. We had a kid out of Mercy, 1992-93, by the name of Violene Romans, who is now in our Hall of Fame. And I went up to see Ashley, and I think they were playing St. Francis High School. I think that's what the name of the school, and it was a pretty tough game, and I think they got crushed. And Ashley didn't have a great shooting day. So I liked what I saw of her, though. She had a great release, could go inside, outside, handled the ball, very good coachings. She had a knowledge of the game that every coach wants. And after the game, I went downstairs to the office of Ella Marion, was the coach, I believe. I think she's still coaching. She came back into coaching there this year. And I talked to her about 20 minutes. I come out of the office, and I'm going down the hallway, and I hear this bouncing of the ball. And I look around, and I don't think Ashley, you saw me because I've never really told her this. I look in the gym, and it's Ashley and her father, Craig, and they're shooting. I mean, he's rebounding for her because she was not happy with her shot. I thought to myself, this is the kid I want in our program.
Was that the old gym or the new gym? And I knew.
It was,
Candace reminded me it's not new.
1998, so I would say
it was the bandbox.
Yeah, it was the bandbox.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was the bandbox. Wesley would like to talk to you about how you moved from a bandbox to a real place. I only miss the old place because the new one gave me headaches all the time. I don't know if you purposely designed it that way or not, but it would be so loud I had a headache at halftime of every game I ever did there. Hey, lots of other things I want to get through with you here because you sent me some wonderful notes. By the way, quickly, we should at least give CJ a chance. Any funny story about CJ?
CK, yeah.
CK, yes, thank you, CK.
CK, she was a great basketball mind, I thought. She, all of these kids would come in and they'd also work our summer camp. And CK was the most favorite person with the camp, the kids. She would get right down and work with them. But the biggest one was I was recruiting her, and she ends up coming to a game one day with another person we were recruiting, and so I'd always invite him down, come on down to the locker room at halftime. So she comes in, and I said something to her to the fact of, what have you decided? She said, well, I applied here a couple of months ago. And I said, what are you talking about? I had no idea. Her name was Cynthia Catherine, and I was thinking of CK. It just totally blew my mind.
Wow.
I never saw that, and she always never forgave me for that one. But she ended up going to Salisbury and then transferring back. And her final year, her senior year, was the year that we beat Mary Washington, the 24-0 team at Mary Washington in the conference.
Yes.
27-0. They were fourth ranked in the country.
I think I was at that game.
CK drew. She was just would do whatever it took to be successful, and she drew offensive fouls, and she had to play Liz Hickey in that game, and it was just a great game.
Hickey is doing well at Averett now.
She's doing a great job.
I think she just got her number retired at Mary Washington last weekend, maybe. Oh, you're talking about some of the heyday names in Mid-Atlantic basketball. You can add in Rhonda Jo Miller to that grouping.
Right.
There's even ones at Catholic and Goucher. That was the heyday.
Well, Corey Carson was in there too. I mean,
oh yes,
there's the story for Tim Leyden.
Oh well, then contact him. You heard?
No, she got her stories written by the majors at that time. But that was just an incredible story of coming back. She's the first ever athlete that they think has ever come back to play, college sports from a liver transplant.
Oh, right. Right.
It was 1996, 97. Well, she came back in 95.
I want to say there's one now more recent, also in Division III, but I don't remember. I don't.
Well, she was the first.
She was the first. Yeah, I do remember that.
And they gave some sort of they did a top 25 of the century type or half century type thing in NCAA, and she was one of those.
Oh, that's cool.
So,
you made a note here to me. You said your favorite Andy Yasinoff story. Of course, Andy's now won the most games in Division III women's basketball history, well over 800. Don't worry, you can get back into coaching. You only got 300 to catch up to him.
No.
But I'm curious what because and by the way, Andy's given us no indication he's retiring anytime soon.
He won't. They'll cart him off, and
that's what. Yeah, exactly.
I don't want it in a hearse.
Yeah, probably. What's your favorite story about Andy?
We were playing at Catholic in a tournament, and this is our first year. The first year that we went to the NCAAs, I think it was 1998, 99,
yep.
89, 90 season.
Okay.
And they were in the tournament playing Catholic in the first round. We were in the tournament playing Rowan or Glassboro. I think at that time it was called Glassboro.
Yeah.
And I had a kid by the name of Marlene Grimes who was a really great guard and didn't shoot threes. And at the end of the Glassboro game, she makes a steal right at the circle of midcourt, or she's coming down, and she just takes the shot, and the ball flies in, and we win by like 17 points or some crazy number. Something we didn't need the 3-point shot. So I turned around to a father in the stands, Mr. Wolf, and I said, you never know when that shot is necessary. So the next night we're playing, we're playing Andy's team in the championship, and we have the ball with 8 seconds to go. We call a timeout, and everybody thought the ball was going to Marlene, and I said, no, we're going to go to Meredith Grenier. And I said, because she can drive to the basket, I want her driving the basket. We're going to reverse the ball immediately, let her drive the basket, and just take our chances with a foul and see if we can tie it up. Well, Meredith we reverse it, get the ball. She starts to drive to the basket, and it's like 5-4, and she's underneath the basket looking at me because we're right across. The bench was right there, and it's like, oh no, this is not going to work out. She takes a shot that's kind of semi-blocked. They get the rebound, and instead of holding it, the kid turns and throws it out to an outlet. The outlet is deflected by Sharon Hauk, who then the ball flies to the same spot, because I checked in the film, that Marlene was at midcourt the night before. She gets the ball, throws it in at the buzzer. I have never seen. No, Andy is AAA anyway. He was like one of those balls bouncing in a tilt machine. He went nuts. He couldn't believe what had happened, and I was just very pleased because that put us in the NCAA basically for the first time.
I'd be pretty darn pleased myself.
But he got me a few times as well.
Oh, I'm sure he's gotten everybody a few times.
Yes.
Yeah, even Mike Strong, his friend. Hey, don't have much more time with you, but I do want to ask you about the regional rankings coming out next week. You served on the national committee once or twice, though a lot has changed in how they do things from your day on the committee. But you've kept a pulse on things. I know you're up and up on it. How do you think what do you think's there? I'll leave it at that. What do you think's we're gonna see this year?
Well, I'm looking right now more at the Atlantic and the Mid-Atlantic because I keep track of the CAC. The Mid-Atlantic right now, the Atlantic right now, I think DeSales is the real cream of the crop, and then I think it's going to be. I think Marymount is in that right now. I think that Misericordia and Manhattanville. It could get bumped out down lower. But you also have the Skyline Conference. Merchant Marine has only got 1 or 2 losses. I think 1 loss now, and I think that Mount St. Mary's is going to be. They've already beaten Merchant Marine, I think, the first time.
Yeah.
So that could be it. As far as there's some interesting conferences that are not doing as well, like the New Jersey Athletic Conference this year.
Yeah, a little down.
They're down a little bit. The CAC, it's like anybody's race as far as the championship goes. I mean, it's wide open. Southern Virginia got knocked off again last night, and so it looks, it's going to be an interesting thing there. At the ODAC, I'll tell you, I think Stephanie worked at our camp one time, but I know that I've been at a camp where I've worked with her at Deirdre Kane's camp at Westchester, and Stephanie's done a great job at Guilford.
Mm-hmm.
She has done a great job there, and they're right in the thick of it right now.
Oh, yeah, leading the conference. They're pretty darn impressive. You enjoying retirement?
Oh, most certainly. Golf, poker, and basketball.
I feel bad for you. I really do.
Well, that's fine.
We didn't get a chance to talk about it, but you've had a bit of a history of being an AD to hire. Maine Maritime hired you at one point. That's how you and I have a Maine connection. So you keep yourself busy even in retirement.
Yes, I do. I mean, a good friend of mine is, in fact, he's the only undefeated coach in Division I is Wes Moore. And he will call. We talk all the time. I got involved with Wes Moore a few years. In 1988, when he called me up saying, "I hear you've got a Division III tip-off tournament," and that was the first year. And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Can you take me?" And I said, "Sure." From that point on, we became best of friends. We actually came down here and together. Our wives came down, and we had vacations here, and I'd play golf with him. And so he's been a very good friend of mine for since '88, and so he called me up the other day and said, "Do you have a box and one offense?" And I said, "Wes, you're one of the best coaches in the country. You don't need anything from me. Just go out and tell them something." But
he needed a box and one, Bill. He needed a box and one.
Yeah, he needed a box on one offense. So, we ran something. I gave him some idea, and I said, basically, just teach your kids something so they think that they've got it.
I think that's the Michael Jordan offense, isn't it? Give the ball to Jordan, everybody else get that out of the way.
Well, he complains that he's never going to win another game, and he's won them all. So it's like,
oh, I've heard that from some coaches too. We've heard it all here on the show too. Well, I appreciate you taking the time. I enjoyed our chats off air. I enjoyed our chat on air. We'll get you back on the show sometime in the future. As always, though, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts to those tuning in?
Well, once again, I appreciate everything that D3 Hoops does to keep the fans informed of what's going on. I especially like the strength of schedule thing now. That is, do you have that program so it's up to date as soon as the game is reported?
Yeah, it's basically popularizing every time you click on it. On the women's side, it's easy because the math's easier to do, but it's populating every time you click on it. On the men's side, we have somebody who's a little bit more savvy with the math because the math on the men's side is a little bit more complicated. So he does it, but we link to his work.
Well, that's what I really enjoy that because I can sit there and try to figure out, okay, let's look at the different regions and go through this thing, and I really appreciate everything you do for the sport.
Well, thank you. It's ironic that you were part of Pat and I kind of getting on board with it all down in the Mid-Atlantic region, so it comes full circle, but thanks for the time. I appreciate it. Hope we haven't driven your wife too much crazy. I know you got some poker to get to, so go and enjoy that. And we'll talk to you sometime down the road.
Thank you.
All right, Bill Finny joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Fun to talk to him. We have some great conversations off air sometimes as well. He's not kidding. He literally was driving into the tunnel. I told him he would be okay. They weren't going to lose service. And by the time we got done with the conversation, he was well up onto the New Jersey Turnpike. For anybody who's made that trip, you know that's at least an hour and 15 minutes, maybe longer. We'll take another break. When we come back, we have our pre-taped interview in 2 segments with Danielle Donahue. We'll talk to her about the state of Division III basketball for the WBCA. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. Back with more after this.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Big shots. Teamwork. This trophy is not given. It must be earned. The 2019 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 15th and 16th at the Krager Center in Salem.
Bounces right back with a triple. Great job here. And that'll do it!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets and get your tickets today.
It's on us. It's on all of us. And it's time to act now.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Carol LaHaye, basketball coach at Randolph-Macon College and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. And now, back to Dave.
And welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon as we are getting ready to close out hour number 6. Coming up still, we will talk to Josh Erickson from Beyond Sports. We also have Sam Atkinson, the Gallaudet Associate Director, Athletics Director of Communications, who is also the Men's Basketball Committee Chair. He'll be on the show. Trevor Woodruff will join us from Scranton Women's Basketball. And we still have Jim Haney ahead. He's the head of officiating in Division III at the NCAA level. Now, what has become a tradition here since the WBCA came on board with us here on Hoopsville, as part of the marathon, we get an opportunity to hear from Executive Director of the WBCA, Danielle Donahue, kind of a state of women's basketball conversation with her. But most importantly, this year with so many changes happening in Division III women's basketball, in terms of profiling the sport, we got a chance to talk to her about that. It is a pre-taped segment, as she is obviously a very busy individual, so you will get to hear her point of view on things. It's a 2-part interview. Here is part 1. Now joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline, it's the Executive Director of the WBCA, and it's become a bit of a tradition. It's Danielle Donahue. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, thanks, Dave. I look forward to our visit coming up and really appreciate your support of the WBCA and women's basketball.
Absolutely. We've had a blast with this partnership, as you know, over the years, and we've always been advocates of women's basketball, some in Division III, some of the best in the country. We can certainly talk about that more down the road, but just, I guess, give everybody a brief sense of the state of the WBCA, for lack of a better description. How are things in the home office and whatnot?
Well, everything is going well. I would just start off by saying all is well at the WBCA. We have just completed and launched a new strategic plan this past summer. Our board of directors supported a 3-year strategic plan, 2018 to 2021, and it's focused in three areas: stewardship, membership, and education. And so we are making progress on all of that. And then specifically for Division III, a highlight that I'm really excited about is our new partnership with Beyond Sports. It's for the Division III All-Star Game, and so there's a group of us that have really come together to make this effort happen. Beyond Sports, you may be familiar with Josh Erickson, who's the co-founder of Beyond Sports. So we have Beyond Sports, we have the City of Salem, we have the NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Committee, the NCAA staff certainly, and then our WBCA Board of Directors. We've all come together. We've been working on this project. We've been led by Pat Manning, who's a former WBCA board member, and we're really excited about this inaugural Division III All-Star Game that will be played this year in Salem. It will be the first, hopefully, of many, and I know we're still putting a lot of the pieces together, but we have done a release. I think we have a logo now. We are working on all of the operations behind it. There are communications going out to the coaching community. Really proud of how we all have come together, and certainly really thankful that we can do all of this within the partnership of the Division III Championship in Salem. A little bit of in the weeds, we do have a selection process, so if any coach is listening, we have a committee of WBCA member Division III coaches that will select participants from senior players in Division III, and only those Division III head coaches who are WBCA members may nominate their players for consideration. And so we have that process in place. Pat Manning has led the way. We're looking forward to getting all of this unveiled, and I know myself and many of my staff members will be on site, and we look forward to this inaugural effort.
Yeah, certainly looking forward to it. We've been big proponents of seeing an all-star game on the women's side, especially after the success the men have. It's appropriate. It's taking place its first year in Salem, Virginia, because Salem certainly has a lot of experience with all-star games and whatnot from the men's side of things. I found it very interesting that you seem to find the type of sponsor that really is maybe perfect for this kind of thing. It's not the big name sponsor who's sure will give you some money, but not really paying attention. It's an entity that really seems to be very much involved in Division III, very much involved in women's basketball.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you, I do not know Josh Erickson personally, but throughout this process, I have been very impressed with him and his commitment to the game, his commitment to Division III specifically, his commitment of his company to support Division III athletes within their travels. I really am very impressed with Josh, and I'm really proud he's one of our partners to get this unveiled.
We should also point out, you mentioned it, WBCA members will be part of the selection process. To anybody listening at home, that's very much like the NABC. I know that the coaches in Division III from the WBCA have been picking the brains of the NABC folk, and of course picking Salem's brain as well from their experience. We should point out, Danielle, and we need to drive this home. We drive this home on the NABC side as well. You have to be a WBCA member if you want your student athlete to be available for selection.
That's right. And that's something that we do with all of our award platforms. And so this made sense to fold it in, just like we would do for the All-American Awards, certainly our Coach of the Year Awards, all right. Of the awards that we that our coaches decide to present. It's important that all our members of the WBCA and certainly our membership is pleased to elevate all of those individuals each year for their excellence.
Of course, the game will take place ahead of the championship game at Roanoke College in Salem, Virginia. Just a note to our viewers, it's not the Civic Center. It's at the beautiful Kreger Center on the campus of Roanoke College. Perfect place for these championship games, to be honest. We should point out, you are going to be in Salem, Virginia. I'm half tempted to change my plans for the weekend.
Well, yes. I mean, I was there last year in Rochester, Minnesota, and for the last 3 years. So absolutely, I would have been in Salem anyway. But with this All-Star game, I'm bringing some of my staff with me, and we're excited. we're excited to be there. We'll also continue to honor some of the WBCA, NCAA Division III award winners. And then this year, with the addition of the All-Star game or the championship weekend, we've added a youth clinic that's hosted by WBCA member coaches, and also a social gathering for any D3 coaches that are in town. So really trying to make it a special weekend, an exciting weekend, lots of fun things going on. And that's totally in partnership with not only our board, Pat Manning and her group, but also the NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Committee. And as you know, Karen Harvey is the chair of that committee, and we're really excited with all the efforts that they've also made to expand the weekend and provide additional opportunities.
Agreed. We talked to Karen Harvey earlier here on the marathon about a lot of things, including the championship weekend, and we're looking forward to seeing how it all comes together. Again, great partnership with Salem, kind of mimicking a lot of what the NABC has done over the years in Salem and will continue to do, and that's a good thing. We've said for years that we'd like to see the women's championship weekend become a bigger thing, especially for coaches. So really looking forward to that. Of course, the WBCA honors going on there as well. The youth clinic's important too. It really gives a chance for the coaches to kind of give back a little bit and for the community to get a little bit more out of this championship weekend than just some games.
Yeah, that's right. And we want to make sure that there's always a leave behind in the community. I think the NCAA committees do such a nice job of wanting to make sure that there's an impact in the host communities. And that way, as you know, Salem, we're going to be in Salem this coming year. Then we'll go to Columbus, and then we'll come back to Salem. And so it'll be important that we make a wonderful impression, because we'll be going back to Salem, and we want to make sure they welcome us back. We want to make sure this event is exciting, and we have something to build on for future events there.
Now, one thing we've noticed over the years, Danielle, is when you came on board, really a tide changed within the WBCA in a lot of ways. We don't have time to go through all of them, but one of them was the involvement, or maybe not the involvement of Division III, but the light shown on Division III by the WBCA as a larger entity. And we've seen that quite a bit over the years in our conversations and whatnot. And when you fast forward a few weeks after Salem, when you go to the women's Final Four in Division I in Tampa this year at the WBCA convention, D3's role in things and maybe being in the spotlight, for lack of a better description, is also kind of increasing. We've seen it a little bit, but it's really kind of stepping forward again this year in Tampa.
Well, it is, and I appreciate your acknowledgement with our commitment, Dave, and we really do. Our board is absolutely committed to all the divisions of our membership, Division III included, and so I really want to compliment. We have 3 Division III coaches on our board of directors: Mary Beth Spurk, Brian Morehouse, and Polly Thomason. And Mary Beth is on our executive committee. And so it's important for all of the coaches in Division III to recognize that on our highest governing committee, Mary Beth is one of 7 people. And so it's really powerful to think about the voice and the contributions that Mary Beth, Brian, and Polly continue to make. I want to compliment them, and then I also want to compliment the rest of my board. I mean, our current president is Jennifer Rosati, who's the head coach at George Washington, and Jen has done a fantastic job of making sure that we are investing in our coaches, that we are focused on education for all levels, that we are driving the association forward so that we can serve our coaches at every stage of their coaching journey. And as you mentioned, the convention is really important to our membership. You know, we do a lot of educational programming 365 days of the year, and a lot of it is digital until we have the opportunity to be in person. And convention is really important. And this year in Tampa, we are excited to be in Tampa. I will say at this point, we are sold out of tickets. We are sold out of hotel rooms. And that's really powerful for me to say in January. We do have more tickets and more hotel rooms that we're sending people to. We still have members registering, and we have NCAA blocks that we are pushing them to. So please, if you have not registered for convention, we still have space for you in NCAA blocks. But it's tremendous for us to already be through all of our WBCA holds, and I'm proud of that. Division III specifically, Brian Morehouse, he's one of our board members I was just mentioning. He's going to be part of our effort and part of a panel for high school coaches. We're having a really expanded effort for high school members and high school coaches, certainly in the state of Florida this year and beyond. And so Brian has taken a leadership role in that regard, and we'll have other coaches that are also speaking and encouraging our high school coaches. And then we will also have a Division III head coach that will speak on court. I don't know if they have been confirmed yet, but we should be confirming in the next week to 2 weeks, and we'll be able to market that and message that. I think our membership has really looked forward to all of the expertise that our members can share at every level of membership. And so Division III is no exception. We want to put our talent from Division III right out front.
Yeah, you mentioned Brian Morehouse, of course, at Hope. Fascinating how much they get to be kind of at the forefront of things. Let's be honest, at a D1 Final Four in both men's and women's basketball, it can be an easy reason to focus on D1 and have the what is considered the upper echelon of coaches to be the ones who are teaching things and educating others. But I think it's nice that, some realize that there are darn good coaches at the Division III level too. They just chose to be there. They didn't have to, follow the road everybody else took. And to be recognized and to teach seminars and all that's important. Is that, I don't want to say is that a conscious thought, because clearly it's conscious because that's how they're in this position. But Danielle, how does that come about? How does that effort end up manifesting itself?
Well, I would say we have a couple of different ways to reinforce our talent and to position our talent to shine. And a lot of credit goes to, we have a working group that sits right underneath our board of directors. It's our education working group. The chair of that working group is Courtney Banghart, who's the Princeton coach. Courtney chairs this group, and it certainly has members from our board of all the different divisions of membership, and they are really laser focused on making sure that our best and our brightest are in front of our membership, and that we are constantly creating educational situations to expose our coaches to encourage our coaches to try to help them continue to learn and grow. And so Courtney and her education working group plays a big role. We also have a diversity and inclusion committee that sits underneath our board and advises our board on matters of diversity and inclusion within our membership. And so we also have a real commitment to ensure that we are representative of all the different folks that are within our membership, and that we have an appropriate representation of our people in our family. So they advise in terms of convention programming. We have an assistant coaches committee that advises and guides with programming that has to do with how can assistant coaches grow and thrive. We have a high school working group, a youth working group that's really laser focused on how do we make sure we connect the grassroots of our game to our collegiate level in a more thoughtful and constructive way. And so all of these different committees, they advise and guide our decisions in terms of who is who is recommended to present at convention and who needs to be in front of our membership to not only represent an entity of our membership, but also to showcase talent, to help one another, to serve one another. Finally, I would also say that we have a thriving mentor program, and our mentor program, this is for all divisions. This is our coaches are put into little huddle groups based on what they're interested in. So as an example, if you are an assistant coach that aspires to be a head coach, we'll put you in a huddle to work on that. If you're a head coach and you want to help younger coaches, we'll put you in a huddle to work on that. If you're an assistant coach and you're working on life balance, let's say you're a new mom or a new dad and you want to talk with different people about how do they juggle it all? How do they thrive at their work, but also with their families? Well, we'll put you in a little huddle like that. And so our mentor huddles have really, they've taken off. I mean, that was the vision of Coquese Washington, our president, just a couple of years ago, to create this mentor program. And so I'm really proud of that. That has grown over the last couple of years. We're just trying to be intentional, and we're trying to make sure that we are identifying areas of need, areas of encouragement, and areas of education where we can make sure that for any coach that comes to convention, they're going to go away a little bit richer in what they've learned.
Danielle Donahue joining us here on the show to talk about everything that has to do with the WBCA. I'm standing right now because I needed to stretch my legs. We still have a second part to go with Danielle to talk about Division III basketball and the WBCA. That's coming up after this break. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. Back with more from Danielle Donahue when we return.
I learned a lot of valuable lessons playing college football. I never thought about the health benefits of exercise until I actually started to talk to coaches in college. It's not only just for performance, it's for life. My coaches instilled the importance of well-being, not only building up strength, mental health, getting enough sleep, eating properly is all what it is to be healthy. I decided that I want to go on a personal trainer and share my knowledge that I obtained in college about physical and mental well-being.
UW Eau Claire and Mayo Clinic Health System are creating amazing opportunities for students from across the Midwest. Our collaborative research agreement allows students to work with world-renowned physicians and scientists. And with more than 80 majors, UW Eau Claire is the perfect fit for those who dream big and are ready to change the world.
I used to never really talk, ever. I was afraid if I said something wrong, everyone would laugh at me. But then I started to play golf with Special Olympics. It helped me to find my voice. And now everyone else is speechless.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
College basketball lives in Kansas City at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center. The College Basketball Experience is the place to get your game on. It's not a museum, it's an experience you won't forget. Discover the history of the game in the National Collegiate Basketball Hall of Fame, featuring the Gallery of Honor, Mentor Circle, and Honor Theater. Suit up in the latest CBE logoed Nike gear at the CBE Hoop Shop. Elevate your game today and visit the house that college basketball built.
Welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon. I am your host, Dave McHugh. We're in the middle of our conversation with Danielle Donahue from the WBCA. The executive director took her time to join us earlier this week in a pre-taped segment. Don't forget, you can interact with us at D3 Hoopsville on your Twitter account or hashtag Hoopsville, on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville, and of course email dave.mchugh@d3sports.com. So we did have a second part of our interview with Danielle, and then coming up after that, we will talk to those who are helping with the WBCA All-Star Game, the Beyond Sports crew. But Danielle has more to say about Division III and the WBCA as well, and what was a great conversation with her. We're talking with Danielle Donahue, the executive director of the WBCA, here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Should remind everybody we're talking to her pre-taped, as Danielle's rather busy, so we always try and find the right time leading into the marathon of when to talk to her, so we appreciate the time. Danielle, certainly, again, Division III has gotten a bigger place, and you've hinted at it here with the WBCA as a larger entity. Mary Beth Spurk and Brian Morehouse, Polly Thomason. We've known the work of past leaders, we should say, not past members. They're still members, Pat at Williams, Pat Manning, that is, and others. How much has that leadership evolved? I know there's the ones like Mary Beth and Pat and others who have always done their best to have the WBCA recognize Division III and lead Division III in the best way possible. But how much has it evolved in your tenure there? And on top of that, to make it more confounded, how much are more Division III coaches now interested in being in that leadership group?
Well, that's a good question, Dave, and I'm actually pleased to kind of give you my take on when I started here, and this was a little over 4 years ago, which is amazing. July of 2014. You might remember that I went on a listening tour, and I heard so many wonderful things that the WBCA was doing, but then I also heard some areas that we needed to work on. And one of those areas that we needed to work on was the engagement of Division III and other membership divisions that were outside Division I specifically, that felt like they had not become priorities. They had been, they were not in the center of some of these conversations. And so our board and my staff have really prioritized building out the service that we have to all of our divisions of membership. And so internally, one fun thing that we created over the last few years is we have staff liaisons. And so now every division of membership has specific staff liaisons on my staff, where that is what this person on my staff is constantly thinking of. They are thinking of that particular division. And in every meeting that we sit in, they are pointing out, hey, this is coming up. This is what we need to do. This is what our board members are thinking. We are constantly brainstorming ways to show support and ways to serve. Secondly, our board members have been so impressive. I would remind you, just a couple of years ago, we had Christy Thomas Cuddy. She used to coach at Emory. She was in our presidential pipeline. She was going to be, she was our vice president and in line to be our president. And unfortunately, due to medical challenges, she did have to step away. And that was a big deal for our board and our membership to support Christy, and she was so well deserving. She was a tremendous leader on our board, and no one even thought twice about, oh, by the way, Christy is actually a head coach at the Division III program. No, it was Christy is trustworthy. She has served at the highest of high levels. We want her to be our next leader. And so that was really reaffirming, I think, to our board and certainly to many of our Division III members. I would say most recently, let's go back to this past summer. We spent a large amount of time working on our strategic plan that we approved this past summer. And one of the people in the room, we had a small group that was brainstorming and working on the strategic plan, and one of the people in the room was Polly Thomason. Polly was representing Division III. She was tremendous in the room. Polly also sits on the Division III NCAA Women's Basketball Committee. And so Polly has really inserted herself as a young and up-and-coming leader for the Division III membership. You might have also seen we had a fun little digital spoof called Popcorn with Polly, and Polly has been so willing to do anything that we have asked. And so part of the board's efforts has been to make sure that the board is approachable, that the board is speaking directly to the membership, that the board is serving the membership. And so we created this little Popcorn with Polly series at the convention, and Polly had a different kind of popcorn every time she was on camera, and she was helping introduce other coaches to what was going on that day and what was going to be fun and what programming and what opportunities they had to learn. And Polly was awesome. I mean, our staff, we couldn't stop watching. She was great and very entertaining, by the way. And so I would really compliment the leadership and direction of Pat Manning, of Mary Beth Spurk. Certainly, they are tremendous leaders, and they have been for many, many, many years. But I also would just reinforce that we have some wonderful young, up-and-coming leaders also in Division III, and I think Division III has a lot to be proud of. And so as we started to roll out education, we started to roll out this strategic plan. We now have supported this new initiative in terms of the Beyond Sports Division III All-Star Game presented by the WBCA. I mean, we want to make sure the Division III coaches know that they are a priority. We are listening. We want to serve them. We want to be a great asset for all of them throughout their career. And you know, we are being very intentional of wanting to make sure that we have educational programming for them. We have a real desire to have them be part of our membership. And then certainly we want to make sure we are able to help them be great leaders and stewards of our game. We know they already are, but we want to make sure that we're providing some of the vision of the WBCA to them so they can see how they fit within the full family of coaches working to take our game to the next level.
I'm still having trouble getting over Popcorn with Polly. That's just outstanding.
Have you seen it? We need everybody to go to it.
We're going to have to find it and make sure people see it. That is absolutely the case. I now have my lead talking point with Polly Thomason next time we have her on the show.
We're looking for a popcorn sponsor, actually. We'd love for that to be sponsored. And so we've even talked to Polly about, hey, what's your favorite kind of popcorn? And she just laughed. She was so polite. She said, you know, I really like a lot of different kinds of popcorn. I can work with whatever you have.
There you go.
So yeah, we're even working on a sponsor for that one.
That's outstanding that she's also willing to tap dance with any sponsor that may present themselves. That's perfect. She's so good at this. That is awesome. I got this whole Oral Rebenbacher thought going in my head now. It's cracking me up. I got to get her with the hat and everything. It'd be perfect. Oh, that is priceless. It is amazing, and I don't say this lightly. We've had a great relationship with the NABC. We had no relationship with the WBCA, despite many efforts. And you've heard me say this in private, Danielle. You've heard me say this in public. But it's amazing how much the WBCA essentially pivoted and changed directions, especially under your leadership. But I have a feeling that this was kind of simmering for a while as well. And now realizes how much of a bigger picture there is. And I think it's improved things. And I think we see it here in Division III, everything you've mentioned in the All-Star Game and whatnot. What do you see as the potential? I mean, the NABC is huge. It's ginormous. WBCA isn't. Is the potential of being a bigger entity possible with the WBCA?
Well, I do think so, Dave. You know, I think that I'd like to. I guess I'm going to go right back to our strategic plan, and that's sort of where our board is most focused in terms of our three pillars: stewardship, how we can increase the popularity of and participation in women's basketball, membership, growing our membership with ethical leaders of our sport and our education, preparing coaches and players to become leaders on the court and in society. The WBCA is making considerable investments into our educational programming. And so I do think from a Division III perspective, we have a lot that we have built and we have a lot that we are about to build. And so I'd like to think that the WBCA is a very attractive tool or support family for coaches at every division of membership, but Division III specifically. I would like to see a greater demand from our Division III coaches to want to be members of the WBCA because of all the opportunities that they would have available to them. And specifically, I think where our sweet spot, at least our board and my staff, is really focused right now is building out our educational programming. So I'd really like to encourage any Division III coach that maybe is not as familiar with the WBCA or maybe hasn't engaged with us over the last few years. Please go to our website and take a look. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised at all of the things that we've built. I would encourage you to reach out to our staff. Our staff would love to talk with you and help explain any of these programs to you. We'd love for you to participate with us more. I think you'll be really, really pleased with our efforts over the last few years and certainly with our strategic plan where we're going in the next 3 years. I think many of our coaches are going to be very pleased and have a wonderful array of tools and opportunities at their fingertips as they engage more deeply with the WBCA family.
Wonderful. Danielle, I could talk to you forever. I love chatting with you every year. I appreciate the time you give us. I appreciate the time that everybody in the WBCA gives us, whether it's in our partnership with Center Court or whatnot. And I'm really looking forward to where this can develop in the future.
Well, me too, Dave. And I'll just say I really, really appreciate all that you do for the WBCA, for our member coaches, for women's basketball. I have had an opportunity, a pleasant opportunity to watch some of the WBCA Center Court features. I love when you put some of our coaches on. I know Megan Wilson, Naomi Graves, and Carrie Jenkins are just a few of those that have been on your program. I know you're constantly adding great perspectives of other individuals on your program, and I just want to compliment you for all that you're doing. You're a great partner. We're so proud to be your partner, and we look forward to building this in the years to come. And so I appreciate your time today. Always fun to talk to you. And I look forward to building more together.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the kind words. Had a lovely conversation earlier today with Daphne Thompson. We're going to continue those conversations here on the WBCA Center Court. It's been a blast to have those perspectives shown. And there's so many great stories to tell in Division III basketball, especially with coaches who are doing sometimes more than just coaching, that we love the time they take, and we appreciate the WBCA helping us find those stories. We should add as well. Danielle, we'll let you go on that note. Thank you so much for taking the time. As always, we give our guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
I guess my final thoughts would be I really appreciate all the coaches that are out there listening to your program. I just got back from the NCAA convention last week, and it's a real source of pride when I'm sitting in these meetings, these governance meetings, and one story after another is shared about leadership examples of women's basketball coaches within the NCAA family, and I'm so proud of what our coaches do every day, the way in which they serve their student athletes, the way in which they invest not only in their student athletes but as basketball players, but but in what these young people are going to eventually do in their lives. There is example after example after example where so many times I am in front of people that say, hey, I was a student athlete and this person was my coach and they changed my life. And so I really want to, my closing comments are to all the coaches, just a big thank you for how you do what you do, the way that you do what you do, the way you serve your student athletes. I think we have so much to be proud of in women's basketball, and every opportunity that we have to make a difference with a student athlete is a big deal. And so I just want to compliment all of the coaches, let them know that the WBCA is here. We are supportive of you, and we look forward to serving you.
Well said. That is a great way to finish things up. Danielle, thanks for the time. We appreciate it. Enjoy your trip to Salem. I know you'll enjoy that as well, and we'll look forward to talking to you in the future.
Hey, sounds great, Dave. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Danielle Donahue joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Great conversation with Danielle. Again, appreciate her time and the WBCA's efforts to make her available and to help us with this show. It speaks volumes for that organization. Again, I tell the story. I couldn't get an email back. I finally got somewhere with an intern. Seemed like maybe we'd get somewhere. It died. And to now have the WBCA such a part of Hoopsville and by default Division III basketball and D3Hoops.com is wonderful. Going to take another break. When we come back, she mentioned Beyond Sports, having them come on board the All-Star Game. We've talked about Beyond Sports kind of as a secondary individual, as somebody else bringing them up. We want to talk to them because now they're on board something we love, the All-Star Game. We'll talk to them and one of their co-founders. Guess what? They used to go to a Division III school too. It's all about D3 on this show. We'll take a break and come back with more. You're watching Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA and NABC Studios.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school, it's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault
in any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, on the marathon. We are now into hour number 7. We've gone 6 strong, and we are still moving along. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. No, I keep doing that. that Hoopsville's acting up. If it works for you, let me know. But email me at dave.mchugh@d3sports.com, scrolling at the bottom of your screen. You can also join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. Still lots ahead of us here on the show. Sam Atkinson, the Gallaudet Associate Athletics Director, is going to join us and talk to us about the NCAA committee and the men's basketball committee coming up here. We're running a little bit late, but about 15 minutes from now. We still have Trevor Woodruff from Scranton and Jim Haney, the head of Division III men's basketball officiating, and then happy hour. Happy hour is the best. Well, besides our next guest, I probably shouldn't say that when I've got a guest on hold. So the women are going to have an all-star game for the first time. It's going to be in Salem, which seems appropriate enough. They know how to get those things done. You need a sponsor for these things, and that's been the hang-up for the last few years since the consolation game was removed. They couldn't find a sponsor. The men have a relationship with Hershey's, thus Reese's, and they're able to make it happen. Women don't have those kinds of relationships. They don't have that ability. They found somebody, and because of Division III's involvement with this organization, and because, interesting enough, this organization has some Division III background, it seems like the perfect fit. But who is Beyond Sports? Well, joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline via Skype is one of the co-founders of Beyond Sports. It's Josh Erickson. And Josh, first and foremost, thanks for taking the time to join us here.
Hey, thanks, Dave. Happy to be on the show. Definitely excited about talking about the All-Star game.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm excited. I'm not going to be able to be on hand for the game, but I'm excited about it because I think, especially when they got rid of the consolation game, I might have seen the last really good one between Amherst and Williams, and that's because it was a rivalry. We're excited that this gets to take place, to see women's seniors have their final celebration, for lack of a better description. So the second I saw Beyond Sports on there, I kind of went, yeah, that makes some sense. I know your relationships in Division III. It made some sense, but I don't think a lot of people understand who Beyond Sports really is. We'll get to your background, but if you can just give us a quick synopsis on who Beyond Sports is, that might help a lot of people.
Yeah, definitely. Beyond Sports, so we work with college student athletes and college teams, college coaches for international programs. That includes team trips, foreign tours. We've had the incredible opportunity of working with a lot of D3 basketball teams, D3 volleyball teams, D3 soccer teams on international tours to a number of countries throughout the world. We also do international tours for individual student athletes. So maybe they're not traveling with their team, but they form a team with other Division III basketball players from schools across the country, and they go on an international tour to Spain or to Italy or to Costa Rica. And we have D3 coaches that join us on those international adventures as coaches. And we also do study abroad and international internship programs for student athletes. So if they want to do, for basketball players, you can't study abroad during the school year. So provide opportunities for them to go during the summer months, earn academic credit, live in another country. So we've been running programs since 2010. We do more basketball trips than any other sport. We're very involved with other sports and other Division III teams. But, my background is as a basketball coach. And, that's how we got started specifically in what we do in Costa Rica. And since then, we've expanded and now do international programs for college teams and athletes in 7 different countries.
I would venture a guess that you realized you had walked down the dark side, as it were, in coaching, and decided to get out. But the reason we learned about the Beyond Sports side was because of the coaching angle. You had a number of coaches, especially in Division III, Brian Morehouse, Alex Ritchie come to mind off the top of my head, who got involved in the work you all do in the off season in communities and elsewhere, bringing the game and helping those communities. And it seemed like they really loved what you guys were doing. And it seemed like thus I could see how you're growing and thus a perfect fit for this.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been fortunate enough to work with student athletes, now from over 600 schools. So not just Division III level, obviously, but the coaches that we've been able to work with that have joined us on trips. You mentioned 2 of them, Alex Ritchie, Brian Morehouse. They both coached 2 tours, international tours with us in Spain and Italy. And so with all of the D3 relationships that we have and schools that we work with, students that we work with, when the WBCA and Pat Manning saying we're looking for a sponsor, it was actually Brian Morehouse that started the whole conversation. Brian reached out to me last spring, and on a personal level, guys like Brian Morehouse, Alex Ritchie, a lot of these other coaches we've worked with, when you travel abroad with them and you do these programs, you're fortunate to develop very close friendships with them. And there's so many great people coaching in Division III sports, or at all levels of NCAA. And Brian Morehouse reached out to me, and we talked about what they were trying to do, and they, that Pat had been working on this for a few years, and he linked me up with Pat. This would have been last spring. And we had an ongoing conversation for a few months trying to figure out the details of it. This is the first kind of event we've been involved with in terms of as a sponsor. So it's definitely a little bit of uncharted territory for us there. But, our background, the majority of our staff were Division III student athletes. One of our newest staff members, Tim Whittle, he was the head coach at McAllister the last 8 years, and on the men's basketball side, and he joined our staff in September after a 17-year college coaching career. And he's just an example of one of our many staff members that had come from D3 athletics. And so to have an opportunity to support the women's game. Obviously, the men's Division III game has been really successful, as you mentioned, for a number of years. To be able to play a small role in helping them launch this women's game is something we're really proud of being a part of.
We should point out you had to make basically a multi-year commitment. They didn't want something that was going to be a sponsor for 1 year and then they back out and they're back to square one for the second year. They wanted a minimum, I don't know about you, but I know a minimum of 3 years to get this thing off the ground. Salem, then to Capital, where Dixie Jeffers would obviously keep it running, then back to Salem, so that by the time they go to a new city outside Pittsburgh or in Pittsburgh area, this has now got some momentum to it. It's got some permanence to it. Was there any worry about doing it over a multi-year thing, or was that almost a slam dunk for you?
Yeah, to be honest, there was definitely some concerns about how long, just because this isn't something that we've done before. I mean, we're obviously not Reese's, and so it's a little bit different with the sponsorship of the men's game. And so this for us was, in terms of an investment, there's obviously risks in committing to a long-term, contract and doing it. But the value in committing to, multiple years is we're building this from scratch. And again, I don't want to overstate our role in this. Our role is very small. Pat, the committee, all of those different, wonderful coaches, the WBCA, they're the ones that have been working on this for years. Our role is very small. But by committing to multiple years, it allows us to build this together. We don't look at this just in terms of, okay, we have this many years of the contract to do it. We want to build this out for as long as possible and have it to be a consistent thing, just like the men's game. And for us, it's not just about the event itself. As I talked with Pat during our first conversation, it's an opportunity for us to build more relationships with Division III coaches. And that's what we do, our programs with a lot of Division III teams, both on the women's and men's side. And so for us, it's just a great opportunity to keep building those relationships.
You mentioned a lot of the Division III roots. You are a Division III former student athlete, though you downplay it to me. Your co-founder is a former Division III school alum as well. You both went to Willamette. Of course, big win over Whitworth the other night in men's basketball. Tell us a little bit about those roots at Willamette. And you talked about the coaching, but what were the roots essentially that has bridged you to where you are now?
Yeah, so my co-founder and I both played basketball at Willamette University. Grant Leslie, my co-founder, he was actually also a quarterback for the football team that, finished top 5 one of the years with Coach Speckman way back. But so Kip Ione, the current head coach at Willamette University, who is also my brother-in-law, unfortunately for him, his first year he was hired to be the head coach at Willamette. I was his assistant coach. And so that was really my background, was in coaching. And simultaneously from starting Beyond Sports with my co-founder, Grant Leslie, I moved to Costa Rica and lived down there for 6 years coaching basketball, and coached professional team down there for 6 years and had a chance to coach the national team there. And that was also played a big role in us starting to do these international team trips. And it opened the door of coaches reaching out to me, reaching out to our organization saying, hey, we'd love to bring our team down there. I know you're living down there and coaching. And every year we get 5 to 10 or more Division III teams that come down. And it really all did start with us coming from that Division III playing background, and then, my brief coaching opportunity in Division III before, going down and coaching in Costa Rica and kind of what we built from there.
Certainly interesting, to say the least. It gets you involved a little bit. You're going to have to come to the East Coast. I'm warning you now. You might have liked the West Coast and the Northwest, but Salem, Virginia is located in Virginia, and it's on the East Coast. You're going to have to do some time changing here, Josh.
Ready? You know, I tell people about travel. I have a 2-year-old. In his first year, he did 19 flights in 4 countries, going on all these international programs. So, you know, yeah, we're used to doing a lot of travel. I'm so thrilled. I love the idea that they're going to try to build not just the All-Star game, but make it a weekend event. Get coaches to come, have these other activities, the clinic, dinners, different things, obviously around the championship game. And you know, looking forward to seeing you know, some of my friends that we've worked with on international tours hopefully be playing on that weekend. You know, I know Adrian Shibboleth, she's coached with us the last 2 summers for Bowden, having a great year, and Jeff Hands and Brian Morehouse and Alex Ritchie and a lot of these coaches on the women's side that we've been fortunate enough to work with. They're having great seasons, so I'm really anxious to see who ends up there when it's all said and done.
Gonna have a little fun with you, Josh. We all like to make sure we say Willamette, not some other version. It's Bowden.
Oh my God, you're right. I knew I would mess that up. Don't tell Adrian I said that. She's gonna be mad at me.
I can only make fun of that with somebody who's at a school that has one of those names.
There you go.
Josh, could talk a lot about it, but we obviously limited time, but I really appreciate the time you took to join us to talk about it. Looking forward to seeing how it progresses, looking forward to seeing what it looks like this year and then beyond. Glad to have a sponsor on board of any kind, because I wanted to see this All-Star game off the ground. Seems like we found a great partner and a Division III understanding type of sponsor on top of that, which is win-win in my book. We have a tradition on this show. We always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those who may be tuning in?
Well, you know, appreciate the opportunity to come on. You know, like I said, you know, there's not a whole lot of venues or platforms that are promoting Division III sports, Division III teams, and D3 Hoops. You guys, what you do, it's incredible because there's not a lot of people out there doing it. So, as a former D3 coach and player, we appreciate that, and you know, it's very valuable for us to follow all the teams, and you know, I get to see what you guys are talking about on different games. You know, like Whitworth playing a few nights ago. So it's fun to, you know, with our D3 background, to come on and be able to share with you. So definitely appreciate the opportunity to come and talk a little bit more about our programs.
Absolutely. I think we'll get you on a little bit more if you got any intake or thoughts, I should say, on games. We'd love to get your point of view.
I got a few thoughts. I don't know if you want to hear them, but you know,
By the way,
got
you
a few.
scored like 2,000 points in your Willamette career, right?
I think I had more ACL tears than points, but that's a whole nother story. We don't need to go there.
That's an interesting stat. We're going to have to dive into that someday. Hey, Josh, thanks so much for your time. Take care, and we'll look forward to talking to you down the road.
All right. Thanks, Dave.
Absolutely. Josh Erickson, co-founder of Beyond Sports, Willamette grad. ACL or points? That one's a good one. We'll find out probably from somebody at their staff because they've been watching the show. We appreciate him taking the time to join us. We're going to take another break. When we come back, it's all about the men's basketball committee. Sam Atkinson joins us. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. Back with more when we come back.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all. It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody, here on the Marathon as we keep moving along. Got a few more guests to get in, and then we will have the happy hour. Happy hour probably going to take place about 7:45 at the earliest, if you'd like to join in and have some fun with us, as we always do on that segment. If you got questions for us, tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, dave.mchugh@d3sports.com, or Facebook us, facebook.com/Hoopsville. All right, so we told you we're going to kind of bookend the shows. We started the show with the Women's Basketball Committee chair. We're kind of finishing, or at least late in the show, with the Men's Basketball Committee chair. What to expect after the first week of action, as it were. They did their mock rankings this week. They come out with their first official regional rankings next week. We talked to Sam Atkinson at the beginning of the season. We now get a chance to kind of get an update from him after they've gotten their feet wet, as it were. And the Gallaudet Associate AD for Communications joins us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. And Sam, good to hear from you.
Hey, good evening, Dave. Good to be on the show. And sorry I'm not in studio for today's interview.
Darn, you took it out for me. I was going to say you could have been in studio, but considering the weather in the area, I don't blame you for not doing that this time around. So you guys have, as we talked to Karen, gotten your feet wet a little bit, mock rankings out the door, as it were. Obviously, we don't see them. The idea is that it's practice for the RACs and for the national side of things. What's your takeaway after getting through that the first time, especially as chair?
Yeah, Dave. On Tuesday, we had our RAC mock rankings with our 8 different regions. Everything went well. Definitely some newcomers. I had to get learn the practice and understand the process. And then Wednesday, we actually had a 3-hour plus call with our first mock rankings. And I can really say, without a doubt, in my 3 years on the committee, that was by far the best rankings that we've ever had. And, I give credit to all the members of our committee. It's a great group of gentlemen volunteering their time on this. And we really just dove into the numbers. We dove into the complete resumes of the teams. And, we really felt good after that 3-hour call.
Well, first off, the women beat you at 2.5 hours. But more importantly, if that was the best you ever had, should we just release these rankings and be done with it?
There's still a lot of basketball to be played for sure. We're still 44 days away from crowning a champion in Fort Wayne, but we're only 25 days away from releasing a bracket. So there's still a lot of work to be done, but there's still a lot of basketball. So there's a lot of big games tonight for sure. Also, that will impact how things go next week.
I'm not so sure I wanted to hear 25 days away from first brackets there, Sam.
Neither did I.
Sam, you ruined the image I had in my head of such a lovely finish. We have 4 weekends left before we will be diving in. And You've agreed to come on and just give us all of the regional rankings and selections on Sunday so we don't have to wait for Monday, right?
Yeah, I think we're just going to Facebook Live our selections.
Oh, if only. Right now there's somebody in NCAA headquarters maybe tuned in going, what? He's kidding, folks. He's kidding. We could also, though, do it at Andy Nelson's if you really want to have some fun. Inside joke. Great barbecue place around the corner from me here in the area.
Without a doubt.
Let's talk about your committee real quick on the national side. Obviously, returners like Chuck McBreen at Ramapo, yourself. We have Jared Samples, who's actually in his 4th year at University of Dallas, who's back as well. Hold on. Leonard Trevino, the athletics director at Chatham University, has returned, and Bob Yorkland, the athletics director at Bethel University in Minnesota, is back on.
Correct.
The new ones, if anyone is paying attention, Rick Ferry takes over for the former, who's going into his fourth year, AD at Mary Washington. He's at Albright, representing the Mid-Atlantic. And then you have Mike Schauer at Wheaton of Illinois, the head coach there. And we have Rob Southall, the head coach and the assistant AD at Elms College, representing the Northeast. So you got a few new faces. Rick, I think, has done similar work in the past, but it's been a while since kind of the new stuff has been put in place. It's not so new anymore. But you said everything went smooth.
Yeah, Rick had served on the national committee in the past, so he does have that experience, and also wearing an athletic director's cap at Albright can understand the ins and outs with NCAA and selections. But with our call on Wednesday, we actually went in order with more of the senior members going first to go through their regions. So not to kind of put the rookies on the spot there.
Go ahead and start.
Yeah. Well, and we don't envy Rob up there in the Northeast. He has a bear of a region of 11 ranked teams, and there's a lot to go through there, and a lot of great teams to decipher. But he handled it well. Mike and Rick were just kind of like a seasoned coach that was, been on this committee for a couple of years, I felt like. So, I was really proud of how everybody handled everything. And, we again, it was great discussion. Probably the most thorough discussion we've had in the past, too, when we were breaking down the regions. Kind of like I listened to Karen earlier, and, when they were going through their regions, everybody else on that committee is kind of saving and comparing teams and looking at the data in front of them, too, to make sure we get it right.
I'm sure Bob Bjorklund just threw his hands in the air and said, forget it, I'm done with the West region.
Well, I think we were just also teasing Bob, too, about the temperatures in Minnesota yesterday. So,
yeah, he probably wanted to do nothing but focus on that at all, right?
He said it warmed up to negative 48.
So, that's it? Okay. Well, he's fine. It's balmy then.
Exactly.
Yeah, as we discussed with the women, what do you – I know it's early. It's the mocks. We haven't seen the first rankings. But how do you see things now moving forward? Now that you've gotten the first rankings out the gate in the sense of you guys for practice and understood how the process – have you discovered where you're going to maybe have some hang-ups? Have you discovered where you're going to maybe need to smooth things out? Or have you gotten a pulse of how this is going to work out?
Yeah, I think what Karen said, too, there's certain regions right now where you're kind of unsure of how it's going to play out. But, talking to our national committee chairs for their regions on the call on Wednesday, there's a lot of big games just this week alone that's going to really help us out moving forward next week. And it will continue as we continue through conference play here. We're going to see a lot more of the head-to-heads. We're going to see some teams playing each other 2 times, and that's really going to help kind of move a team up or down. I think a lot of teams still have the ability to play themselves in, but also teams have the ability to play themselves out.
Sure.
So we'll see how things go. The tough thing with the first mock ranking, and that's why it takes so long, is just trying to figure out where to start.
Yeah.
There's certain regions, and you can probably predict the teams right now that really jump out at you, and they're really leading that region, and there's no doubt. But the other regions, it's really a toss-up, and it really felt like with the majority of the regions, the top 4 teams were pretty solid and not predictable, but just the idea you kind of knew where they were going to slot in. It really was a toss-up for most of the regions on the bottom half. Where there's a lot of teams right now that are still, maybe they stubbed their toe here or there, and they also have a good win, but it's also how do you measure that win compared to another team that has a good win also.
Sure.
So I think a lot of that's going to play out over the next 4 weeks. It's just tough, though, when we're doing the rankings on Wednesday morning, and we already know what happened against Whitman and Whitworth.
Yeah, sure.
But that doesn't play into that ranking. We can't even think about that, even though that will probably impact the following week.
Right.
And then even next week with the first official rankings, we're still not going to have that official record against ranked opponents, and we can't go off of that yet. So as you've alluded to in the past too, you're going to probably see some movement in the second week of the rankings, when you start seeing that information in front of you.
Right. Yeah. It's going to be fascinating to watch it all play out. Talking with Sam Atkinson here at Gallaudet, Associate AD for Communications, and the men's basketball committee chair this season in his third year on the committee. We've already gotten the questions, and I might as well just get it out of the way now. Obviously, when you look at some of the top rankings, and you hinted at Whitworth and Whitman and some of the things you guys are going to have to consider down the road, there's a lot of teams in that upper central, eastern west, and western, northwestern west part of the regions that are behemoths, for lack of a better description, right now. And, I know you're not looking at bracketing yet, but that's got to be something 25 days out that you're going to be dealing with. You got to be probably maybe laying some groundwork on how in the world you're going to deal with all that.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't touched bracketing yet, and and I would probably say too, until the first official rankings are out, we're not even going to start thinking about who could be sites and who could host. It's still really early for that, and you never know what happens with conference championships, conference tournaments. We could have a master plan now, and then all of a sudden it blows up in the third week. But you do have in the back of your head of like where some teams might be slotted in some areas that you want to maybe look at mileage or concentrations of schools for options. But a lot of that work doesn't usually happen until probably that second to last week, moving into conference championship time.
When you obviously start to tackle that things, do you guys get hints from the NCAA ahead of time, or do you finally hear kind of the nuts and bolts on what you're going to be allowed to do at the time you start bracketing? When did the word finally come from the NCAA to say, hey, we're going to give you X amount of flights, or we're not going to give you flights? Do they start giving you that info in advance, or are you kind of not blindsided, but kind of given that once you start asking?
Yeah, I think we're, as a committee, we're given the charge to lay out a field following the rules that's given to us from the national headquarters. And, we try to follow that, keep all the travel within a 500-mile radius of a host. But as you know, and as we know, the committee, there are certain schools that we do need to fly because of their location and trying to get to a site. But we've never been given ahead of time saying you're going to have X amount of flights. Of course, in the past with budgets and everything, we need to follow what is given to us. And, usually it's, we try to do the best we can as far as positioning the teams best within that 500-mile radius. And, we don't have, a plethora of flights just to hand out the teams.
Right. Probably going in the wrong order here, but one of the other topics that I know you and I touched on, I'm surprised. I don't know if anybody heard it as much as I expected. There wasn't much reaction from it initially, though now that people are starting to talk about things, it's starting to obviously come out because, well, I have to mention it. But you talk about the conversations you guys had. One of the tools that has been, let's arguably say, removed from the toolbox was this SOS to win-loss comparison that the men's basketball committee had grown fond of. This .03 difference in the SOS equates to 2 games, whether that's .06 to 4 and .09 to 6 games is debatable. But my point being, you guys aren't necessarily or not at all using it. I don't want to put words in your mouth at all. And so the SOS, as you and I have discussed, not taking a back seat. It just other criteria kind of come back into play or more prominently into play now instead of that SOS win-loss battle. Is that what presented a lot of the conversations you guys had? And how did that experience, for those who are used to using that metric, how did the experience work for them?
Yeah, so a lot of things to unpack here.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries. But, no, we're happy to talk about this and make sure, everybody understands where we're coming from. But yeah, you're correct. In the past, past committees had used a metric tool of a .03 equals 2 games, upwards to .06 will equal 4 games, never above that as far as I know. But there was no science behind it. It was never endorsed by the NCAA, and it's not part of the criteria. And basically this summer when we met as a committee, we were told the same. And, other sport committees had used some type of tool or metric, like that. But basically, NCAA and NCAA Champs Committee saying you guys have to stick to the 5 primary criteria, and then there's also the 3 secondary criteria. And just to go over with your viewers and listeners, the 5 primary criteria being the win-loss percentage, division head-to-head, which is not always available, results versus common division opponents, results versus all division ranked opponents, which we'll start having in the second week of rankings,
right,
and in-division SOS. Then the 3 secondary criteria is non-division win-loss, results versus common non-division opponents, and division non-conference SOS. So what I can say to this is, I think, for example, in the East region, our calls in the past have been sometimes only 15, 30 minutes because a lot of things were worked out by using the metric of the .03, and it kind of maybe eliminated some teams because they didn't have the SOS strength.
Sure.
And as I think you and others have talked about on the message boards and in the Northeast region, there's a good thread on the NESCAC part about that. And it was kind of, you spelt it out a little bit as far as, I think certain conferences kind of benefit from a higher SOS because of the way their conference is structured, not having a double round robin and not facing each other twice. And some teams maybe have gotten a higher SOS because of who they play, maybe not who they beat. And sure. I think, as I mentioned back in November and moving forward, as a committee, this is probably the course correction that needed to happen for this. I think what we saw on Tuesday and on Wednesday within our regions and racks and also on the national committee was very, very good critical conversations about teams and really looking at the entire resume of a team. This was the most we've ever dove into a team's resume this early in the season. Our East region call took 2 hours. And, to us to be able to get it right and to really look at the quality of the wins. And, even going to that second page on the second criteria, the Division IX Conference SOS did play a role for a lot of teams as far as, which team would maybe move up and move down to kind of see who are these teams scheduling outside of their conference play. And, are they winning those games? So, again, I think as a national committee, we felt very good after the call on Wednesday that, hey, we really looked at the entire resume of these teams. And I think now, we're not saying, go out and schedule soft or stay at home and win all your games and you're going to get in. But I do think there is a path for a team that has maybe a weaker SOS who maybe can, to no fault of their own if their conference is not as strong, but if they're able to schedule stronger non-conference games and win a couple of those games, they're not going to get dinged because of, per se, maybe just their conference.
Let me do a couple of things with what you said. First off, you said
Sure.
in-division SOS and in-division results. We should point out if someone doesn't, and it's not happening often, but I want to make sure it gets out there. If you don't meet the minimum requirement of what your in-region schedule is supposed to be, and that's 70% being opponents that meet the in-region rules, 500
Right.
miles in your region or in your NCAA larger, administrative region, then that is what your record is. That happens once in a while. I just want to make sure that gets out there. It's not all of your division unless you meet the in-region rules. The second thing you said there, what did you say?
I would say also, plus there's, some teams that scheduled teams that are maybe in their provisional state of
Right.
becoming a Division III member.
Right, good point. Another thing you said was it wasn't in the SOS metric system with the win-loss was not endorsed by the NCAA, but somehow it came to the committees, as we understand it, from the NCAA, and it was, at least I'll use the term, backed up by elements of the NCAA who at least were questioned about it by the committee in the past. At least that's what we've been told. So if it wasn't truly endorsed by the NCAA, my question is, how did it get down the road this far? And while I agree with you, a course correction made some sense because I think in a lot of ways we started to see it being used maybe too much, as you pointed out, and I think
Sure.
maybe unfairly, as you have pointed out. how did we get this far down the road, though, without the NCAA saying something sooner? And by the way, the NCAA, I should say, is those in the India office who are supposed to administer everything. Most times I don't mean that. I want people to understand, usually when I meant NCAA, I do mean the membership. But in this case, I actually do mean Indianapolis.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have a great answer for that because this thing started before I was even part of this committee.
I should have prefaced that, yes.
Yeah, it just seems like this is what started years ago. I'm not sure if, it seemed like it was anywhere from 5 to 8 years. I'm not sure if it's just passed down. But we also have a new liaison from the NCAA, Alex Mortolero, who's doing a great job with us. He's in his second year on the committee. And when we met as a committee this summer, we had people from championships and selections come in and talk to us. And we had mentioned that metric. And, it was a lot of people were, I guess, bewildered about how that started. So, it was basically saying, look, we need to stick to the criteria. As far as we looked, we talked to the NCAA stats department since then, and nobody can reinforce this or back this up. There is no set number to make this. So we're not really sure, about this.
That's
I'm not sure if
interesting.
it was I'm not sure if it was just because some of these conference calls went too long and they wanted some type of number just to make it move along.
Well,
Maybe
no,
that happened.
as we got told, it came from someone at the NCAA. You mentioned NCAA stats. That's who was told backed it up. And maybe, and I'm spitballing here, maybe 5, 6, whatever years ago when it came out, it did get backed up. But now that schedules have changed and the way teams have put schedules together, they can't back up that data as being as solid anymore because everything's changed, and I don't know. I'm spitballing a little bit, but we got to, we're talking about, UW Oshkosh from a number of years ago probably doesn't make the NCAA tournament at all nowadays because 17-10 with a gaudy SOS isn't going to stand out as much because you can't do that metrical shift. I assume as a result, you've already seen how this has resulted in maybe teams with strong win-losses but not strong SOS numbers are in maybe better, quote-unquote, positions than they were in the past.
Yeah, and I think, I mentioned before, I feel like for some of these schools, again, not to say we are emphasizing one of the criteria over the other. I think if anything, with the past, with the .03 equals 2 games, those teams with a higher SOS were kind of maybe getting double rewarded because of the high SOS, and then they would switch, the record, and some of these like fictitious virtual wins and virtual losses, impacting the records, and it seemed like it was accepted in the coaching community. But talking to RACs and talking to the committee, this past week it was just like I think a lot of coaches were on board with this. And I know there's some coaches who will probably say SOS wins the day, and that's the most important thing. And if that team had to play an SCAC schedule or they had to play a CCIW schedule, they wouldn't be that good of a team. And, same thing if you're talking about UCF football and playing in the SEC and how they would fare. But we can't penalize a team because of, where they're affiliated with and what conference they're in, and they're playing the schedules that they have in front of them. What they can control is their non-conference schedule. And we just really keep encouraging coaches. And I really feel like, we talk about parity in Division III. Men's basketball in the last couple of years has been amazing. And you look at our Final Four last year, 3 of those teams not even being ranked and, coming in and making it to the Final Four. It's great. And I really hope coaches have realized this, and they continue to schedule tough games out of region because they do matter.
We should point out we don't talk about this metric on the women's side because best we understand it, the women have never used it. They were aware of it, but just didn't use it to the same degree that the men did. At least everything we've been able to sleuth, as it were, or #glean. Something else, and Sam, if I'm out of place on this, duck and run. But I also find it interesting that are the last few chairs that we've had, all good, have come, though, from bigger conferences or conferences that do have teams who end up with really strong SOS numbers because their conferences are good. The MIAA, the NUMAC, the Centennial, the ODAC. You mention a lot of these. Centennial maybe isn't totally in that conversation, but it's pretty close. That vantage point can be understood. You come from a smaller conference and to be arguably one of the lower conferences in terms of strength in Division III. You've seen it up close when Lancaster Bible, was very worrisome that they weren't going to make the tournament with just a single loss on the season. They luckily made it in and represented themselves well. But you come from a different perspective. Does that help? You certainly didn't advocate for the change, but does that help you understand the change better, maybe?
Yeah, I think, of course, you understand the plight that some of these teams face with a lower SOS because of, for example, the conference that Gallaudet plays in. But that plays no role in selections and criteria whatsoever.
No, I don't mean to say that. I just mean to say that you can understand. You made a comment saying, these conferences, these teams sometimes don't have the ability to kind of get out of the conference way or get the conference out of their way, for lack of a better description.
Sure.
That you can appreciate that more than maybe others can who have been in those scenarios where their teams always have good SOSs.
Yeah, and, even, I guess it was 2010, 2011 here at Gallaudet, our women's team, was our first year in the NEAC, and, it was for them, the strength of schedule wasn't there for them, but they had scheduled a top 15 team in their Thanksgiving tournament, and they beat them.
Mm-hmm.
And that played a huge role for them to get the at-large bid because we lost in the championship of the conference tournament. So, yes, to me, I think we're doing a disservice to the game of basketball if we're not, if we're trying to tell certain conferences or certain teams, it doesn't matter how many games you win, you're not going to have a shot. Luckily, there are right now the 42 AQ bids, and there's a great opportunity for 42 teams to make the tournament through their conference by winning that. But I still think, if in case of the Lancaster Bible that we always like to bring up, if you go 26-1, hopefully there's still a chance for you to get to the table. But then again, it's not, we're not going to say just because you have 26 wins that you automatically you're one of the top 20 at-large teams, for example, for this year. But to me, I think, I just think it for the game of basketball, too, in Division III athletics, I think we're doing a disservice if we're, just ruling out certain teams just because of a weak conference.
Yeah, by the way, Lancaster Bible had some other challenges. They only had one other team that was regionally ranked, a win over Franklin and Marshall. Let's not. I certainly don't want to make them a poster child in the wrong sense, but they had other issues besides just an SOS problem that contributed there. But I digress. Before we let you go, Sam, anything else that came out of what these would have been mock selections heading into your first selections or rankings of the year that you want to make sure that the audience at home understands?
I think some people, we'll see how this week goes, and of course, it's always very fluid right now with wins and losses and day to day. But I think some people might scratch their head when they see the rankings next week if a certain team is up there because of one criteria over the other. But I would like to emphasize again, for people looking at the rankings, to look at all the criteria and look at the complete resume of the team, not just look at the win-loss or just look at the SOS. There's more to it.
Yes, thank you, sir. I can't preach that one enough myself. I completely agree. I thank you for your time. We could talk forever. I know we'll talk off air in the future, and we'll try and pass on whatever the committee has for notes, and we hope to talk to you if we're lucky between now and the next 25 days. If not, we look forward to talking to you in about 26 days once that bracket's out and you and I are beyond sleep deprived.
Yeah, Dave, it's only 63,000 minutes until we crown the champion in Fort Wayne.
You would do the math, wouldn't you?
But, hey, if I can put my Gallaudet cap on for a second, I would like to thank the D3 basketball community for their outpouring of support to the men's basketball program here at Gallaudet the last 2 weeks with the passing of our assistant coach, John Perry. And we appreciate the shout-out from you, Dave, on your show. Also, I just wanted to follow up real fast, if possible, on excellent final word shared by Yeshiva's men's basketball coach, Elliot Steinmetz, about tolerance and coexisting and being accepting, which I completely agree with, because unfortunately here at Gallaudet, the nation's deaf and hard of hearing university, our students and coaches still face some forms of discrimination, lack of communication access when playing on the road or from visiting fans. And just want to remind everyone that our student athletes and coaches are just like anyone else. They just can't hear. So just hoping more and more people who have not interacted with someone who's deaf or hard of hearing would be more patient, accepting, and helpful. So thank you, Dave.
You, absolutely, sir. You actually took something from me because I was going to mention a fan of the show, Jay, said, Dave, when Sam Atkinson comes on, let him know that we have John Perry, his family, and the wonderful Gallaudet community at large in our prayers. I heard the service was beautiful. Rest in peace, John. So someone actually, one of our fans of the show, wanted to be sure that we mentioned that as well to you. So
thank you, Dave.
I knew John a little bit when I'd seen him. You heard my words. I don't think I could repeat them without losing it again. So I'll leave it at that. Final thoughts, or did you want to leave it on that?
The only other final thought is, people, if they're looking to plan their trip to Fort Wayne, you can go to muspartans.com. That's Manchester University. They're one of the hosts for the Division III Men's Basketball Championship, which will be March 15th and 16th. But muspartans.com/NCAA for ticket information and anything Fort Wayne. And here's a cool thing, Dave.
Oh.
On February 25th in the town of Fort Wayne, on selection Monday, when the tournament selection goes out, they're going to paint the town blue. They're going to light up different buildings blue in anticipation of the Division III Men's Basketball Championship coming to Fort Wayne and media attention and the like. So the people out there are really excited. And like we mentioned, 25 days until the brackets come out and 44 days until the championship.
We should probably be glad that the trend of purple teams winning championships is over. Otherwise, we'd have to tell them to paint the town purple.
Yeah.
And that it's not football, which is already still painting purple.
Right.
Sam, thanks so much for taking the time. I appreciate it. We'll talk soon. Take care, and we'll enjoy the experience. I know you will, but tell everybody to enjoy it as well.
Thanks, Dave. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Absolutely. Take care, sir. Sam Atkinson joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Again, quick note, all interviews on the Hoopsville Hotline are courtesy of our partners at BlueFrame Technology and their industry-leading production truck software. Is your college ready to showcase its teams through reliable and innovative video streaming service that won't break your budget? BlueFrame's advanced digital broadcast tools will help take your broadcast to the next level. Learn more today by visiting www.blueframetech.com and tell them I sent you. Tell them I sent you. It would be very helpful if you could do that. By the way, back to Sam's point, he clearly has been listening to most of the show today. Some nice drop-ins there. The SOS win-loss is a different conversation now, and much as we trumpeted that fact that metric was being used, I'm actually kind of glad it's taking a back seat. It felt like it had gotten overused. I think we had conversations last year and the at-large selections where I started having an uneasy feeling about that number, about that metric. I had an uneasy feeling about Oshkosh being picked a couple years ago. It'll be interesting to see how it all shakes out. And a reminder, next regional rankings will not feature results versus regionally ranked opponents. But I echo Sam's point. Look at the entire resume. Going to take another break. When we come back, jump into some women's basketball with Trevor Woodruff, Scranton women's basketball coach. Some of you going, well, didn't you have him on the show before? We did. And then we screwed up the interview and nobody heard it. And apparently anybody listening didn't realize we weren't talking to Trevor earlier. They were listening to an interview that had aired earlier in the show. We got Trevor back on the line to talk to him. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com for the WBCA and NABC Studios. More Hoopsville when we come back.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. That's what you have here tonight. That's what you've earned here tonight. This is your time. Now go out there and take it.
Big shots. Teamwork. This trophy is not given. It must be earned. The 2019 NCAA Division III Women's Basketball Championship, March 15th and 16th at the Krager Center in Salem.
bounces right back with a triple. Great job here. And that'll do it!
Visit ncaa.com/tickets and get your tickets today.
It's on us. It's on all of us. And it's time to act now.
It's on us to start the change. It's on us to be the change. It's on us. It's on Division III. It's on all of us to stop sexual assault.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Carol LaHaye, basketball coach at Randolph-Macon College and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. And now, back to Dave.
And welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. Thank you for tuning in as we approach our, to 7 hours down. We got one more hour scheduled, though we'll go a little long. I can promise you that as happy hour will tip up. We'll probably go until no later than 9 o'clock this evening Eastern time. Still ahead, Jim Haney, basketball head of officials for Division III men's basketball, will join us. And then we'll get into the happy hour from there. So we've had Trevor Woodruff from Scranton on before. We had a wonderful conversation with him, chatted with a lot about the team and what was going on. We had just found out that they unfortunately had an injury of one of their key players, and how is that going to play out? Really a great conversation. Nobody heard it. They saw my lips moving. They saw a beautiful picture of Trevor. Nobody heard it. The reason you didn't hear it was because I made a goof and ran another interview earlier in the show, and no one noticed, apparently, that it didn't make any sense to Scranton basketball. Well, we've decided to make amends. We don't usually bring guests back immediately or in the near future because we want to give everybody a chance. But when you make a screw up like that, you got to make good on it. And Trevor, in being good spirits about it, has agreed to join us once again. This time we can say that he's on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. So some things have changed. And Trevor, thanks for taking the time, sir.
You bet. And keep saying I have a beautiful picture, and I'll come on anytime.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so you got a beautiful picture. Of course, the only thing that has changed is you're no longer undefeated. Elizabethtown tripped you guys up. You're now 19-1 overall, 8-1 in the conference. You were third when we talked to you, or when I talked to you a few weeks back. You're now seventh in the country. Elizabethtown, though, got you. How's the season gone, though? We'll get to maybe the recent results in a moment, but how's the season gone from your vantage point now in, your fourth season?
Yeah, year 4, and it's really been a challenging year. We, like most teams, you expect there to be some highs and lows and difficulties as you go through a 4 or 5 month journey with a group of college kids. But this year has been even a little bit more difficult, just dealing with all the things that you normally do, but maybe just on a little bit more consistent basis, injuries and sickness, and starting all the way back in the preseason. We have 2 seniors. We lost one of them in the preseason with a knee injury, her second since she transferred in, and then that kind of just set the tone. We've been trying to get healthy the entire season, and hopefully we will before it's over.
You meant one of your top players was banged up a little bit when we talked. She had just suffered an injury, missed a few games since then. Bridget Mann is who we're talking about. Yeah. Is she back on the team? I got a little confused with some of the reports from your fans on whether she was back at full strength or whatnot.
She is not back playing. She's,
okay.
She's had a rough go of it. Bridget's, I think most people who follow Division III basketball, women's basketball, are familiar with her. She's been around for 4 years, been a very good player for 4 years, and preseason All-American and all those things, regional player of the year last year. But it's been a really tough year for her. She's missed basically half the season with 2 different injuries. And now she's still fighting to get back. I think we're a little ways away from her being back full speed, but we're optimistic that we could hopefully get her back before the conference tournament.
Sure. She's an important factor. We should point out in the 12 games that she's now played, 13.5 points, which is second on the team. Mackenzie Mason is first on the team at just a shade over 13.5 points, so she's also pulling down 7.5 rebounds. But you've got a lot of pieces to this team. They certainly are talented besides Bridget Mann, but they're also being tested because of those injuries, which could come back to be a benefit down the road.
Yeah, we think so, and that's how we've tried to frame it for our group. We've been forced to play some younger kids. We've been forced to move kids around to different positions, which, you never know when you might need to do it again. So a lot of positives can come out of it if you approach it the right way, I think. But at the end of the day, if you have an All-American, you'd much rather have her on the court and not have to learn those other lessons.
Yeah, fair. I agree with that. By the way, she's the only senior.
That's
so,
right. Well, we have two, but now they're both
right.
out. So we are a young team.
Warning to everybody: this team comes back is what I'm basically getting at. This is not just a one. You've had very good, consistent play up until this point, and so we shouldn't expect a step back. But it's the fact that you're doing this with basically one senior in Bridget Mann, and though she's only played now 12 games, it certainly speaks a lot. Let's fast forward, though. You got that Elizabethtown game. I always forget to add the town part of that. What happened in that scenario, and is it one of those scenarios also where it's bound to happen in a season? Going undefeated's hard.
Well, that's certainly true. I think if you look across the country, all genders, all levels, there are very few teams that are able to run the table. But I think it's as simple as we played against an excellent team who played very, very well that day, and who has continued to play well. They had a huge win last night on the road at Catholic and won by almost 40 points. So they're really playing well. Situation to compound it, we've got some sickness and things. So our margin for error was pretty thin. We made a lot of mistakes. They took advantage of it. And, in some cases you can play less than your best and get away with it. Mm-hmm. But they were terrific, and there was just no way we were going to be able to play poorly and beat them, and they deserved it. You got to tip your hat. They were terrific.
You got right back off the schneid, though, a couple days later against Susquehanna and won that one 70-42. But what was interesting is you lost that one at home. Something you and I talked about on the last one was how much your home court has changed. A huge kind of renovation of the court a little bit, and that you guys are kind of getting used to it to some degree.
Yeah, well, they've done a little bit of work for us. I kid my athletic director. I think we spent $14 million on an outdoor complex for baseball and softball, and then I said, so we got $14 million for them and $1,400 for us. So that doesn't seem fair, but they are working on it. It's a tremendous facility. We're so lucky to have the Long Center. So much history and tradition. I think you can feel it when you walk in the place. And as we move forward and do even more renovation, hopefully, I hope we can keep the feel that the place has. Because even as an opposing coach who used to come in here to play against Scranton, it was always a special feeling that you don't get everywhere.
Yeah.
It always felt like a big game when we played here. So I hope we don't lose that as more renovations come down the road.
What's the biggest change maybe that they've done that even you walking in goes, wait a minute?
Yeah. Well, so far it's been, just some kind of superficial stuff, new bleachers, and they kind of stripped the place and painted it from the ceiling down, so it's brightened the place up. And we're in the process of getting all new banners, which at Scranton they've been so good at on both sides for so long. There's a lot of tradition that you want to show off, and so there's some new banners coming. And right now, just kind of some basic things. I think down the road we'll see hopefully some renovations to our lobby and our auxiliary gym and our locker space and things like that. So just getting started with it, I hope.
You told me all the championship banners were down to kind of go with the renovation, and how that used to be a cool little reminder to people who exactly they were playing when they walked in the door. They're not assuming back up yet.
No, they're not up yet. I always thought, again, as an opposing guy coming in here, and you stand there and you do the national anthem and you look around and you see the Final Fours and the 30-something conference titles. And, to me, that always meant something. It meant you were playing against a really good program that you could measure yourself against. And so, I'm looking forward to when we get the new stuff back up, and that tradition is right there for everybody to see.
So let's talk about what's next. You've got a couple tough road, or really 3 of the next 5 to finish off the season before the tournament are going to be on the road. You got the long haul to Catholic coming up here this weekend. You got a shorter trip to Moravian. Then you got a home against Juniata and Drew. And then you got we can talk about the last game in a minute. But, this isn't the easy part, to be honest. While the teams may not be at the same strength they've been in the past, you've got some tough trips ahead of you in conference play.
Oh, no question. I think everybody would tell you their league's really good, and I'm no different. I think our league is terrific, and there aren't, a whole lot of nights off. I think Elizabethtown showed the other day that we've got to play well to beat everybody in this league, from top to bottom. Excellent coaches, tremendous players, and so there's a huge challenge ahead of us. And you get to this time of year, you also start to, see some teams who are fighting for their life in terms of playoff seeding and can they get in, where can they get a home game. So everything is just magnified. So I expect us. We've got I think 5 games left. They're going to all be, dog fights, and we've got to come ready to play and be at or near our best.
Your trip to Juniata, did you guys not kind of have to augment that game a little bit because of the weather?
Yeah, we did. We tried to be a little bit proactive, and then the governor actually, made it somewhat easier. We traveled out on Friday, which we don't usually do for that game. So we stayed Friday night, and then the governor shut the roads down, the interstate down to commercial traffic on Saturday at noon. So when you're on a coach bus, that's considered, that fell under the umbrella. So we didn't have the choice to come back Saturday after the game. We stayed a second night and came back Sunday. And Huntington's a beautiful town.
Yeah, listen, nothing against Juniata, but that's not the best option.
Well, I'll tell you what, the people were great. The hotel was nice, and we won. So if we had lost, either the men's or women's team had lost, it may have made it worse. The one snag was Virginia was playing Duke that night on ESPN. So it's, we're sitting in the lobby and everybody's kind of hanging out, getting to start the game, watching the game. It's just like you're at home. And then ESPN went out with the weather.
Oh, no.
And so that didn't help. But if that's the worst thing that happens to us this year, then we had it pretty good.
Hey, put the 2 teams in the lobby and recreate how you think the game was going to happen.
There you go.
That's what you do. By the way, the last game, if you guys want to save the legs, save the travel, not want to be weary coming down to Baltimore that last weekend, I totally understand staying home. You don't need to come down to the Gopher Dome in any way, shape, or form. Please get ready for the tournament. It's more important.
We talked about this last time, and the same 2 things apply. One, Andrea is doing a tremendous job, as you know, and so that's a great game for us to play.
It's not.
She's really doing an excellent job. And the second thing, I always like to come down and see the statue of you that they put out front.
Oh, stop it. That they have not.
You got to donate more money, and they will.
Yeah, a lot more money. I'm barely donating to begin with. Yeah, that's outstanding. That's better than the one you had and the one that nobody heard. That's awesome. Well, good luck. I'm fascinated by this team because, Trevor, you've now won over 100 games there. Oh, and that was the question I asked last time. Have you fully adjusted to the women's game? Because you were pretty successful as a men's coach. I said to a lot of people, your hiring kind of caught everybody out of the blue a little bit because I don't think we realized that you would be interested in switching genders. You're now there 4 years. It's settled in. Now it's truly your team. Have you settled into the women's game though?
I feel like I have. Not much has changed. We've talked about that before. I still kind of do our business the same way, and a lot of the same challenges. That doesn't change. You're still dealing with 18 to 22-year-olds and the the difficulties that they face in trying to help them develop through those. And so I feel really good about it. I'm proud of what we've been able to accomplish. I think obviously we inherited a good thing.
Yes.
And we didn't take a step backwards. We've been able to keep it rolling, and as long as Coach Strong is happy with the job I'm doing, then I feel like I'm doing okay. And he's been tremendous to me, personally and professionally, and so I just want to keep this thing rolling, do the best job I can for our girls, and hopefully at the end of the day everybody can be proud of the product that we put out there.
Sure, really impressive. Appreciate your time, especially the second go around. We'll look forward to seeing how the team does, not only in the conference tournament, but obviously onto the NCAA tournament as well, maybe a number of games at the Long Center as well. As always, we give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you want to share with those maybe tuning in?
Yeah, a couple things. As always, I want to thank you, Dave. The job you guys do is second to none, and probably underappreciated, but not here in Scranton. We really do appreciate what you do. And secondly, I know I mentioned it last time. I'll say it again. I always forget to thank my wife, and she is tremendous at what she does. She makes my life work, and I know there's a lot of other coaching wives and husbands out there who make the thing work for people like me to do what I do. So she's probably chasing two kids around and not listening, but honey, I love you. Thanks for everything. And I'll be home soon.
It's apropos you mentioned that because my wife made sure I had dinner tonight. And so it happens with broadcasters, too. She's upstairs probably chasing the kids around, too. I know it's not their bedtime yet. They may be listening because they're infatuated with this show.
Thank your wife, too.
Yeah, I will thank her as well, as I always do on this marathon show. So it seemed apropos you brought that back up. Hey, good luck the rest of the way. Look forward to talking to you down the road, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Dave. Keep up the great work, and take care.
Thank you, Trevor. You too.
Okay.
Trevor Woodruff joining us here on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Really appreciate his time. Again, we screwed up the original interview, and what I really feel bad was we had some great little moments we kind of recreated with that. It's hard to recreate an interview a second time. It's why I believe in not kind of having practice interviews, if that makes any sense. I like just doing an interview and going with it. I also like going live. If we pre-recorded with Danielle Donahue, we didn't edit any of that. I like the natural flow to an interview. I like what we get to the table. It's my duty to keep it on time. So it's nice to have Trevor back on. We had a great interview that time. I'm glad you could at least hear from him this time. A little inside note, though. Last time he had barely any voice left from the night before's game. This time he at least has some voice back, so you got to hear him a little bit better. I have a feeling they're going to be playing a lot of NCAA tournament games at Scranton on the women's side. Very likely you're to get to Salem, Virginia in women's basketball. At least one quadrant's going to have to go through Scranton, Pennsylvania, and that makes the Royals very difficult to beat. I'll be fascinated to see how that all plays out. Gordon had some thoughts on it. On the landmark board that I agreed with, that I think very easily a NESCAC team could be having to be forced to go to Scranton. That's advantage Scranton. Going to take a break. When we come back, Jim Haney, the head of officials for Division III, will join us. Fascinated to get his take on what has now been his job for a year and a half. How much has changed? How much has he been able to change? How much is moving in the right direction, and more? You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. We'll be back with more of the show when we come back.
Being a part of the different activities and organizations that I've been a part of, I'm actually able to see myself where I'm like, hey, I actually can make a change. I'm one person that can make a difference.
Division III has helped me to develop teamwork skills, critical thinking skills, time management skills.
It's not just about basketball, or it's not just about school. It's about developing yourself as a person altogether.
Welcome to the University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, home of Blue Gold Athletics. UW-Eau Claire has been ranked a top 5 regional public university for over 20 years. We graduate champions with the lowest debt and highest return on investment in the Midwest. Blue Gold Athletics is a Directors Cup Top 20 Division III program offering 22 sports with almost 700 student athletes. UW-Eau Claire is about excellence in the classroom, the field of competition, and the community. Are you the next Blue Gold?
My name is Marcus Walker. I was All-State, won a state championship, a high school All-American, and played college and pro ball. I played because I love the game. I grind to be the best. I sweat because I put in work. I'm strong because I believe. When I want to bring it before game time, I come to the house that college basketball built, the CBE. No matter your skill, take it to another level. Elevate your game right here at the College Basketball Experience at Sprint Center.
I coined my definition of success in 1934. My definition of success is peace of mind attained only through self-satisfaction in knowing you made the effort to do the best of which you're capable. It's like reputation and character. Reputation is what others perceive you to be. Character is what you are.
It's on us to stop sexual assault.
In any way that we can.
To get a friend home safe.
To never blame the victim.
It's on us.
To stand up.
To make our community safe for all.
It's on us.
It's on us to look out for each other at parties.
It's on us.
To be more than just a bystander.
To step up and say something.
It's on us, all of us.
To stop sexual assault.
Learn how and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
Welcome back to Hoopsville, everybody. As we get going here in the 8th hour of the show, we've gotten 7 hours plus under our belts. Appreciate you tuning in. We still got the happy hour ahead. Our last scheduled guest is up next. So I guess Trevor Woodruff was our penultimate guest. We're going to talk men's basketball a little bit from the officiating point of view in a moment. In the meantime, if you got questions for him, got questions for me, got questions for our guests when they come on the happy hour segment, you can tweet them, Hoopsville. It's at D3 Hoopsville is your Twitter account, hashtag Hoopsville. And you can email them. Dave.McHugh at d3sports.com is what we're using. It's on the bottom of your screen. Of course, on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville. We also have chats either via the chat room on YouTube or the chat room on the Facebook stream, which, by the way, has been going the entire time. We're enjoying that as well. So lots of ways to communicate with us. I know that Ryan Scott will definitely be a part of the happy hour. We've reached out to several others of the group. We'll see who joins us, as we probably will have about an hour plus time of happy hour to chat. But in the meantime, for over a year and a half now, we have had an official head of officiating in Division III. We have not had a chance to talk on the women's side much about it, and we hope to alleviate that sometime in the near future. But on the men's side, Jim Haney has been more than accommodating, both in my annoying emails on occasion about things, but also he came out to the D3Hoops.com Classic in Las Vegas this year and took in the officiating, which isn't totally D3-centric, but it's still important for his work at the NCAA. And I already know from talking to our good friend Jeff Burns that he will be down at Randolph-Macon this weekend for a game. He gets around to visit games around the country. He watches them online. He does a lot of work. I'm warning you now, there is no graphic for him because apparently I went and lost the picture. So you're just going to have to trust that Jim is here. Joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline is the aforementioned Jim Haney. And, sir, thank you for taking the time to joining us this evening.
David, glad to be a part of this show.
I appreciate it tremendously. Again, we got to see you in Las Vegas. It was great to see you. I found it interesting that you were there because I didn't, to some degree, I was a little surprised that would be a job that would interest you, for lack of a better description. What did you get out of it all?
The important part for me is to go to various parts of the country and spend time not only watching officiating, but talking to different coaches from different leagues and different locales. And that was an opportunity to see 8 coaches from 8 regions, basically, and take 10 or 15 minutes and get their pulse on what's going on in their league and their conference and in their area, and from an officiating standpoint.
That's fascinating. What was their overall generic take then about officiating from their point of view in their regions?
They are very thankful and willing to work with me to get accountability up to where it needs to be. from a standpoint of supervisors, officials, and everybody, and just to have somebody to talk to have dialogue with about goods and bads is they've never had that, and it's a terrific opportunity for me. It's a terrific opportunity for the NABC and for all of us to make our game better.
It's what I find interesting about it was because at first I'm thinking, well, Jim, I don't want to mention this to you because I really want you out there, but we don't really have a lot of D3 officials at this event. Do I mention it to Jim? Do I not? And then I thought to myself, no, he's probably, he knows what he's doing. He's going to know who's assigned out there. You still, though, evaluated them, and I never asked you this, but I assume that not only is it valuable for you, but it's valuable for your colleagues at Division I and II to have those kinds of reports as well, even if it's not Division I and II games.
We, this year, instituted for the first time the same online program that Division I is using to evaluate officials. I started it this year. John Blazik hasn't done a lot of it yet at D2. He's starting to do it. But I have put in probably 150 evaluations of guys that I have seen. And yes, it is valuable because now we are building a database on an official. And just an example, J.D. Collins was watching the game the other day. He watched the Army-Navy game, and he went in and put an evaluation in on one of the officials, and his email to me was, Jimmy, I saw in the evaluation system you had seen this guy. I looked and thought that this would be a pretty good candidate for your tournament, and I see you, that's what you put down. So it was interesting that he noticed right away the evaluation on an official.
Should I take from that then that the officials for our Division III tournament don't necessarily have to be Division III officials who have worked Division III games? They can just be darn right good officials?
No, they have to. There is some eligibility that we also, for the first time this year, have put in for our tournament as far as watching videos and test scores, attending clinics, working a minimum of 5 league games or 10 overall games across divisions.
Okay.
So a conference tournament, being recommended for a conference tournament. So we have put a lot of eligibility stuff in to stop what was perceived as the good old boy network, where a guy would work one game and all of a sudden he'd be at Salem, Virginia for the semifinals.
Yeah, you and I have talked about that quite a bit, or maybe working a game they shouldn't because they didn't rate out either.
Correct.
You've been on the job, what's about a year and a half is about where I've got it tabulated. We saw a lot of your impact at the tournament last year as we expected. Maybe not as much during the whole run of the tournament, but certainly the officials we saw repeat themselves, which was a new thing, meaning they were on more than just one game in the entire tournament. And we saw a mixture and different makeup of officials at the championship weekend. How did that first year, as it were, go for you? As obviously you kind of came in kind of running already, you didn't get much of a chance to jog.
I thought it went very well. It shed a light on, for me, what needed to be corrected, and it gave me some impetus this year with Alex Mortellaro, who runs the championship committee, who's been terrific to work with. And it's given me plenty of thought, because this year, the entire tournament, I will be assigning from day one to the final game. It is mine. It is no longer on a supervisor. Yes, they will have recommendations and people that they've sent in, but as far as who goes and how many they work, it's me. So this is a whole new era. We're going to try to do the best we can. I am actually going to Indianapolis for selection weekend, and I am going to sit in a room by myself, and once the selections are made, Alex and I are going to take a list of officials, and we are going to plot out the tournament.
Wow. First off, poor Alex. He's now added some work to his plate, but I applaud it. Now we got to get the committee chair. Hey, Sam, you listening? Got to get him out there to Indy just to at least keep you from being in an empty room.
Sam is going to be there.
I'm just being a little tongue-in-cheek, but I'm looking.
Yeah.
Can I be there? Can I join you guys?
You want to come sit and join? There's going to be plenty of opportunities to get information. I can tell you that.
I would be. You know what? I might be interested in having you on our bracket show the following Monday after I've done my my duties, I assume, with the NCAA myself. What has changed the most? What can either listen? Coaches probably are more aware of it, and it's because it's inside baseball to some degree. But what can fans notice about the work you've been doing in the last year and a half, or is it hard to see what you've been doing?
Well, it's hard to see from a fan perspective, but what you're starting to notice is a little bit at a time, the effort, the accountability, the mechanics, the things, the directives, they're all a little more in the forefront than they used to be. They now know that I'm on synergy, and if you're not doing what you're supposed to do, you might get a report the next day that says unsatisfactory. And there's been a few of those, and it's gotten some people's attention. And when I go to a gym and I get to talk to a coach and I get to find out a little bit about what the supervisor's doing, I can find out about, is he doing the right thing, or do I need to get on him a little bit about correcting some things? And the accountability thing is so much better now this year than it was last year because, as you said, when I came in, I had nothing. I didn't know anything, and Alex came in 2 months later, and him and I were just shooting and shooting and shooting, and we were hoping to hit something. And we hit the final semifinals and final game the way I wanted it refereed, the way I wanted the picture to be painted, with 10 guys that were terrific at the effort they gave. And they weren't perfect, but they were terrific. They were absolutely terrific at what they did and how important it was for them. And year two, I want to do the same thing, and I want to make it even better now, the start of the tournament, as opposed to last year where I didn't have control of it.
Sure.
And I'm going to this year.
That's fascinating that you say that because, I mean, listen, the one thing that is a constant as a broadcaster is constantly hearing people complain about officiating. It drives me insane because 95% of the time they are dead wrong. But something that I found in my interactions with you, both in Vegas, on the phone, via email, is sometimes it's changing my perception a little bit. I'm pretty fair, I think, when it comes to officiating, but I think I know the rules. I certainly don't know them as an official. But sometimes I remember you made a couple comments in Vegas, and I went, oh, okay, see, I saw that differently, and now I'm realizing I'm seeing it wrong or incorrectly or whatever the case may be. You saying that those 10 worked a really good tournament. How much are you spending telling coaching staffs, hey, your perception isn't accurate or your point of view on that rule is not accurate? It's actually supposed to be this, and maybe changing their perspectives to understand that the officiating isn't as bad as they complain or think about.
Well, again, from a in-season standpoint, it's very difficult for me to see every guy and every supervisor, and I've been trying to get around to different places. So the coaches, to open up and meet some of these coaches and to know that there is some open dialogue, because I tell them, first of all, if there's something that's glaringly wrong, you call me or you email me, because I'm going to fix it, because I don't want something glaring wrong. If you find something you're really happy with and you like the trend that we're going and we can make it better, you also pick the phone up or call me. And then if you find somebody that is really in a good spot that deserves the opportunity to progress and you can put a name and a pencil on it and send it to me, I will promise you that I will get a look at him through somehow, some way. And if he deserves a chance and he's being held back, I will provide that opportunity for him somehow. So there's a lot of things from a refereeing standpoint. We're always going to argue, Dave, about block charges and arc plays, and until we get review monitors and things at our level, we're always going to have the perception of referees with fans and, sometimes coaches based upon the old guard.
Yeah.
But the new guard is on board big time. And this new generation coming through is excited, and they're willing to work, and they, most importantly for me, they want feedback. And that's so important because it'll make them better.
A couple of things to unpack, if you don't mind. A couple of things I want to kind of throw at you. Let's start with review. Some conferences have now mandated that some basic review be in place. I've worked with schools that help put some review in place. It can be both complicated and simple, depending on a lot of factors. Is there coming a point that in the NCAA tournament, part of the hosting responsibilities is going to include you need to be able to provide comprehensive, to some degree, review of things for at the table? Or is, and I don't know how far soon is, but is that in the future, you think?
That's probably in the strategic plan, yes.
What
I would say in the 3 to 5 year, 5 to 10 year strategic plan, I'm sure that's going to be talked about at the national committee because we're going to bring it up about officiating, that we would like that as part of to get the play right. If the wrong team loses based upon an official's decision and we have the ability to get the play right, then let's get the play right. So for the for the help of the student athlete and the coach, I think in the strategic plan that will be part of this discussion. Hopefully, I'm still involved in it. When it comes in, because I think eventually it will come in.
A lot of officials don't have tremendous experience with that. Some do. Some officiate at D1 with his review. Some do not. If review becomes somewhat of that mandate, are you going to have to also make sure then that your officials have enough training or experience of how to use that review?
Yes, there will be some type of training, a webinar, something at a preseason clinic, a preseason meeting where a supervisor could Skype me in and we can have a webinar, or we can have a on-site demonstration by like DV Sport, which is the most expensive one of the group, but it's the one that is really easy to use as an official and accurate. So yes, there will be absolutely some type of training.
Speaking of which, got a question while we're chatting here. We talk about officials improving and getting feedback and whatnot. You still got complaints that some officials are a little bit on the, let's call it edgy side. Maybe not so people person or conversational. Maybe stubborn. I'm trying to come up with some adjectives other than the ones that were used for me. Is there an effort to also talk to officials about, for lack of a better description, their behavior as officials?
Yes. We are reminding them constantly about communication skills. And honestly, Dave, in this day and age, if I gave the coach a cell phone and I gave each official a cell phone and told them to communicate, they would text each other during the game, because that's the way people talk today. If you're sitting next to somebody, you text them. And it would work better for me right now, honestly. But I can't do that. So I have to figure out a way to get them to talk to somebody person to person. Right? Look the guy in the eye and listen to him instead of looking down at your screen and text something with emojis.
Yeah.
But the communication skills are always going to be, with the younger people, are always going to be an issue until we get over the hurdle.
I'll have to admit, some of the more stubborn ones, I think, are in the older generation, but I understand exactly what you're trying to say.
Those, I can't ever change that. That's not going to change, and that's not my deal. That's not my target.
Sure.
Target group.
Talking to a couple of officials I know, I haven't seen one this season, and I made a comment to him, and he said, well, geez, you know how it is, Dave. Now I'm driving hundreds of miles to games. And listen, in my region, the Mid-Atlantic, which you're certainly familiar with, the one person doing a lot of the conferences has allowed for more cross-pollination, which I've appreciated. But now officials are going further away than they used to, which I'm also fine with to some extent, because I think we need that cross-pollination. But does it also sometimes go too far, and we need to find a nice happy medium with maybe they don't go as far as often, and it's okay to see teams that they used to see often in the past?
Yes, I agree. Wouldn't have a problem with that at all.
But it's about finding the right medium, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's about these guys are doing this as an as an avocation, and they have jobs, they have families, and young kids, and it's hard to travel 300 miles from on a day to go from Northern Virginia to upstate New York or wherever, and have to get back for school the next day and see your kids, and to do that more than one or two times a week that's hard. Or there's got to be somewhere that you could. There's plenty of schools in our geographic location footprint that you can go to.
Right. Well, I'll say, I don't mind. It used to be that I could go to 1, 2, 3, 4 different colleges and see one set of officials at each set of colleges, and they never cross-pollinated. Now at least they're cross-pollinating, and I only see them a handful of times, which is disappointing because I like seeing the guys I know. But on the flip side of that, I also appreciate the fact that you also don't know the team, and you can't have predisposed notions and the like. So I like that. Another question regarding talking to the officials. It's not necessarily for you, maybe, but if let's say there were some Division III officials who wanted to come out to Vegas and work that, is that something you would endorse?
I've had this comment. I shouldn't comment is the wrong word. I've had this discussion with Brett Seymour.
Oh, have you? Then my question to Brett is not going to be that surprising. Go ahead.
Me possibly getting involved in some of these tournaments. And because one of the things that the coaches always say about when they go to Florida and when they go to Vegas is they know that there's no D3 officiating there, and it becomes like a time warp. You go
it's a little
into
different.
A time warp, and you don't know what you're going to get
on
a game-by-game basis. And I have been talked to about possibly taking people from my list of officials that I've approved for the national tournament and taking that group of 8 guys, or let's just say the 10 guys from Salem last year.
Sure.
Bring them as a reward to Vegas this Christmas and let them work that tournament, put them up, give them a room, give them game fee, per diem, whatever.
Absolutely.
Let them pay their flight to get there.
And no officials, by the way, every official I've talked to said that I'm more than willing to pay my flights.
Yeah, and that's fine. Maybe bring your family along as a vacation. How about going to Miami for 4 days before Christmas?
That's a great idea.
To South Beach.
Yeah, I love that idea.
And it's I floated it past Brett a little bit. I don't think we were going to talk a little bit more this year at Fort Wayne. I've talked to the guy at the Miami Hoop Hall about possibly doing the same thing.
Oh, don't worry about that one. Just the Vegas one, Jim.
Well, they run differently.
I know.
Remember, they run differently.
Oh, I know. I'm just being selfish.
Yeah, I understand. I'm being selfish too.
Yes, you are.
I'm pretty happy going to Miami in December.
I don't blame you, sir. I think that's a great idea. Listen, man, the guys that I've been talking to in my neck of the woods haven't been to Salem. They're going to probably go, I want to go too. I'm sure we can find a way to make it work, but I thought it was a novel idea. I think, they asked me that same question 6 years ago. I didn't think it was a chance. I think there's better chance now, and I certainly love the idea.
Well, Dave, there's a better chance now because you have somebody that's watching people from across the country.
Right, and that's
instead of just one region.
Well, that's one of the reasons I think it's a better chance now. I also think it's a better chance because I think they also understand if I work those games, I can prove that maybe I'm a better official than what these games present me. And I can understand that perception. You're seeing them work, let's be honest, a crap game because it's on a Monday or Tuesday night, and that's a game to work. I'm thrilled that we got an A team for it, but they're not getting the best of games. Well, at least we can put them in front of a top 25 game instead. Let's see what you got. And I appreciate that point of view from them. Absolutely.
How about the games in Vegas? How good of games did we see out there? Were 1 possession, 2 possession games, and coming down to the wire, and all the decisions that had to be made by the officials.
Yep.
How about if we get the best officials that I've seen from the previous NCAA tournament and put them in those games?
Hey, you do that.
Coaches a little easier.
Absolutely. You do that, and I'll even try and make sure we have review. And I mean that seriously. It's a chore for us because of the amount of gear we bring, but we'll try and make sure we've got review too.
There we go. There's an experiment right there.
Absolutely.
That sounds like an experiment right away, a little test.
Yeah, it'd be. It's a little bit of a chore on our end, but I'll find a way to make it work, and we'll see what we can do. Don't want to take too much more of your time, but a couple quick questions. Biggest changes in the year and a half that have taken place for officials, and how do you think they've handled them?
They've handled them terrific. The changes of having an online evaluation system and getting feedback, whether I'm sitting in the stands or watching on film, has been great. The eligibility requirements, they now know all the eligibility requirements that were put in place, and they're watching all the videos. They're up to date on videos. They've done their homework. They've done all the stuff the right way, and we're on the upswing. I can tell you that.
Well, that's awesome. What are the biggest challenges that officials face right now, in general?
The challenges right now are still like you said, the travel, the getting still some of the opportunity. They're getting more opportunities to work in different areas, and that's still a little harder because I've got to get the supervisors to do a little bit more of, like you said, cross-pollinating, and I'm working on that. And you know, the new thing for them, the big thing, which I don't know if you know or not, is as I'm going across the country, it's also my job to pick 50 to 60 D3 officials to staff the NCAA camps this summer.
Really?
Like yes, the next generation officials camp that's going to be with the new guidelines, the NCAA sponsored camps, the 4 camps this summer. I am to pick 50 or 60 Division III officials, the new group, and we're going to put them in a spot where they get evaluated. And D2's doing the same thing. So we're going to have 120 officials where guys are going to get opportunities to have their careers ascend.
That's pretty impressive. I like that, because otherwise sometimes it's just being at the right time at the right place.
Right, and this is all different. This because of the new recruiting thing and the recruiting period that the NCAA, all the new rules they're putting in place. The 4 camps that the NCAA is staffing, we are also staffing the officials, and we're taking the right guys. And
wow,
what a perfect opportunity for a young guy from Baltimore, Maryland, who's sitting there, who works the D3 NCAA tournament, and I can now stick him in a camp in front of 20 Division I supervisors. Yeah,
absolutely. Well, and that kind of gets me to my next question. I know personally, I've known of a few who have worked D1 and D3 and everything in between, D2 as well. I actually saw one recently that I had been told had kind of thwarted his abilities to get to D1 for a lot of what he does antic-wise, and I thought he had a tremendous game in the game I saw him. I think maybe the message had been served. How much do these guys work above? The D3 guys, how much do they work above? Because I've always tried to say to people, listen, they actually are good officials. Just because they're in D3 doesn't mean they don't have experience.
That's correct. There's a lot of guys. You go look. A lot of guys, specifically in our area, are working at the PSAC conference, the D2 conferences. They're working mid-majors for the Ivy Patriot, the America East, the MEAC.
Mm-hmm.
They're working Big South games. They might not work, 20 games at the D1 level, but I'm sure they're starting to get a handful. The good guys are starting to get a handful. And they're getting more upper level games. The games in the PSAC are brutal. They're hard. They're they're a notch below some of the D1 games, and are actually probably harder than some D1 games based upon the athleticism that they have.
Wow.
So there's plenty of opportunities, and for all those people that say they only work D3, I wouldn't buy that at all.
Yeah, I don't buy it anyway. That's just a usual complaint, telling them how they're not good enough to be officials or working D3 games. And my thought is, well, that guy worked a D1 game last week, but go ahead and think that. I appreciate the time. I really do. Should we do a bracket show with you and announce the officials for all the no, I'm just kidding. That'd be a little too inside baseball, as they say. I always give the guests the final word. Any final thoughts you'd like to share with those tuning in?
We're doing the best we can. We have a strategic plan in place to make this level and our game better. And we are slowly moving forward, and there's been positive signs, and we will continue to push forward all the way through till we get it to where everybody's happy in every region, coaches, student athletes, and officials.
Well, it's come a long way in a short period of time. It was fun to see in Vegas. I love your idea about Vegas. If I can help facilitate that in any way, too, please let me know. In the meantime, have a wonderful rest of the season. I'll look forward to keeping in touch with you, and we'll look forward to at least seeing you in Fort Wayne.
Hope our paths cross before then at some little
Absolutely.
first or second round game.
That would be a lot of fun, too.
Be glad to see you and talk to you again. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, take care, Jim, and we'll talk soon.
All right, Dave. Thank you.
Jim Haney joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline. Our last chance to mention that all interviews on the Hoopsville Hotline are courtesy of our partners at BlueFrame Technology and their industry-leading production truck software. Is your college ready to showcase its teams through a reliable and innovative video streaming service that won't break your budget? BlueFrame's advanced technology broadcast tools will help take your broadcast to the next level. Learn more today by visiting www.blueframetech.com. That's blueframetech.com. And I kid you not, if you decide to call them or visit them or decide to grab some of their opportunities, whether it's streaming, production truck software, whatever the case may be, please tell them you heard about it here, that I sent you to them. They'd be thrilled to hear that. I'd be thrilled if you could do it. Again, BlueFrame Technology, our Hoopsville Hotline sponsors. We appreciate their time. Jim has the story that I repeat maybe too often, certainly not enough on the show, but to others. He used to work Division I quite a bit, ACC games especially. He always talked about how in media timeouts at Duke, Mike Krzyzewski and his staff had one plan. When that first timeout took place, they didn't talk about strategy of the game. They didn't talk about what's working, what's not working. They talked about how officials were calling the game, because officials call games differently. You just never know what you're going to run into. How do you adjust to that? I am amazed by how many teams do not adjust to officiating. Officiating is human, just as the players playing the game are human, just as the coaches coaching the game are human. Everyone's going to either make mistakes, have tendencies, have habits. If you can spend some time figuring out how they're calling a game and adjusting to it, you're going to be better off. Yes, we can talk about inconsistencies to blue in the face. That's not what I'm talking about here. But if you can learn to adjust, and I can't tell you how many times I've watched games where teams have been stubborn and don't want to adjust how they play to how the game is being called, you're going to be a better team as a result of that. And that story always sticks out for me as well. I think that I'm trying to remember. For those of you who are just tuning in tonight, we had some big news earlier. This is the person texting me hasn't heard this. He's trying to get me to visit his game. Pat Coleman and I are headed to Hope College this weekend to catch the 200th Hope versus Calvin game. We are really looking forward to it. I am flying out tomorrow. There is weather forecast for us, a little bit of snow, hoping it's not going to cause any problems. I will be getting in sometime Friday evening. I do not know, honestly, when I may be getting in Friday evening. Going to be there through the game on Saturday. Don't know when my departure is. I might be Saturday night, might be Sunday morning. It's very complicated. Don't worry about it. Pat's coming in at some point. We may be doing a Hoopsville pregame show before that game. We may not. I mean, to be honest with you, it's a 50-50. There's a lot of logistics in place. But most importantly, we're looking forward to being out there. So if you happen to be going to the games, please check them out. Or say hi to Pat and I. There's been talk about us being behind the benches and swapping like the president does at the Army-Navy game. Not that we're the president or anything, but it'd just be funny. There's been talk about sitting elsewhere. Calvin fans think we should sit with the Calvin folk. I'm sure Hope fans want us to sit with the Hope folk. We'll see. We're going to have some fun. I can't wait. I've been to the arena before, but this will be the first time Hope or Calvin or both will be in the gym as well. One quick question before I take a break and we start seeing if we... Well, actually, I'm going to take a break, come back, and... Happy hour's coming up. I'm trying to debate how we're going to get everybody on here. I don't know if everybody's ready to join me for the... I think we can do it. So let me answer this question. I got a question on Hoopsville just a moment ago from Drew asking, he goes... It's a little long. He goes, Titan basketball fan here with the women's Oshkosh women's team likely on the edge of hosting the first weekend and the men in even more solid position. How does this work? Is it the women's priority year? Yes, it is the women's priority year. Does the women's committee bracket the first and then the men's committee? Is there ever communication between the two committees? Oshkosh men not being able to host the first weekend because women are could help the West Central men's discussion on the boards. The men's committee could have the 2 or 3 seed, not that we truly seed, first weekend pod host the Oshkosh men in Ohio like last year. Are they going to have the bracket like Oshkosh men would host and find teams within 500 miles? So yes, so first and foremost, we should remind everybody, women have priority the first weekend. Men have priority the second weekend, meaning if you have 2 teams in the tournament that are eligible to host, 2 of them that come off the top of my head right now, actually 3 to be honest with you. One would be, as you mentioned, Oshkosh, Drew, also St. Thomas, maybe Whitman. The Whitman women are playing really well. There's an outside chance, hint, that could come into play, and there's probably some other examples. Women would get first priority. Now, the women don't bracket first and the men then bracket. That's a delay that's not worth it. There is a communication. The women, being their first year, will go to the men and say, here's who we have hosting. Or the men are going to go to the women and say, here's who we're thinking about hosting. Do you have any that are going to host instead? There is a famous year where it didn't work out so well. Who was committee chair that year? Oh, I don't remember who it was. I know it involved Randolph-Macon. The men were told that now I do remember who was chair. The men were told Randolph-Macon women would be hosting, and so Randolph-Macon men were removed from the board. They went and did their brackets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They did not know that the women had changed their minds. They found out when the women's bracket was released after the men's bracket. That's when the men found out that they had a chance to host at Randolph-Macon, and no one had told them about the change. Miscommunication happens. They tried to eliminate it over the years, but that's how that works. So the men and women will communicate who's going to be hosting. The women saying, yes, we're definitely hosting. Okay, the men go to a second option. Yes, Oshkosh could conceivably end up going to another host. I don't think they would go to a prototypical second or third seed, to be honest with you. They would imagine putting a bracket together. They would go to somebody else in that bracket, and Oshkosh would still be treated somewhat like the top seed there, getting the right matchups. But they wouldn't go to the 2 or the 3. The 2 would definitely host. It would be going to more like a 4 or a 5. But it can also throw a monkey wrench into the mileage. And yes, you could maybe free up some things in the Central or West, or it may make it more complicated. St. Thomas is going to have to find a home. Oshkosh are going to have to find a home. That might make it more complicated. But imagine if Whitman women are hosting. That means they both go to Whitworth, or potentially the committee now has a chance to move everybody out because the women have a hosting situation. That might actually play in the men's favor. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we will talk. We'll get the happy hour up and running and have some fun and see where it takes us for the next hour or so on this show. You're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com. We have finished 8 hours here on the marathon, looking to do about an hour more of happy hour fun. Can't talk all night. I got to prep to go to Hope. In the meantime, you're listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios. More after this.
Football has taught me a lot throughout my life. It's definitely had a huge imprint on who I am as a person. Competing at a Division III level created that opportunity for me to go to college. Not only was I the first one in my family to graduate college, but I was really the first one to even go. Being the first one, I'm breaking that cycle, and now that I've graduated, I'm not sure what's the next step, but I know I have a lot of doors open. And a lot of those are open because I played football and ran track here at Otterbein.
The love of the game. But for those of us who are Division III student athletes, it's more than that, a lot more.
Sure, the game is important, but as we work so hard to build both mind and body, it's more about team.
That is why NCAA Division III teamed up with Special Olympics, and in giving the gift of sport to those for whom it seemed an impossible dream, we are working to make this a better world.
Help us keep that dream alive.
You can make a difference.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and I know how powerful words can be. The term gay doesn't mean stupid, lame, or less than.
So I pledge to speak up if I hear the term gay used in a derogatory way or any other homophobic terms.
If you can play,
you can play in Division III.
I'm a Division III student athlete, and my teammates unconditionally accepted me as part of their family. So now I pledge to do the same for others. If you can play in Division III.
We are the coaches of women's basketball. We are leaders and teachers, dreamers and winners. We are professionals who conduct ourselves ethically and with integrity. We place the education, safety, and well-being of the athletes we coach above all else, and teach them the fundamental values they need to succeed in life. We are coaches united for the good of our game and those who play it. We are the WBCA.
Welcome back to Hoopsville. I'm Amy Reed, head coach at RIT and a member of the Women's Basketball Coaches Association. We hope you enjoy the show. Now back to Dave.
I should pay attention because I just realized that you've been staring at the side of my head. Welcome back to the Hoopsville Marathon Show, folks. We're into the happy hour here. I'm curious as I watch the monitor how long you've been staring at the side of my head. It seems like maybe a while. Yep, a while. Yep, a while. Still, wow. That's a good 30 seconds. Sorry about that, folks. That's kind of awkward. Finally realized what was going on. Some people already indicating that they enjoyed our conversation with Jim Haney there. I certainly enjoyed it. If you got questions for us, well, as we start to pay attention to some of the scores around Division III here tonight, for the happy hour segment that is now upcoming, please fire away. We are here. We want to hear from you, and I'm looking forward to hearing from you. We have a number of people, well, I hope we have a number of people coming on to join us for this segment. We shall see officially. And again, if you got questions for us, you can tweet us at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. Email us, hoopsville@d3hoops.com. Join us on Facebook at facebook.com/Hoopsville, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We've got one person ready to go in the happy hour. I'm not sure if we're going to get others or not. This may be a free-for-all to some degree. We shall see. But most certainly, our good friend Ryan Scott rejoins us here on the program for the happy hour. Sir, welcome in, but kind of like last year, you seem to be playing a little bit hobbled.
Yeah, the same week as last year, I've gotten a crazy something in my throat, and I woke up in the middle of the night last night because it hurt so much to swallow in my sleep. So yeah, that's where I am right now.
Well, congratulations on finding a way to do it every single time at the same time of the year. That's pretty outstanding, let me just say.
Yeah.
A couple of scores and games. Just for example, Augustana is going to be taking on North Central here. That game should have started. We'll keep an eye on that. Marietta's playing Capital. Capital's up 10 at halftime. Stevens Point Lacrosse playing. That should be starting soon. Darn it all, I don't have any links. I'm going to have to find some links.
Barron and LaRoche.
What'd you say?
Penn State Barron is hosting LaRoche tonight.
That game got mentioned on Sunday. We should keep an eye on that one to be sure. St. Joseph's is playing. Oh, that game against Riviera is not even close. Jeez.
Rivier's not doing so well this year.
Who?
Riviera.
Yeah, no, they're not. Illinois Wesleyan's playing Wheaton in women's basketball. That's a big game tonight. East Texas Baptist in action. It's a big night because a lot of games got moved from yesterday to today because of the weather in the central part of the country. In some games, half the WIAC got moved to Monday. All of the MIAA got moved to Monday. It's been a little bit of a wacky week and testing teams out a little bit here, Ryan.
Yeah, it's kind of unusual, especially when we realized, I think somebody mentioned earlier, we're really just 3 weeks away from selection. So it's coming down to it, and we're getting some interesting matchups, the ones we've been waiting for, I think. Did you mention the Wheaton and Illinois Wesleyan women are playing tonight, too?
Oh, that's true. Good call. Mark says, 8-hour break. I've been here for most. Great work, especially enjoyed the Guilford segment. Well, thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. We had one guy who was roofing a house while listening to the show, another one who tuned in from Japan. We got some crazies here on the show. What was the other? Oh, there's somebody had a question. Yes, Brennan says, enjoying the marathon. Which conference on the men's side is the most is in the best position to get the most teams in? I would argue that one's a little bit more wide open right now, Ryan, because we really, without regional rankings, we don't really have a sense of how the committees are dealing with removing that SOS win-loss metric.
Yeah, I still think you're going to always say NESCAC for that one. Just because of the way they play that conference schedule, you can have more teams with fewer losses. And their SOS is always going to be fine. The one thing I did notice, I was looking while you were talking with Sam, is that Amherst's non-conference SOS is below 500. And if it comes down, they're sort of at the bubble at this point. If it comes down, that could be an interesting turn of events.
Yeah, I saw you tweet that metric could come into play a little bit more because, well, let's be honest. The SOS to win-loss in the past has been so much of an easy thing to understand and make decisions based on that we tended not to get the secondary criteria that much. And as a result, that number wasn't really a factor. If the SOS win-loss is not as understood and it's a little bit more of a gray area and nothing stands out, as you tweeted, we might be to that secondary criteria, and that number could come really into play. There's a great example of where that's not going to be the best number to have below 500.
Well, and Sam brought it up a couple of times. I don't think I'd ever heard a committee chair talk about that number that much. So it seemed like a red flag to me of something we should be paying attention to. And glad that Matt has it on his numbers so that we can see it very easily.
Matt does some great work. Really appreciate what he does, to say the least. If you got questions for us, you know how to get a hold of us, please do so. Would love to have you. We'll do our best to answer any and all questions that you just may have. By the way, we were talking about, by the way, Bob's paying attention somewhere because he just tweeted a score. I don't know if we'll get him on the show or not. But we were talking about the 200th game for Hope Calvin coming up on Saturday. Bob tweeted this out earlier. This is game 237 for Illinois Wesleyan Millikan.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot of games.
Yeah, I just saw the double take from you. Yeah. It is a lot of games. It caught me off guard because there was it's one of those games you're like, wow, you played that many. Like, you didn't realize that was that deep a rivalry.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just matters being around a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, how many of Worcester and Wittenberg played? I have no idea, but I imagine it's a lot.
It's true. It's very true. Jay Cozen says, off the top of your head, what was the absolute longest in terms of hours and minutes that the marathon show has ever gone? Easy answer. It was, I believe, last year, and we went over 14 hours.
I was going to say, you did 14 last year, so...
Yeah, we did 14 last year. There may have been a season that trumped that. I'm trying to think. They've always been 10 to 10, and I don't think we've gone past midnight except for last year. And this year we cut back mainly in part because we went 14 hours. So I think that's the longest, Jay. I think last year was the longest we went. 18 hours was our insanity on that one. There was something else. Where was it? Darn it. Now I can't seem to find the question that I thought got raised. That's going to annoy me. I'll have to come back to whatever triggered my mind to remember it in the first place. Listen, I thought both committee chairs had some fascinating insight today. I don't know how much you've been able to listen.
I think I caught both of them. Yeah.
I think it's one of those, here's the start of the segment, and I'm going to start just throwing that into the chat boards every chance I get, go listen, because Karen, I thought, did a good job of just being forthright about what the committee is thinking. No, she didn't give us answers, but you get an insight on what they're doing. And I thought Sam, who's always articulate, apparently I can't speak anyway, articulate.
It's a funny word to mispronounce.
Yeah, I think that's a word, right? I got a degree. It's all right. I thought he did a really good job of letting us understand that, one, they had really good conversations. Two, they didn't go quickly, and he hinted at the fact in the past they have. And three, I loved his quote, take a look at the entire resume.
Yeah, it's it seems like they're definitely going to be maybe a little more meticulous than they have been in the past, and that's something you'd expect from Sam. He's a very numbers-oriented guy. The other thing I was looking at was the makeup of the committee itself this year. You've really only got 2 teams that have much chance to be in the tournament. With Ramapo and Wheaton. You may have most of the committee on for most of the call, which has not been true in the last few years.
Yeah, for the selection side, I agree with you. Yeah, that'll have a significant impact. Granted, their second person, somebody else from the conference or the region will step in, but it just provides some continuity, which is helpful. By the way, Brennan tweeted us a little short time ago. Gray has the jacket off early. All it took was a few North Central offensive rebounds. 5-4 North Central leads Augustana with 14 minutes in play first half. Well, I'm disappointed in Gray Giovanni. He took the jacket off rather darn quick in what is a very chilly upper Midwest.
I was going to say, at least we know they got it warm enough inside that he could take the jacket off.
Or he's going to go, whoa, wait a minute, hold on, where's my jacket?
Yeah, we're going to see if it goes back on again. That
right,
would be
and there may be, remember, if the game, that game's at North Central, so the Augustana fans, usually they have a tradition, or their fans will have jackets on too, and they don't remove them until Gray does, and Gray will play with them. He'll sometimes not remove his jacket, knowing that little trick. I would argue...
Has he ever put it back on again?
Yeah, well, that. But my other argument is some of them might go, no, Coach, I'm not taking it off today. Nope, it's staying on.
Yep. Too cold.
Too cold. All right, so we didn't have you on during Sunday's show. Bob was on, though I noticed you came in later and were at least listening in. I thought Bob had some really great takes on some things. What was your take on the number one debate? You don't have to reveal anything if you don't want to, though you tend to. I'm not trying to fish for that. I'm fishing more for what was your take on trying to deal with number one on the men's side this week?
So as much as I really don't like agreeing with you, Dave, ultimately I thought I was going to bump Augustana up just from the way, the eye test, which I try not to make my determinative factor, but I thought they looked better. And then I went back and looked at the resume, and like you said, they've had some closer games recently than I was really happy with seeing. And then the other side of that is Whitman has been looking good. So I actually went from Nebraska Wesleyan, Augustana, Whitman, and I voted Nebraska Wesleyan 1, Whitman 2, and Augustana 3. I actually dropped them down 1.
You dropped Augustana 1?
Yeah.
Really?
I really thought Whitman had looked strong.
Well, they certainly proved your point against Whitworth, didn't they?
And actually, I just saw, not that we put much stock in the metrics, but Massey has Whitman number 1 right now too, which I thought was interesting. Usually out there, they don't have the kind of schedule strength that would get them to the top of a computer ranking. So
fair. This is about the time I will peek at Massey really to see if I'm missing somebody, or if they've got someone high in the top, let's say 30 or 40 that I don't even have on my radar, or do they have someone in a position that I've got them completely out of balance? In other words, they got someone in the top 5 that I've got in the top below 5 or not even ranked, or they've got someone in the low 25 that I've got in the top 5. I want to see it, because now I think their numbers are a little bit more solid. So it's interesting that they got Whitman number 1. I tend to turn to that about this weekend every year. Interesting. I didn't mean to steal your. And now I understand why Bob probably voted before he listened to the show. Though he nearly got me on the argument.
I did as well, by the way. I just happen to agree with your rationale. I did vote beforehand.
Yeah, whatever. No, I'm just joking. Don't ruin this for me, Ryan. By the way, side note on the women's conversation, and somewhere where people think that I have influence on the voters. I think Ryan and Bob can prove to you I don't. Though I thought the funny thing was, when I was doing my bracket, Bob's points also kind of drove me to almost swap my decision. I think what held me firm was saying, listen, I've said this already, I can't go and swap it now. I also did feel good about my thought, but I thought Bob presented a good point on why he was going with Augustana too. By the way, Loris is killing me. First off, there were some who felt that they should have been higher, apparently forgetting the fact that they had lost to Wartburg. And I wrote my blog, oh, by the way, don't forget, Dubuque's going to be they're playing Dubuque this week. They got to think about that. They got to be ready for that. They already lost to Dubuque last week. I'm calling a game, and I think you were the one who sent a message, and I got it on my phone. I went, they freaking lost to Dubuque. Apparently the Dewhawks don't like Dubuque, and once again, you are going to sit here with a team who's capable of beating the top 2 teams in the country, but can't get the job done against a team they should be ready for because it's a rival.
Yeah, I mean, that may have something to do with it. Loras is just incredibly dependent on the three-point shooting, maybe more so than almost anybody in the country. They beat Nebraska Wesleyan because they shot something like 78% from 3 in the second half, something ridiculous. Their players are really good and really talented, but I think we've seen this year that just having a talented starting 5 doesn't always get you where you want to be. Ultimately, that's been one of the big things I've considered voting this year is not just how good the team is, but are the results matching up with the talent that they put on the floor. And I don't know that that's always happened for everybody. And to me, that is the big downside from Augustana. I mean, I think if you're looking at the floor, those 5 guys they put out there are incredible. And obviously they've only lost 1 game, but maybe they should be winning some of these by a little more than they have been. I don't know.
Yeah, it just shows you, though, that it's a lot more interesting in the top 25 now than it used to be. And teams are, I mean, listen, there's a huge target on the back, but this kind of gets me to my next question. Can Augustana go undefeated?
You mean in the conference?
Yeah.
I don't, honestly, I think the odds are better they do than don't at this point. We just haven't seen another CCIW team that's playing on their level this year. They've had some close games, but, as I told him, if something gets close, Nolan Ebel wins. That's just what seems to be happening this year.
Yeah, I like that one. If it's close, Noble Ebel wins. The other one that I actually kind of enjoyed that I made up was, what is it? Ashton Wheaton goes by Ashton Francis or something. Oh, now I've forgotten basically the idea that Wheaton will succeed or fail based on how Ashton Francis does. But I came up with a little bit better terminology. I'm now cheating because I got to go find it.
But I think that's what it is we've got a bunch of CCIW teams that are strong, but maybe not as deep as they have been in the past. And Augustana's depth and the fact that they really can rely on 4 different guys to be the leading scorer, even against a good team, is not something the other teams in the conference really have.
Here it was. As goes Francis, so goes Thunder.
Right. I mean, but you've got Francis and Brady Rose and Raritan. If those guys aren't having a good game, they're not beating Augustana, And I think the odds of one of those guys really coming out on top against Augie are just not that great, especially with so few left.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, just joining this. Jake asks if Wags is going to join Happy Hour tonight. Unfortunately, Wags will not be joining us tonight. He has some other commitments that he had to make. We would love to have him, but we understand that entirely. Jeff says, great game in Naperville. Having the game on mute and listening to you and Ryan. Well, that should make for an interesting play-by-play.
I should pull the video up. We can just do it. We can do the play-by-play for him.
There you go. By the way, hint, whip around. I'm actually half tempted, and Ryan knows some of the backstory behind this. I'm half tempted to go whip around this year. I think we might. I forgot to ask Sam that. It's a screw-up on my part, but we'll try and get an answer from Sam. The men's committee is looking, from what I've been hearing, of trying to spread out the games if they can so that we can enjoy them all day long.
Imagine if we had a 12-hour broadcast.
Okay, that might be a little crazy. Now you say it that way, this doesn't sound like a bright idea anymore. Maybe I'll take that back. By the way, Augustana's got a 17-13 lead with 8:56 remaining in the first half. Currently a 17-15 lead as Meredith Blaze hits a layup. So there you go, Jeff. I gave you a little play-by-play.
We've also got Capital putting the finishing touches on Marietta. They are now up 17 with under a minute to go, so that one's pretty much over. That'll be the second win by Capital over Marietta. That's going to put them.
That's huge.
Good position.
That is absolutely huge. That's really impressive, to say the least.
Yeah.
By the way, what was the other thing? Someone said Oshkosh beat, or Augustana lost to Oshkosh twice last year. Yes. Maybe I'm missing something, Dan. What's the larger point to that statement? Maybe he's talking about the Ebel conversation to that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I know, but it's also last year. Apparently, Coach Raridan has earned himself a technical foul. Hold on. Oh, no, maybe he's just predicting. It's our usual friend trying to predict things on a particular account. I know you don't watch women's basketball as much, but were you watching the top 25, or at least the vote for number one, play out to some degree? I found that fascinating on what voters were going to have to consider.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I feel like it's the safe move what's happened. Thomas Moore's really good. We all know they're really good, but they're going to essentially go 2 months without playing a competitive game. It's hard to give them number one status for that whole time. And I think we mentioned this with Gordon at some point, that it could be the second weekend of the tournament before they play a competitive game. And going into that kind of environment without a whole lot of real game under your belt is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I agree. A really different kind of concept to things to some degree. I'm fascinated by it myself. But I was really fascinated that, what eventually broke it, and it was a solid win by Bowdoin over a team that, had been kind of their Achilles heel for a while.
Yeah, I mean, that's proving something. And I think Gordon mentioned earlier today, I did catch his segment too, that Thomas Moore's wins aren't as impressive now as they were when they happened. Bowdoin's going to have a lot of chance to play good teams down the rest of the way into the NESCAC tournament. And I do think, whether we want to admit it or not, the fact that this is Thomas Moore's last year, there's been some controversy in the past. There may be some hard feelings.
Yeah.
Maybe easier to recognize a team that has been around for a while, and it will be around for a while. Who knows?
No, it's a good point. Yeah, no, I think that's fascinating. I'm disappointed Thomas Moore is personally leaving. I understand all the reasons behind it. I had to tell someone, I was reminded about it as I talked to somebody the other night about it. I'm going to miss Thomas Moore because I think they brought a good program there. I think Jeff Hans is a great coach.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, things that he's not necessarily directly involved in has tainted Thomas Moore to some degree, to the point that they're not in their conference. And if anybody wants to believe the narrative that they were, they left it voluntarily, go ahead. You can believe it all you'd like. That's not the truth.
Well, I mean, regardless of what you generally don't leave a conference without one to go into, and they certainly didn't have one, which is kind of sad. But you need a conference if you're going to compete.
Just got a tweet. I don't know. Did you hear the Jim Haney segment?
Yes. Part of it.
Tweet just said, foul every second. This is horrible to watch. Hey, adjust your style. Maybe you should do that. I found...
Which game? Is that the Augie game?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's kind of
what North expect it, right? Yeah.
Well, North Central's been a little more physical since they've lost a couple of starters. So
true. That's true. I found Jim's thoughts fascinating. The idea that not only is he going to be taken off, literally he will be in a room in Indy putting the officiating sheet together is impressive.
Yep.
The idea of sending officials who maybe deserve a tip of the hat to places like the D3Hoops.com Classic is outstanding. How they're going to train officials, make them better, the idea that review may be mandated from his point of view, all of that to me was fascinating to hear. I love getting that point of view from him, but imagine we never had these kinds of conversations in the past about what could be done to improve officiating. Not only are we having them, but we're seeing it in action.
Yeah, and I think especially for the tournament with 16 hosts, it shouldn't be that hard to mandate replay for 16 top-level teams that want to host these games. Even if they don't have it on a regular basis, it's not overly strenuous to bring it in for, tournament games like that. I think that would be a great idea, especially since they have it at the Final Four. To make sure that all the rounds have the same access is important.
I mean, the real challenge is you can't bring a system in necessarily.
Well, right. You have to have enough.
The school's going to have some type of system in place.
Right.
If you start telling them, I mean, we couldn't say now, right this minute, you need to have a replay system in place for 30 days from now, because if you want to host, and by the way, your paperwork's got to be done well before that. So really, in 3 weeks, you need to have a replay system in place that's going to be acceptable. You couldn't do that because no, it's not fair to any of the schools. But if you were to say now or at the end of the season, by next season, you need a replay system if you want to host, you're going to have some who scream bloody murder about it. But then you've been given a year to fix it. Yep. And you've been given a year to figure out. And by the way, I'm a consultant. I'd be happy to come into your school and help you figure it out. Yes, there is a charge, but I'll be fair. And I promise I'll be fair. But that is something that I think is evolutionarily coming. I'd like to get it here sooner rather than later, but I can appreciate why it won't be sooner. But it's nice to hear someone of his status say, yeah, I don't know when, but it's coming.
Yeah. And I was just referring that most of the big programs at least have a decent enough broadcast that it wouldn't be starting from scratch necessarily to get replay capabilities in most places.
I'd agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. By the way, what was I going to say? Oh, some conferences like the UAA have already mandated this.
Yeah.
So for some, it's not going to be that much of a leap.
Did we see, was it the ASC that is as well? I feel like I've seen a lot.
I think the ASC is another one. Yep. CCIW might have something in place, but I forgot to ask Chris what exactly it is. Dave, during your conference, ironic, I just called up an email. Dave, this is from Ken. He says, during your conversation with Jim Haney, you mentioned that Division III may start using video review in a few years. Hey, after viewing the video streams of many different teams this year, it appears the video capabilities of many schools do not provide a sufficient level of quality to allow a meaningful video review. Please provide video review. My first wish would require password-free, on-demand game replay for all schools. Well, first off, remember, password-free, on-demand games, well, password-free at least, is mandated for the NCAA tournament anyway. So if you're going to host NCAA tournament and have video streaming, you absolutely have no choice but to make those games free. So that would be eliminated anyway. Second of all, video review can, believe it or not, be done with a single camera if you do it right. You don't need multiple cameras to do a review. You may not be able to overturn a call. You may not have the perfect angle, but you could at least have review, especially of shot clock violations, time on the clock violations, maybe somebody in the lane. You can zoom in if you have the right tools. So you may look at it and go, well, they don't have a lot of bells and whistles. That doesn't mean you still couldn't do review. He says, before providing video review, my first wish would be password-free on-demand video. Well, Ken knows probably he's teeing one up for me here, because I am of the opinion that we need that stuff in terms of having password-free and on-demand available. I don't disagree, but I think you can do both. By the way, what you're asking for can be done without worrying about costs, because it's just a matter of settings. The review stuff, though, for the NCAA tournament, considering we have it in the Final Four, is why I think we need to have it starting to mitigate down throughout the rest of the tournament. We have official commercial breaks at the championship game because CBS is involved, and Turner Sports doesn't technically need them. I don't have TV timeouts in other sports that I cover, in soccer and lacrosse, but that's now mitigated its way all the way through the tournament as well. So that's why I say it should be coming in place, and I think those two conversations are very different. The password-free, on-demand available, anybody who's asked that question knows how I feel about it. Ryan does too. But that is not mutually we don't have to have those either or conversations. They can both happen at the same time if we wanted to. There,
yeah, I think you'd have a hard time mandating it across all games, regular season and everything, because there are some small schools that really just have somebody with a camcorder, moving it back and forth at the top of the stands. And I'm pretty sure you get a lot of pushback for the investment that would have to go in for that sort of thing, but definitely for the tournament.
I don't disagree. You will get pushback, but at the same time, pushback always results in progress. And second of all, and that's why I'm dead serious about the consulting side, it's not as hard as people think it is. You can get this put in place without it being overly complicated. You don't need the DV sports system that D1 and the NBA have. I'll mention schools because I might as well. At Stevenson University, we have the capabilities because they have a TriCaster. Yeah, we're talking top of the line stuff. They happen to have they put their games on the local cable on the in-house cable for the school. There's a cable jack that happens to be near the press row. They run the video out. They just have that channel up on that computer. They've got a simple communication setup that we had. Yes, we were using TriCasters, but we just showed the review on the broadcast too. If I'm running it at the D3Hoops.com Classic, I've got a single cam high going back and forth. We might have them tighten it a little bit, but a single cam high going back and forth. With my production truck software, I can hit out on a review and put it onto a monitor for them. I can maybe toy with it and zoom in if I need to. It takes some practice, but once you're able to do it, I haven't spent that much money to do it.
Well, and that's the thing is if you got some of these, the companies that are helping schools broadcast, if they're making it easier to do through the software and the interface you've already got, that'll make it easier for some of the smaller schools too. Yeah. I just think, I obviously went to a small school with a small budget, and I know they struggle to even get enough personnel to, man the table every week, let alone do all the technology we'd need for that sort of thing.
Yeah, for some schools, they have to understand that the technology, but here's what I was really going to get to. The technology is not as hard. But if you're given a year advance warning, maybe two, to know it's coming, get ahead of it, figure it out. And maybe this pushes you to do a better video broadcast in the first place. By the way, no web streaming on a school's campus should not include both the ability to make this an educational experience for the students on campus, because these students are doing it in high school nowadays. So make it an educational experience, but also make it a job. Make it a real-time job. You do both. You're actually fulfilling the school's destination. That's not the right word. Job, I guess, by providing an educational experience and a real-world job experience. You can do both. By the way, the two descriptions I have, Stevenson's using TriCasters, which is obviously more expensive, bigger technology. McDaniel College is using Production Truck. They figured out how to do it. You can do it with Wirecast nowadays. Most schools are using those three technologies for the most part. We're not talking about technologies you don't already have. Yes, it's going to take some out-of-the-box thinking for some schools, but if you think your team's got a chance at hosting and you know that you need to solve this in a year to make sure they host, you will solve it.
Right, and that's where I think it is if it's a tournament thing, if it's a hosting thing, I think that's very appropriate.
Dave, just wondering, have you ever been to a game at DeVos Fieldhouse? If not, what do you expect? With Hope leading D3 in attendance for the last 16 straight years, it's a pretty crazy environment. For reference, last year their average attendance was higher than half of Division I teams. Crazy stuff. Well, first off, let me just mention that attendance numbers are a little bit deceiving. There are some schools that, like Ryan and I are very familiar with, the SID will look up, look around, go, it looks like 50 people. I know Hope's got a solid number. What I'm trying to say is don't get jazzed up about the D1 numbers. They're probably doing the same thing. That said, obviously, Hope has enough people there to still probably outnumber them. I have been to the DeVos Fieldhouse for the Women's Championship the last time they had it there. I think it was the last time they had it there. They've had it. They may have had it there since. Amherst, Williams, Whitewater, and DePaul were there. That's the year DePaul won it, right? I have the right year? It was 2013. I don't know. You need to look for the year. I know what the year was because it was the year the men went to Atlanta. I'm just going to look up, make sure. I'm pretty sure DePaul won the title in 2013. My brain is, they were 34-0. Of course they did. So I've been there for that. But obviously Hope Calvin were not involved, so I didn't get that experience. And I can't technically mark it off as having seen the field house because Hope wasn't playing in it. So I am looking forward to seeing the field house in full Hope Calvin mode. Granted, the teams aren't at their best, but I don't think that takes away from the game. And again, I don't know where I'm sitting, but I know I've gotten in. That's all that really matters. That's all that really matters. Not sure if we're going to get Bob and Pat to join us. BJ Spiegelmeier might join us here in a little bit. Pat is at rehearsal, and
Pat is out.
Got confused on to what date. He says, I don't know that. He says, I have an IW game currently. My reply to Bob was, you can watch the IW game and still participate in happy hour. We know this because he's able to use multiple computers, as I do, to do his segment on the show. If you didn't see the behind-the-scenes tweet from Bob on Sunday, it was pretty cool. Pretty cool. So, Bob, come on, get with it. By the way, Mount Union women's basketball, shout out to Rachel Tinky. 19th point so far in her game, is now the 16th player to score 1,000 points for Mount Union women's basketball. I say that because Mount Union tagged me on it, so I figured I'd mention it. No, don't tag me now on everything. I will not mention everything. Let's see if anybody else has mentioned us on anything. Not yet. See if we gotten some emails in chat. Folks, email us. Message us on the threads. Frank Rossi now tuning into the game. Hello, or to the show. Hello, Frank. There, Lenny mentioned in our show, too. Chris says we have a pretty advanced live stream setup, and I think it would be simple. It would still be quite a task to add official replay. Chris, I know what you have for a setup. I just know what I've done at schools myself, and I know how simple it can be. It doesn't mean it can't be overthought, and it doesn't mean it can't be overcomplicated, and it doesn't mean that some schools are going to do this perfectly. But basic video review. I've seen schools rewind the video stream to make sure the clock and the time on the clock was accurate. Do you remember that controversy a couple of years ago, Ryan? CCIW game came down to a final shot, and the review was to rewind the stream on a laptop.
Yeah, you have more
that?
details in your memory than I do, but I do remember a game where they did that, and we were all sort of going, is that allowed?
Yeah, right. And I remember going back and forth with Chris Martin about it. I think I bugged Chris too much on that. So, yeah, Chris, and different Chris I'm replying to on the stream, I get what you're saying, that it can be complicated. I also know that video web streaming sometimes for some schools has been made over complicated. Not what people do, but when people are thinking about doing it, whomever they've talked to have made it seem like video streaming is, there's one school in our area, I kid you not, in my area in Baltimore, a Division I school, who is video streaming. They brought in an actual TV production truck, an 18-wheeler, to do basketball. I've talked with their SID. I've told him he's insane, but they bring in an actual TV truck to do the stream. That's where I think some people don't understand it can be simpler. It can be done simpler. Is it perfect? No. Are you going to have the best angle and everything? No. But you have some basic review that the officials can at least decide if they want to see it. I had a review last night. The camera angle didn't show the clock like it was supposed to. Trust me, the camera operator got an earful about it. It happens that it doesn't work out, but I don't think it's as complicated as people want to make it seem. You can make it complicated and do a heck of a job. But, Ryan, you and I have watched some streams where they have made it complicated and still don't do a good job with it.
Yeah.
So, Chris, I get your point, but...
We got a couple of halftime scores real quick here.
Go for it. Yeah, go for it. I'd love to hear
So
it.
Augustana is up 33-28. So a 5-point game at the half there against North Central. And we've got Stevens Point 27, Lacrosse 23 at the half.
I kid you not, I have 3 other people who have now messaged me also that same Augustana score.
All right, then.
So clearly people are doing double duty here. tuned
we have
into
some
us
others.
while also tuned into the game.
St. Thomas is up by 24 at the half. I didn't even feel like it was probably worth mentioning.
Who are they playing?
McAllister.
Gotcha. Did you mention the Stevens Point game?
Yes.
Okay. I thought you did, but I didn't want to jump to a conclusion. All right, any other questions, send them our way. You can tweet them at D3Hoopsville or hashtag Hoopsville. You can send them into the chat boards, whether you're on Hoopsville's. By the way, we have been live streaming simulcast on Facebook now for 8 hours and 44 minutes. Facebook Live has evolved as well. If people remember the past, we used to have to stop and start the stream every couple of hours. As a result, I also have an 8 hour and 42 minute full file of this show, which means the audio is going to take a while to load and turn around for podcast. But how about that? We're simulcasting as well for that long.
We've got one other halftime score.
Go for it.
St. John's is down by 8 to Bethel at halftime, 34-42.
Interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that for sure. Let me see if there's any women's scores that jump out of me here real quick. Some of them I might have to dive into. Mary Hardin Baylor got a win over McMurray. No surprise there. St. Joseph's of Maine won 105-68, so no Hoopsville jinx with them tonight. East Texas Baptist beat Ozarks 80-56. Oh, I should be keeping an eye on that Illinois Wesleyan Wheaton game. Illinois Wesleyan, starting in the third quarter, leads Wheaton 32-28. Wartburg beat Simpson 88-73. Transylvania's clicking along, man. They got a win over Earlham 81-52. Transylvania women now are 18-2. They have not lost since a game on the road to Rose-Hulman on December 8th. That's impressive. I'm sure there's some other games. I got a Penn State Baron LaRoche score, but it's women, so I won't give Ryan a hard attack.
The men's score is not pretty.
It's not? Is it going the opposite way you thought it would be?
I mean, LaRoche has proven to be the better team this year. So
see, didn't you predict that would go the other way?
They're up 30-14 at the half.
Oh, I see that. Jeez. Well, we'll get LaRoche on here. Baldwin Wallace beat Ohio Northern in women. Wow. Granted, Ohio Northern not as strong. Hey, look who just joined the show. I guess my peer pressure worked.
You know,
there he is.
Pelican game's at halftime, so I just rolled right on in.
I thought maybe some peer pressure about multiple computers would get you to realize your error, sir.
Yeah, I realized, look, if there's a happy hour, I want to be there.
Good thinking. By the way, awesome shirt.
What's the score, Bob?
The Titans are up either 8 or 9. I'm not really that engaged in the season. I would know if we were fighting for a pool C bid, I would tell you the exact score. It's about an 8 or 9 point lead over the Big Blue. That's what I got for you.
Hey, Bob. Right. The wheels have come off. What's happened, buddy?
Are we talking the Titans? Do we have to do?
Yeah, we're talking the Titans, sir.
Yeah, it's been a tough year. You know, it's the weirdest year that I can remember as an Illinois Wesleyan fan because it's a very talented team, and I've never seen a team this talented where the pieces just didn't come together. There's also, you know, a part of it that's about 6 of these 8 losses, 7 of the losses have come in the last minute of the game. And so there's just a little bit of strange stuff going on. And certainly I'm just hoping the Titans can make the conference tournament and pull off a miracle. We'll see.
Well, you have the perfect year because it's a larger tournament for the CCIW.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time I was against 6 teams, and here I am needing 6 teams.
the irony of that, sir, is not lost to me.
Yeah. Now, in my defense, I did actually argue for the 6 teams because with 4 teams, you didn't play enough games to help your Pool C chance. With 6, you know, you've got teams that can win a couple games before losing. So 6 to me is a mathematical good call.
Okay. I see how you play this now. First and foremost, welcome to the program. I always love having you on here. We also have an update. Stevens Point's leading lacrosse 27-23, and Augie is leading North Central 33-28. Had you on Sunday, and interestingly enough, Ryan earlier in this happy hour admitted that he had the same thought that I had, which threw me because usually he doesn't agrees with me. But I'll say what I said. Your comment about why you're voting for Augustana, I nearly changed my mind. I started going back. I started to kind of waver a little bit. There's two reasons I didn't. One, I'd already said publicly what I was doing, both on air and on the boards. I felt like that would have been a little weird to change my mind. And second of all, ultimately it came down to me what I'd said to you. I was a little leery about Augustana's tight results. But how about Loras losing to Dubuque?
It's funny. It's that kind of year. You look at Loras. They've beaten number 1 and number 2, and then they've gotten swept by the team in their own hometown, Dubuque, who's certainly not number 1 or number 2. It's one of those years. And I think, Dave, there's 4 teams that you could vote number 1 and no one could argue about. In fact, all 4 of those got a number 1 vote. Oshkosh got one of them. And I don't think whoever voted for Oshkosh, to me, they can make a great case. Their only loss is to Aston Francis. I never say Wheaton, by the way. I only say Aston Francis.
You were talking about that earlier, too.
Yeah. Their only loss is to Wheaton. And you look at Nebraska Wesleyan, they have 1 losses to Loras. Augustana's 1 losses to Loras. And certainly Whitman, their 1 losses to Pomona Pitzer. So, look, for those 4 teams, whatever you want to go, you can't argue that. Now, what I will argue is your boys, the Whitworth Pirates. I will continue to pour salt in the wound.
It's not my wound. I had Matt Logie on the show earlier. He was more than willing to talk about thing. I, for example, did not know that Kyle Roach was extremely sick in the game against Willamette, though he still played 34 minutes, and Matt would not use that as an excuse. I should point that out.
That doesn't necessarily matter in that game, but...
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what he said. He said, listen, Roach was sick, but... and so I get that they weren't 100%. He probably wasn't 100% against Whitman. I was impressed, actually, how they nearly came back on Whitman in their game, but they ultimately lost by 12. I'm a little leery now of my opinion on Whitworth. I still think they're better than many people think they are. I'm a little worried they're going to force the committee into a situation where they can't split them. But I don't know if, Ryan, if you heard this, Bob, it didn't dawn on me until just today. Whitman women are playing pretty well right now. Women have first priority in the first weekend on hosting. Curveball could come to force the men's hand that the women don't have, they can't host at Whitman.
Isn't the curveball, isn't it? The curveball is Whitworth's strength of schedule. Like, isn't there? I'll pull up.
I don't have his numbers in front of me.
I'll pull up Matt Snyder's data here, but I'm thinking that Whitworth is not any type of high seed whatsoever at this point. Let's see.
Well, let's also remember, and by the way, if you get a chance, you really need to go back and listen to Sam Atkinson, men's committee chair. That .03 to 2 game thing's gone.
Right.
It's history. So that SOS may not be as strong, but that doesn't mean other criteria isn't going to maybe still buoy, for lack of a better description, Whitworth. And I don't know this off the top of my head. I'm kind of just spitballing.
So there's 509. That is in a Pool C seeding conversation. A 509 is a low SOS. So you talk probably 530 is where you want to be. So I don't think Whitworth is necessarily putting themselves in a position because of the SOS to be someone that you try to split up. I just think that now that they have 3 losses, including 2 of them that are, a little strange.
4.
Yeah, 4. I'm sorry, 4, and 2 of them are a little strange. I just think they're going to be sort of a team you throw in and you put them wherever you need to.
Yeah, and that's why I said I think they're playing themselves into a situation where the committee can't split them out. Because you got to figure they might take one more loss. They also could win the AQ, as they did last year.
Certainly they could, and that's this kind of year, right, is that all of a sudden Whitworth wins the NWC's AQ and Whitman's the best Pool C on the board. That could happen.
By the way, Texas-Dallas is 15-4.
Yeah, Texas-Dallas is pretty good.
Yeah, good point. It's a fair point. I guess their last loss was the one that was the biggest head scratcher.
And it's funny because Matt Logie said in the last 2 years we have one bad loss. And he's obviously spinning there, but his point being that Willamette loss was bad. He didn't spin it any other way there.
Here's my theory is that I've just been a little dubious on Whitworth because I feel like in my gut that Whitworth on a neutral court is somewhere near where, let's say, North Central is in the CCIW. Barely cracking the top 25, somewhere in that range, right there with Wheaton and North Central. And I feel like because of their schedule, 2 years in a row, they float up into the top 10 sort of for free. And I just don't know who they've beaten this year that would indicate that they're an elite team. I could be totally wrong.
So ironically, I've seen both teams on a neutral floor this year.
That's correct. You have.
And I thought Whitworth was far better.
And I can't say that I've seen Whitworth, obviously. So,
did I say Whitman again?
You said one of the wits. I think you said the.
My wits are out. I did mean Whitworth if I misspoke. But listen, and you and I discussed, North Central confounds me because they continue to win. And I can't figure out how, but then they also have losses like ONU that I sit there going, well, huh?
Yeah, no, they have 2 losses that are just complete head scratchers. They're playing right now as we speak. They're playing off the stand. I believe they're losing by 5 or 6 or 7. And again, I said it, Sunday when we talked that I just couldn't see North Central winning that game. I don't know, Ryan, if you've seen, I know you've seen Augustana a lot this year, Ryan, and what's your take on them versus, say, Nebraska Wesleyan? What's your opinion there?
So you missed it that we talked about this a little bit earlier, but I think Augustana is probably the straight talent, the most talented team in the country. And I was telling Davis that some of these games feels like they shouldn't be as close as they are with the talent they've put out there. And that's really been my biggest hesitation. A team like Nebraska Wesleyan, we saw what they did last year. They didn't have a great regular season. They put together a run at the end because they've got a ton of talent. And just the discipline they played with leads me to kind of keep them ahead. But it's, at this point, it's
a tough one. Because
such a tiny division. Oshkosh is super talented too, and we don't even hardly talk about them.
Yeah, I think with Augustana, you do have to look at the fact that Elmhurst almost had them. Carthage almost had them. Wisconsin Stevens Point had a 3-pointer from the corner at the end of regulation to get them. They lost to Loras. And I would agree that based on their pure talent, you wouldn't have expected those games to have been close. So I'm really impressed with Augustana, but I do think they've had a little bit of I don't know what that game means sort of things.
Given the way that the other CCIW teams have been playing this year, I'm not sure why they've had so many close games. I know we always talk about it as a competitive conference, but it really feels like Augustana is a cut above the rest of the league this year.
There's no question that they have. It's not so much just their pure talent. It's just their pure talent. It's their veteran leadership, their defense. You just put it all together, and they're definitely a notch above whoever is second best. And I do, especially at home. The Elmhurst game was at home. The Carthage game was at home. The Stevens Point game was at home. That said, you look over the course of the whole season, they've lost 1 ball game. And
right.
It's a tough call. It's a tough call between those 2 teams.
I'll just mention we got about 30 minutes left here tonight because I do have to pack for a trip. I am headed to Holland, Michigan for the Hope Calvin 200 game. So as much as we love going forever, we got 30 minutes before I'm going to cut it off because I would like to pack tonight.
I was actually trying to figure out, I wonder I have no idea where to find this. What college basketball matchup has the most games played? That's a 200. That's a big number.
Well, you blew me away with the number between IWU and Millikin today. 237?
Tonight's 238 between Illinois Wesleyan and Millikin. The first one was 1909-1910 season. So what's the biggest? What's that? Right?
Isn't like Hamline or some of those Minnesota schools? Aren't they some of the oldest?
Probably.
Programs. I feel like maybe some.
Yeah. Who's got more than that? That 238 Wesleyan and Millikin. There's got to be a bunch, but boy, those go way back. Whatever those are that have more than that.
Yeah, I agree. I got to look it up. By the way, North Central's come out with a little bit of vin and vinegar. They have hit 2 threes in the second half. It is 36-34 Augie, 17.5 left.
Yeah, that'll be worth following because, the thing that North Central has is, first of all, they're extremely well coached, and they have one of the better players in the country in Connor Raridan, and he's a very, very tough matchup. 6'6", 3'4" player, plays some point guard. Really tough matchup.
Yeah, agreed. By the way, someone had a question. This might be interesting to have a conversation about. Maybe a little too early, but also good. What do you think the race for the Men's Player of the Year looks like right now?
Oh, I got a bunch of these that I was interested in. The National Player of the Year is interesting, but I'm even thinking we talking about regions too. Could be an interesting conversation, especially for some of the smaller regions.
Well, let's start regionally. Pick a region. Who do you like?
So I want to throw one out there that I think in the East region, the name that we forget, Kevin Dennis at Morrisville State, might be the best player in the East region.
Yeah, he. What was the game I watched? And I don't know why I ended up watching, but that kid can play.
Yeah,
and it's ridiculous, and no one knows who he is either.
No,
well, he was the top. I think he was the freshman of the year for the region 2 years ago, and then I don't know if he was hurt. He just had a bad year last year, and so I think we forgot a little bit about him. But he's averaging like 22 and 15 or something ridiculous like that this year.
And I think obviously the region that I follow the closest is the Central, and I mean I think your favorite for both the Central and the National Player of the Year would have to be Aston Francis. He is leading. He's leading every level of college basketball in points per game. So if you look at Division 1, 2, 3, and NAI 1 and 2, at 33 point whatever, he is leading everything. Yep. And he's also rebounding it and passing it. He averages, I don't know if it's like 6 rebounds and 3 or 4 assists. Now he shoots a lot, and so you it's a weird thing to compare him to others because he shoots so much.
But his field goal percentage has been up this year.
It has been up, and the shots he makes are crazy. I mean, the shots he takes are crazy, and the shots he makes. So to me, I think Aston Francis is the favorite to be the National Player of the Year until somebody steps up and proves me wrong on that.
I mean, I don't know who
to be honest,
at this point,
Yeah, I mean, other guys, especially who are on that preseason first team, just haven't had the seasons, or their teams haven't had the seasons we were expecting. It's hard to argue. I mean, I don't even know. Let me see if I can even bring up the preseason. It's something usually I don't pay attention to.
I mean, a lot of these things, our all-region teams are voted on by sports information directors and things, and oftentimes stats went out in those a lot of cases. I mean, I'd argue I think Nolan Ebel is probably the most valuable player in the country.
Yeah, that's I got myself in a chat board scrap by suggesting that the most outstanding player in the CCIW at the midpoint was Nolan Ebel.
Yeah.
And, I think I have a better case than it seems to be because, look, I think that if you look at Nolan Ebel's field goal percentage, his 3-point percentage, and his game-winning plays in big games, I think he has been the most valuable player in the CCIW. Now, how do you judge the word most outstanding? Because that's what the CCIW's award is called. I always viewed most outstanding as the most valuable. To me, I had them as synonyms. But Nolan Ebel has been great for a team that's ranked number 1.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm looking at it, I think those are the 2 best players in the country right now.
Well, it's interesting because if you look at the preseason All-America list, the first team consisted of Kyle Roach at Whitworth, who I think isn't having a great season. Ryan and I chatted about this earlier. I think Ben College is having a better season than Roach is having on his own team. You got Joey Hewitt at Whitman. Whitman's hard to gauge because there's so many good guys, and they are such a team-orientated unit.
That one, I think Hewitt and Butler have sort of separated themselves. Those are the only real All-American candidates.
It's not a knock on Hewitt. I'm just saying that sometimes can be hard to gauge. Sorry, Jake Ross at Springfield obviously got injured. A team, we had Charlie Brock on the show earlier in the NABC Coaches Corner, and he talked about it. Just things came unraveled. That also they may have come in with expectations that were wrong, that this was easier than it seemed, and they've gotten a wake-up call. You got Sam Toney in New Jersey City, who's having a good year, but also adjusting to a different team than he's had in the past. And you have Ryan Bruns, who I feel bad for because Ohio Northern is having an absolutely horrific year, despite the fact he's still playing well.
Yeah, he's playing really well.
Ashton Francis was a second-teamer. Definitely probably going to be, well, he will be a first-teamer this year. Duax at Platteville, where we barely talked about. Cam Fales at Hanover, probably
He's
had a good
improving,
year. But
and that team is improving, by the way, as well.
That's true.
They're going to be somebody that I would not want to face if they make it through that conference tournament.
You got Ryan Garver at Nebraska Wesleyan, Jonathan Petrone at Plattsburgh State, but Ryan, you just pointed out that he may not even be the best player in the East region.
No, and Garver is one to look at, especially if Nebraska Wesleyan goes back through. I think his assist to turnover ratio is like 7 this year, which is pretty impressive.
But, again, Ebel and Shimonets, Jomard at MIT, he's had a good year. Cook at Nebraska Wesleyan, Heskett at Williams, we haven't talked a lot about. Echeverry at Nichols is having another great year. Beckman at Hope, we haven't talked about Hope because they're off a bad season. Butler, we mentioned. Fuend at Roanoke, unfortunately, they're not having, he might end up still being in this conversation, but they're not having a great year. Nichols at Keene State, we haven't talked a lot about. And then you got Boots at Oshkosh, who's definitely having a good year. West at Laterno, he's having a good year. Mosley at Illinois Tech. Mosley's Mosley. Ruggles at Loras, and Skadlock at Williams. It's an interesting year because I think half that preseason first team might not be, or not half first team, half that preseason list may not be on the list at the end of the season.
Yeah,
more than half.
Maybe. I'm just trying to be fair.
The guy that I thought that kind of got the snub when it came out was Illinois Wesleyan's Brady Rose. Of course, I'm biased, but he's having a better season than a bunch of those guys like Duax. So there's a whole. Brady Rose isn't going to be National Player of the Year because he's in the league with Aston Francis and he's ahead of him. But
and Ebel.
Yeah, Brady Rose's. But Brady Rose's numbers are pretty much identical to Ebel's. Ebel just got a better team around him.
Yeah, agreed.
But there's a lot of guys that you could talk about. But I think Aston Francis, just his numbers are so much above everyone else's that kind of he rises to the top there.
By the way, quick update on some things. Olivet and Albion have played 210 times, dating back to 1899. And we're reminded by our friend Lenny that the MIA is the oldest conference in all of sport, in collegiate sport. He said Mosley from IIT won't be. No, we weren't saying, Brian, that Mosley was going to be a player of the year. We're just kind of going through names off the preseason All-America list of players that we thought could have a conversation about it. No, I don't think Mosley would be.
I will just mention with one Aston Francis that he is playing in his 72nd game tonight, and he is only 24 points away from 2,000.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
In 72 games, he will be because he's going to get there. I think I looked it up in the history of Division III. I think he'll be only the third player to score 2,000 points in 3 seasons.
Wow. Yeah, that's pretty hard to do.
That's insane.
You've got a lot of guys that have scored 2,000 points, and those have mostly taken 4 years.
Right.
Like Eric Reich at Chicago was a 4-year guy, and all the rest of them. But boy, that's hard to do.
I looked it up, and John Grotberg from Grinnell, and then what's his name? Who's got the top? Andre Foreman, right, from Salisbury, who's got the top. I think the two of them are the only other two.
By the way, someone made a comment. I'm checking something. Seems like maybe Mosley hasn't been playing of late. And this is what it's hard. There's 450 schools. I can't watch them all. Yeah, Mosley's only played in 15 games out of 19. That's interesting. Wonder what's up there. Anyway, we got about 20 or so minutes left. If anybody's got questions, send them our way.
And gentlemen, I'm heading back to my.
You don't need to, sir.
Game.
Don't embarrass yourself like that.
I have to continue to follow my alma mater. So
you got a second computer. Put it up next to you and watch the game that way.
That would be bad luck. They would lose if I did that. Actually, they've been losing the way I've been doing it. So you're probably right.
See.
Hold on. We got Brady Rose from the left wing. That's no good. We got a rebound and a basket. We got 50 54-41 is the score. But I had to join you guys. I felt bad. I had a little mix-up on the dates of this little
it's all right.
gathering.
It's all right.
I have really enjoyed joining you two as usual. I can't wait for Selection Sunday.
Oh, that will be fun. You two plus me. I think we'll try and get one more into the mix.
We need to get Fantastic 50. Drew has become just a wizard with the Pool C stuff. So that might be someone we try to wrangle into that fun.
Yeah, well, that or he might be the perfect person that we have on the outside who's got the info. You know what I mean?
Is phenomenal. Yeah.
Yeah. He and Matt do really good work, I'll admit. By the way, he's got a Twitter account. Do you follow Bob?
It's phenomenal. What is it? At
D3 Bubble.
It is a must follow at D3 Bubble for anyone that's interested in D3 and the selection process. He does a really nice job of it.
He does. I don't remember who it was. Bob, do you remember? There was a guy 10 years ago or so who did an amazing job with all of this. Unfortunately, he had an untimely early death. And it kind of left everything in limbo because there was a couple years there where we didn't have someone who could do that work.
Oh, gosh, you're right. And I can't remember the name.
He was related to a UAA team, was he not?
Yeah, and we've been lucky. We've had Matt Snyder, who does such great work.
Yeah. Eventually it got filled by Matt and now Drew. But I'm just I was thinking about him the other day thinking, oh, man, I remember the great work he did.
Yeah, I like those guys because I can take their data and like make up a bunch of stuff that I think, but I can't do it without the data.
Right,
so,
and I can't do the data. Yeah.
You guys enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you, sir.
And it's been an honor to join you on the happy hour, and great job all day today, Dave. Thank you, man.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. You enjoy the rest of the game?
I need to grind. I'm trying to get like a 4-5 seed in the conference tournament. I'm grinding. See you guys. Thank you.
Take care, buddy.
All
right. By the way, score update. North Central leads 48-47. They've taken this second half so far 20-14. There's still 11.5 to play. And speaking of taking the second half, La Crosse has come out gunning. They've taken the second half so far 17-9 and have a 40-36 lead on Stevens Point. Brian tells us that the rumor is that Mosley quit.
Okay.
Huh. Says Popcorn can confirm. That's pretty funny. Anyway, a little bit of time left. You got questions for Ryan and I? Send them our way. We'll try and answer your questions. I'm double checking if there's any emails that have come in. Don't appear to be. So we'll take this at furthest for another 20 minutes, but if we cut off sooner, we might cut off sooner. We'll just keep an eye on some scores. It's not like we're going to dive into those games, but I just want to keep an eye on things. What else has caught your fancy, sir? By the way, you had a great couple of articles the last few weeks.
Thank you. Try to come up with interesting stories, and we've got a good one on tap if I can get all the phone calls nailed down. I was at the Swarthmore F&M game on Saturday, and I ran into Mike Yonda, whose son Zach graduated from Swarthmore last year and is playing this year in Ireland.
Oh, yes. I remember you teasing this. This was really interesting.
He's in this program called the Victory Scholars, that there's a whole bunch of D3 graduates there that they get to go, and basically you get a master's degree in exchange for basically doing a bunch of youth coaching. He's doing PE classes in elementary schools and also gets to play for a couple different basketball teams while he's there. So hoping to talk to a few of the guys and ladies who are a part of that, who've been D3 players, and seems like a cool opportunity to. He said he really liked it because Swarthmore, for most students, has a foreign study requirement, but basketball gets exempted from that because it covers both semesters. So he didn't get to go, but he's getting to do his master's degree over in Ireland, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. By the way, update. I'm now told by a trusted admin friend, Mosley's actually off the roster. Well, he won't be an All-American, as Brian said. Wow, too bad, because Mosley was fun to watch. Women's score update, end of third quarter. Thunder lead the 13th-ranked Illinois Wesleyan 49-42, end of third. Keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we should also point out that Aston Francis's Wheaton Thunder are down 7.
Yes.
Carroll They cannot afford to lose that game.
No. No. Didn't they lose to Carroll earlier?
I forget. Somebody lost to Carroll, but I don't remember who.
Well, several teams have, but I know what you mean. I say that tongue-in-cheek, folks. I'm trying to find the game here. Why can't I find the game? There it is. Sorry, just took me a second. Call it up live stat-wise. I have it in place as well. Yeah, 55-48 with 12:09 remaining. Yeah,
Bethel remains 11 ahead of St. John with just 8 minutes to go.
Augustana trails. Did you just say the North Central game?
No.
It is 52-47 halfway through the second half. And La Crosse is pulling away further from Stevens Point. I mean, it doesn't mean much. 9:48 remaining, but it's 44-38. I just mentioned this, by the way. Yes, Stevens Point investigation continues. Man, it'd be nice to get that wrapped up soon. I don't know when, though. Can you believe that's still going on?
Oh, what did the North Carolina investigation take, like 9 years or something? So.
Yeah, I don't remember that, but there's a little difference in D1 and D3, and to some degree, but there's more media covering D1 that kept revealing things that the investigators in D1 couldn't find themselves, and that's just an understanding of how these investigations do. I mean, the NCAA does not allocate a lot of money towards them. Yeah. I mean, we made an argument to try and allocate more money to Division III and leverage that Board of Governors vote. It'd be nice if D1 sent a few extra $1 million that they've got towards investigations, because I think they could use it, to be honest. But that's a whole different conversation. Last chance to talk to Ryan and I in this happy hour before we wrap things up. An old friend of mine, Rob Carlin, just chimed in on the Facebook Live. Sir, good to see you. I've gone 9 hours and 15 minutes here now. And we will only go 15 more minutes at the most, because I got places to be and I need to pack for those said places. And we're going to be going again to Holland, Michigan to this weekend to see Hope v. Calvin 200, one of the great rivalries in all of college sports. And that taking place on Saturday, and I fly out tomorrow, so I got to pack. So we're not going much longer here tonight before we wrap things up. And as a result of that, I should point out, again, I didn't mention this enough tonight, Sunday's show, while we usually for Super Bowl will move it up, we were already thinking about moving it, period. That will now air on Monday. Monday evening is when we will have the Hoopsville show at 7 o'clock. And we'll probably bring some stuff back from Hope Calvin, obviously, and lots of other stuff. We'll see what exactly we bring back to the table. Ryan, is there anything you took from whether the conversations with Karen Harvey at the beginning of the show or Sam Atkinson late that maybe didn't surprise you because you get any update I send you along, but that struck a chord with you?
I think we hit on most of the stuff that Sam brought up that I thought was interesting, just how specifically he was mentioning some of those secondary criteria. And clearly, if they spent 3 hours on the call yesterday and he's bringing those things up, they're going to be important, especially for this first ranking when they don't have the versus regionally ranked opponents to consider. The other interesting thing, I was just looking at the pre-championship manual, and I think it may just be a wording technicality, but it doesn't say results versus regionally ranked opponents anymore. It talks about just the final ranking and the last public one. Presumably, they're still going to use versus regionally ranked opponents for that extra one in the middle, right? But that's technically not
say that
the
again.
language.
What did you mean?
So they've changed. It doesn't just say results versus regionally ranked opponents in the criteria anymore in the pre-championship manual.
Yeah.
It says the results against teams that are in the final ranking and the one before the final, which is
right. I think
what
they've
done before.
They're just clarifying the language of what we've understood in the past.
I just mean if you're going to be semantic about it, then their second ranking shouldn't include versus regionally ranked opponents either. Because that's not one of the
what you did
or
there.
second final right? Because they technically do 4 of them, 3 of them are public, right?
They do
it
4
should
regional
just be-
rankings. The first one does not include results versus regionally ranked opponents.
That's what I mean. Is it's just it's semantics. I'm sure they're just going to
Second,
do what
third,
they do.
and final usually had VOOR.
Right. I'm just saying if they follow the letter of what that pre-championship manual says, the second one
Well,
shouldn't be.
let me ask you this. Is that under the heading selection criteria?
It is. You're right.
So that's
not
probably
the
what
rank-
they're just being a
right.
little
Not
semantic
rank
with the
criteria.
titling.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know what you were going there. I'll clear it up. Anyway. But, yeah, I think what they're basically saying there is to try and keep you from to thinking that the second week's going to be involved there.
Yep.
But I see what you did there. Yeah, I totally did. I understand that. Yeah. Listen, here's the deal. First week, the regional rankings, let's be honest, are going to mean nothing. They give you a sense of what the committee's thinking, but they aren't using VRRO, the results versus regionally ranked opponents. And that will, at least those rankings set up week 2. But once we're into week 2, throw away week 1. Throw it away. It means nothing. Because when we get into week 3, it's based on week 2. Week 1 means nothing. And we get to the final rankings, week 1's a distant memory. Even week 2 is a distant memory. Yes, week 2 helps get into week 3, and that's where week 2 at least has a role. But week 1 just is a little toe in the water. Lets us understand what the committee's thinking or see how they're maybe using the criteria. Understands, with not all the criteria, but most of the criteria. It lets us understand what they're thinking. But outside of that, it really means jack.
Well, and it's also you don't have the same number of games for every team at this point either, and so your winning percentages are all over the place, and
so are
there's
SOS
a lot of
numbers.
stuff- right, there's a lot of stuff that you don't. It just doesn't.
Well, and
matter.
that's why the once ranked, always ranked way back a few years ago actually was flawed, because it included a week that wasn't, and it's also why the committee said they don't want to do extra rank, like a ranking this week.
Right.
Because the data is all over the place. That teams that they're talking about ranking this week and even next week would never be in the conversation at the end of the season, even if the results held.
Exactly.
So, yeah, it's certainly. I just want to. People get so up in arms about the first week regional rankings. I can't believe so and so's not ranked. I can't believe so and so's ranked here or whatever. Chill. It ultimately is not going to mean anything. It gives us a sense of where things are, but so much can change between when those rankings come out and even week 3. In 2 weeks, so much can change. And so SOS numbers fluctuate, win-loss, as you said, fluctuate. We don't have it even. I do agree with you there. The evenness, quote-unquote, evenness of week 3 and 4 makes it probably a little bit more interesting as well.
Yeah.
Got about 10 minutes, folks, at the most, and we're getting out of here. Augustana has come back. They were trailing at one point. They now lead 56-52 with 6.5 minutes left. Apparently, we're going to be reading on the chat boards about some technical foul against somebody.
Hey, just to say, St. Joseph, Connecticut, and Johnson and Wales are now in double overtime.
Ooh.
So if you want to go see Jim Calhoun go nuts, there you go.
There we go. By the way,
and also, Penn
you
State
reminded
Barron
us-
has come back.
What?
LaRoche is now only up 7 with 8 minutes to go. Barron does cut that lead in half, so might be an interesting game there.
So somebody else pointed out that the swing in Naperville is because of the technical foul called on one of North Central's players. That player was Pollock. I don't know what it was. Apparently they were on defense. I'm not sure what that means. I forgot to mention this in the Commonwealth Coast Conference. I meant to mention this earlier in the show, and I forgot. They had a wacky day yesterday. First off, Drew Munoz of New England, University of New England, scored 56, but then Jared Thorpe Johnson of Curry went for 59.
UNE does run the system, so we got.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot of points in a system game for a single player. What was the final score in that one? I forgot the final score.
It was like 130 to 80 or something.
Yeah, 136 to 90 something maybe.
It was not close.
Yeah, just a wacky one. Stephen Asams of Wentworth set a program record with 23 rebounds.
Nice.
Emily Irwin of Curry became the program's career scoring leader. Sarah Gibbs of Gordon posted 21 points and 24 rebounds. That all took place in one night in the CCC last night. It was a heck of a night in the Commonwealth Coast Conference.
Sure.
Seems like Augustana is starting to pull away, by the way. We'll see. I got a different time. Well, we'll keep an eye on it. Carroll's still got a 3-point lead on Wheaton with 7 minutes remaining. And Wheaton still has a 5-point lead in women's basketball in Illinois Wesleyan with 4:45 remaining. So last chance to get us questions. Otherwise, we are going to wrap this baby up.
Yeah, I may need to bow out here.
Bow on it. Well, if you have to bow out, when do you have to bow out? Like right now?
Probably pretty soon.
Yeah, absolutely. We're wrapping up things too. Oh, here we go. A couple of things just came in. Jay, it almost sounds like an annual rumor, but word seems to be growing that the Penn State schools are looking to become one conference again with a few outliers possible. Have you guys heard anything about this? Yes, Jay, I've asked around. It ain't happening. You can keep being rumors, but if it were to happen, that's at least a 5 to 10 year plan. That is not something that's going to happen. I don't see it. And every Penn school I've contacted about it gives me this, what are you talking about, look. No, I don't see this Penn State conference coming together. And again, if it did, it's got to be a serious 5 to 10 year plan to get some of those 2-year schools or smaller 4-year schools up to snuff. I think it's a rumor that for whatever reason keeps catching steam, but I don't know where it's coming from with anybody of any significance, to be honest with you. Maybe.
Well, I think it's a local PA. I think it's a political issue. They're
it's true too.
Trying to do some of the consolidation with some of those things. So it may not be a realistic thing. It may just be something people are talking about.
Yeah, I mean, you saw some consolidation in the WIAC where they're absorbing the 2-year schools in Wisconsin, or at least taking over those 2-year schools administratively. But some of that has resulted in kind of absorption as well. By the way, Stephen's point, we were talking about them earlier, they're dealing with a financial challenge right now. And you wonder how that's going to play out to some degree with things. But that's also part of absorbing those 2-year schools. Technical call in the Wheaton-Carroll game. Apparently technicals being thrown around all over the place in the CCIW tonight. By the way, North Central's come back, tied it up, 56 apiece with Augustana, 4:38 left. So when we get done, go turn that one on.
Both Pierce Wofford and Micah Martin have 4 fouls, too.
Ooh, that's huge, too. Yeah, Warford only has 6 points. Oh, that's rebounds. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was sitting on rebounds. I wonder why everything looked wrong. I was looking at these point totals going, really? Raritan's only got 7? This seems odd. Warford's got 15. Meredith has 18 to lead both teams respectively. Well, I'll let you go, sir. Any final thoughts here tonight?
We're talking about Ebel tonight, and he's having a terrible game. So,
isn't that how it works?
Yeah.
Yeah. Any final thoughts before we let you go?
Other than I'll just plug Yeshiva again. They're playing right now. They're up 15 or so. Mount St. Vincent.
Had him on the show.
Had Elliot on earlier today. I loved that interview.
It was a good interview.
I think Ryan Terrell might be. He's in the running for the Rookie of the Year nationally. I don't know that he's the front runner, but he's in it.
I think he's got a valid argument in it. Yeah.
Ira's going to be upset with me, but no, I'm saying look at Gabe Leifer as potentially the best player in the Atlantic region. If you watch that kid play, he's got weeks that triple-double, close to it, 15 point, 10 rebounds, 7 assist games, really skilled down low, and he's a forward. He's definitely should be on our All-American watch list.
I like how you think, sir. I like how you think. I like it. I know you got to do a few things. I appreciate your time and coming on. Drew, let's see, what do we got going? I'll talk about this later. I appreciate the time, sir, and I'll talk to you soon. Feel better.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Bye.
Ryan Scott joining us on the BlueFrame Technology Hoopsville Hotline happy hour show with Bob Quillman. Appreciate their time in doing that. I will say the happy hour does have one drawback, doing it earlier. Not as many as our friends can join us, but that is the way it is this year. Let's see here. Will I post pics on your Twitter? I don't know, Andrew, if I will. I tend to get to events like Hope Calvin with all these plans to tweet and stuff, and then I get very focused on the game or focused on other things going on, and I don't pull out the Twitter. If anyone knows me, at the championship weekend, you hardly see me tweeting on Hoopsville because I get so busy with other things. So I no guarantees I'm going to tweet much while I'm there. You might bring back some merch for the game. That's a good point, Andrew. I might be able to do that. And Drew says WCC does still exist. I don't know what you mean by WCC. That's going to wrap things up. Another successful show, and I appreciate everybody who tuned in to join us on said show. It is a long list, so please bear with me, and I'm going to apologize now. I try and mention every single sports information director who helps us out pull these off. I'm not going to get to everybody today, and I apologize now. The list is long. Scoring updates before we get to the list, by the way. Lacrosse continues to lead Stevens Point 51-47 as we're closing in less than 4 minutes to play in that one. North Central now has a 57-56 lead on Augustana with 2:47 remaining. Looks like Wheaton's not going to – they're down 9 now with 4:19 remaining to Carroll. Now less than 4 minutes to play against Carroll. 72-63 the deficit. That's starting to look bad for Wheaton. And in women's basketball, Wheaton continues to lead Illinois Wesleyan 55-52 with 1:27 remaining. So some great games to tune into later, to be sure. I appreciate all of you tuning in for the show. Thank you so much. Going to Hope Calvin to watch or announce, Brian asks. Watch. I wish, we're just going to watch. Though we might actually do a Hoopsville courtside pregame show. It's still in the works, still discussed. Yeah, it kind of affects my packing, but at the same time, I now have a cool new toy. I don't know if you can see it. I've got it hiding behind me. You might be able to see that suitcase back there. It says Pelican Air on it. That now allows me to travel with the show a lot easier. It's basically all pre-packed right now. It's really cool that way. So we could take it all. The problem is, why would you take it all, right? If you're not going to use it, but I might anyway. So anyway, let's talk about who to thank on the show. Karen Harvey from Montclair, who represents the women's committee. Thank you for coming on. Mike McDevitt from St. Joseph's Maine women's basketball. Daphne Thompson from SUNY Oneonta women's basketball. Dr. Jim Timmer from Calvin, the athletics director, former men's basketball player, for coming on. Greg Mitchell from Hope, the head basketball coach, the men's basketball coach there. Steve Moore from Worcester, great to talk to him about his men's team. Kent Durbach from Lacrosse, nice to have him on the show today. Gordon Mann, always great to chat with him. Candace Brown and Candace Signor Brown from Vassar, nice to have her on the show. Stephanie Flamini from Guilford. I really enjoy chatting with her about the Guilford setup, especially with the ODAC. Charlie Brock, great to have him on from Springfield in the NABC Coaches Corner. Elliot Steinmetz from Yeshiva talking about the Maccabees. Matt Logie from Whitworth. I appreciated him coming on, despite the team in a 2-game slide right now. More than willing to talk about that. Tim Leyden from Sports Illustrated, Williams graduate. We loved having him on the show. Bill Finny from Marymount, former AD and head coach, we had on the show. Danielle Donahue, I want to thank her, the executive director of the WBCA, and everybody at the WBCA for, as always, a wonderful segment with her. Josh Erickson from Beyond Sports. Remember, they're the sponsor of the women's All-Star game this year, and looking forward to seeing that. Sam Atkinson from Gallaudet, who's on the men's committee chair. Trevor Woodruff from Scranton, and Jim Haney, of course, the head of officials for Division III. Some fascinating conversations. Go back and catch some if you missed them. I can pick out a half a dozen off the top of my head that are must-watch or must-rewatches. Karen Harvey's is a must-rewatch. And Sam Atkinson, along with Jim Haney, those are must-rewatches in my opinion. Danielle Donahue, I think, is a must-rewatch. I can pick up even more. Charlie Brock was a fascinating conversation. So was Bill Finny and Tim Leyden. All the coaches are always enjoyable to chat with. The Hope Calvin conversation was fun. the entire show was full of great interviews and not interviews, but the conversations we had. And, of course, thanks to Bob Quillman and Ryan Scott for coming on during the happy hour. Let's see here. Jay says, awesome job again, Dave. Was with you the whole time for the marathon and the classic as well. Great job, my friend. Jay, thank you for tuning in. I appreciate that. Means a lot. Brian says, experience Hope Calvin on our small gym. Tremendous environment and experience. I'm looking forward to seeing Hope Calvin, to be sure. Experience in our gym in the NCAA tournament, he said. Yep, I do know what you were meaning there. Heck of a game in Naperville is the message. I'm going to double check what's going on there in a moment before we get out of here. Lacrosse is pulling away, 53-47. Yeah, it's 60-59 North Central here with 1:38 remaining. I'm doing something I shouldn't be doing here. I'm debating something. Bear with me. I probably shouldn't do this. We're going to probably do it anyway because I'm just that crazy. We'll see. Anyway, what else we got? Yeah, it's cutting the deficit. Wheaton they're down 5 now to Carroll in men's basketball, and Wheaton women are holding on to a 4-point lead with 27 seconds remaining there. You know what? I'm going to sign off so you all can enjoy the finish of the game in Naperville. I'm not going to. Yeah, Brian's. You're pulling. You want me to pull it up? I know. I might just do it. So thanks to all the sports information directors that helped us as well. From Montclair, St. Joseph's, Oneonta, Calvin, Hope, Worcester, La Crosse, Vassar, Guilford, Springfield, Yeshiva, Whitworth, Scranton. All of those sports information directors. Others who gave us ideas. There's some that I forgot we were going to do segments, and their understanding of my brain fart on those. A couple in the Great Lakes region. I appreciate their understanding of that. Just total brain freeze on my part. A reminder, we'll, on the road, maybe doing a Hoopsville pregame show in Holland, Michigan, coming up ahead of the Hope Calvin game. It's not locked in stone, but we're looking to maybe do that. We will then bring back some stuff from that Hope Calvin experience for Monday's show, not Sunday. Monday's show at 7 o'clock Eastern time. So enjoy the Super Bowl, folks. We won't do a super special necessarily for that. So keep an eye on that. And what else? I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's about all I got off the top of my head now. So there you go. If you got any questions for us, you can always contact us via, well, you know how you can contact us. I hope you take advantage of it. In the meantime, I am going to try and call this game up. Bear with me as I try and reset things. A foul's been called. I can tell you that much. And we're going to go in, whether we've gotten permission to do this or not, to the game. A foul has just been called. Ira Thor trying to join the show. Sorry, buddy. I'm wrapping up the show.
85% free throw shooter.
Augustana on the line shooting. Missing it. And North Central's got the lead.
Wow.
60-59. We'll watch it with you. Got a minute left in the game. I just heard the announcement from the PA announcer.
Plays outside coast, swung around, wide open.
Good passing. Big shot. North Central's up by 4 here. Remember, no team in the CCIW has gone undefeated since Augustana did it back in the mid-'70s. Ball out of bounds to North Central. They got a chance here to knock off Augustana after Augustana just became the #1 team in the country this week thanks to Nebraska Wesleyan losing. Yeah, Brian, I made your day, didn't I?
Ice water.
Ebel was, by the way, the one who missed a free throw and a timeout called, so we'll bring it back here while we wait for the timeout there. We'll keep an eye on that and go back to it. So we'll finish the show on this game, keeping an eye on other scores. Looks like La Crosse is going to win. They got a 56-49 lead on Stevens Point. That would further cement La Crosse in the top of those rankings. or in the top of the CCIW, or WIAC, I apologize. In the CCIW, Wheaton's come back. They now trail by Carroll 72-70 with 1:20 remaining. And Illinois Wesleyan in women's basketball knocked off by Wheaton 58-52 in some of those crazy scores that we've been keeping an eye on here this evening. I got to wrap this up. I said I was going to be off the air 8 minutes ago. I told my wife I'd be off the air 38 minutes ago. No, Ira, I'm not taking the call. We're going back to the game and wrapping the show, sir. You are too late to join us for a happy hour. This is not the Hoopsville of old. Yeah, I did that. I'm not sure if he's even paying attention to the show. So here we go. That's Raritan who's inbounding for North Central. They got to get it inbounds here. Can't call timeout. They do.
No foul comes.
And now Augustana will foul Raritan, send him to the line. They can't make this more than a two-possession ball game at the line now, as Augustana's still got a chance to hit a couple of shots. Brian says, kids have my iPad. Oh, so Brian, you're using me to watch the game. I see how it is. Got it. Now I truly understand.
He's also played every single second. Does that factor in here?
Hit the first one. That's a 5-point game. Again, can't do more than 6.
The fans can feel it. 38 seconds separate.
38 seconds remaining. So there's plenty of time, folks. St. Thomas defeated McAllister in men's basketball, 94-61. Capital over Marietta, 74-57. We talked about that one earlier. I'd love to tell you what happened at the St. John's Bethel game, but I can't find it.
Misses the second.
Missed the second. 5-point game.
Bringing the ball up. Nearly ran out of bounds. Stepped on the
foot out of bounds. Ebel stepped out of bounds. I could tell it from the stream. Blowing an opportunity.
His head and screams to the ceiling of Gregory Arena. He can taste it.
Just out of control there. They could not afford that turnover. Now if the Cardinals can knock down these free throws.
Bethel's going to beat St. John's.
Put this one on ice.
Raritan stuck in the backcourt, throws it ahead to Koth. Whips it to Meredith and just too tall. Intended for a 6'5" target.
Just checking out.
That if that pass was converted,
well, there's been a foul. I think the game is over between Bethel and St. John's.
Could that be a big,
yeah, it's absolutely out over. Bethel just hit another. It was 1 second left. Bethel's got a 3-point lead.
Easily gets to the rim.
In the meantime, you saw that shot made for Augustana. 64-61 they trail. More fouling taking place here.
This is not the guy you want at the charity stripe.
He's only had 15 free throws all year. He shoots 66%. He's 10 for 15. And now he's shooting 2 of the biggest free throws.
So 2 free throws here for North Central. Again, can't ice it. Final score, Bethel knocks off St. John's, 85-81. So another upset in Division III men's basketball as well. In the meantime, La Crosse has a 7-point lead with 28 seconds left. Wheaton has a 6-point lead on Carroll. Or Carroll's got a 6-point lead on Wheaton with 43 seconds left.
Jones knocks down a pair. Timeout by head coach Todd Raritan.
Clutch free throw by Jones. Big 2 free throws.
So a timeout called. We'll come back here to wrap things up one more time. I want to thank my family especially for bearing with me, going incognito for a few days here as I prep for the show. We're well past when I said I'd go off the air, and we will go off the air shortly. But I want to thank them for their support, including my son and daughter, who don't get to see Daddy very much this time of year. But, of course, thanks to the wife as well, who has to deal with some other things that I usually deal with while I'm a little bit busy. Always appreciate their support. Some of you have still asked about a fundraiser. We didn't have enough time to find something for this show. I will see what we can do for the final month of the year. Some of you clearly are interested in having a way of giving back to us. I appreciate that, and I will find a way for that to happen. If anybody's got an idea out there of a way we can fundraise that doesn't necessarily work with a company that's going to pull a certain percentage of that away from us, that we don't need to supply perks. And it's not that we don't want to supply perks to you. It's just so difficult to manage if I do set one up, it's going to be so simplistic on the perks. The perks are supposed to drive fundraising. They're a great idea, but they're a pain to manage. If anybody out there has experience in any of that to get us that opportunity where we can fundraise without dealing with it, let us know. Here we are, Augustana down 5. Got fouled, so we'll go to the line here. So again, if we can find a way to bring money in from you as a thank you, and that's all we want it to be, we appreciate that. If there's a goal in mind, fine, but some way that we don't lose a huge percentage. That was what became a problem, was we were losing a higher and higher percentage on how it was being processed and all of these other things, that it wasn't fun anymore. And at the same time, the perks can sometimes be hard to manage. Please let us know. We're doing some advertising too, but that will be the way that would work out. As this game is nearly over. Brian, thank you for the kind words. 66-63. I'm really hoping nobody has timeouts left.
If they can get it in without using it, that would be huge. Oh.
Keep an eye on that Carroll game too.
Gets whacked on the play. And
Final score, La Crosse beats Stevens Point. They sweep Stevens Point 60-52 in men's basketball. Big news there, to say the least. 11 seconds left, and Carroll's got a 7-point lead on Wheaton. Looks like Wheaton's going to take a loss they could not afford.
Can he finish him off?
Cardinals vacate the lane.
Trying to remember who Carroll beat earlier this season. That got everybody's attention. Carroll is 7-13. Will be about 8-13 here.
Game.
They beat Illinois Wesleyan earlier in the season. That was the game. That looks different now, doesn't it?
After conferring with
they lost to Wheaton by 18 last time they played.
Maybe not.
All right, 5-point game again. Augustana has run out of time. This one is going to be done and dusted.
7 seconds on the clock. Orange
quick three.
Way downtown.
That is it. Look at that, folks. North Central has upended Augustana. And once again, there will be no champion, no champ in the CCIW goes undefeated. Not that Augustana was looking at that. They want to win 5 straight conference championships. If they were to do that, that has never been done in conference play. But hats off to North Central. That's a big win for the Cardinals, to say the least. And I don't think it's a tough loss for Augustana in any way, shape, or form. But that was the game I thought might trip up Augustana this season. But hats off to North Central on that one. And I'll say now, thanks to North Central's web streaming crew, we stole that stream from. I hope they don't yell at us later for it. But congratulations, to say the least. So that's going to wrap it up. We're getting off the darn air. We have got to go. Again, if you are going to the Hope Calvin game, you'll see Pat Coleman and I. Say hi, as long as we don't look too busy. If we look like we're going on the air, don't come near us. All right? But otherwise, we'd love to see people. And looking forward to being there, and looking forward to taking part in all of it as well. And with that, we wrap up another successful Hoopsville Marathon. Again, go back and listen to what are great interviews throughout. Share them with your friends. Share them with everybody else. I would be remiss if I didn't thank BlueFrame Technology for their sponsorship. City of Salem for coming back on board with us as well. We appreciate their time. Of course, Wisconsin Eau Claire and Randolph-Macon Advertising. We appreciate their support. Of course, thanks to D3Hoops.com, Pat Coleman, Gordon Mann, Ryan Scott, and everybody else involved with our efforts for their support of the show as well, and sometimes my craziness. But I also want to thank the WBCA and the NABC, Women's Basketball Coaches Association, of course, Jeff in the office, along with Danielle Donahue, and, of course, all of those in Division III. Pat Manning, Polly Thomason, Mary Beth Spurk. I'm going off the top of my head. I'm going to forget people. Brian Morehouse and some others who give us support at the WBCA. I appreciate it. The NABC, Stephanie in the office who takes emails from me, but then Charlie Brock, Pat Cunningham, Mike McGrath, Gary Stewart, who else? Who help us do this show as well. The support is tremendous. Bill Raleigh, I got to make sure to thank, and others. Really appreciate their help as well. And then the sports information directors out there who do help us, especially spearheaded by guys like Chris Mitchell and Lenny Reich and Jeff Bernstein. There's countless people. There's ADs who can thank. Your support lets us do this show, because we can't do this show without your support. We're starting to ask financially there with advertising. If it works, great. There's still openings, by the way, for anybody who wants to advertise on this show, especially from a university or college. Let us know. thank you for everybody for coming on and with the show to do it. Thanks to everybody who supports us. Thanks to all of you who tune in. Dan, we mentioned the lacrosse one. Really, thank you to everybody. We appreciate it. We love doing this show. We'll see you back here Monday, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Don't forget that literally in 4 weeks' time, we're picking teams right here on Hoopsville. We're going to get those. We're going to try and figure out who are the best teams in the country to deserve to play for a national championship. You've been listening to Hoopsville. If you want to talk about Division III basketball, you've got to listen to Hoopsville, and I hope you did so. For everybody who was our guest, thank you. For everybody who tuned in, thank you. It's been a long night. We're going to wrap things up. If you'd like to use any part of this show, please, we would love it. But please at least contact us so that we can give the proper sign-offs, as it were. You've been listening to Hoopsville, presented by D3Hoops.com from the WBCA NABC Studios, with thanks to our help from City of Salem, University of Wisconsin-Eau Claire, Randolph-Macon College, and, of course, BlueFrame Technology. It's been another successful 6th annual Hoopsville Marathon. We're done and dusted tonight. We'll see you back here on Monday, 7 o'clock Eastern, unless I see you at Hope Calvin. Game 200. We're headed to Holland, Michigan, and I can't wait. See you this weekend or see you Monday. Good night, everybody.